Call out of members to see who is present. Joe Topham.
Here.
Nat Lowell.
Here.
Barry Rector.
Here.
John Kitchener.
Here.
Great. Alternates. Stephen Welch.
Here.
Abby D. Molina. And Howard Matz.
Sorry, I'm here.
Oh, great.
I couldn't unmute fast enough.
Staff members. Meg Trudell.
Here.
Billy Sods not. Catherine and Sarah. And is that it for staff today? It is. All right. Quick reminder, this is being recorded, so please state your name if you're speaking. There'll be a 3-minute limit for your first shot and a 1-minute limit for any second shots at speaking. And that's it. I'd entertain a motion to accept the agenda, please.
So moved.
Second.
Great. Motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
and John.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. All right, great. Public comment for those things not listed on our agenda. Is there anyone that would like to speak? Public comment? Welcome, Campbell.
Good evening, Campbell Sutton. So I had a couple of comments. The first one, I'm just going to give my disappointment. I was disappointed at the curb cut that has been allowed across the Nantucket bike path out by, I think it's like 134, 136 Nantucket. They have a road that has serviced that property for a few decades anyway. And now they have that curb cut, which I can only imagine is going to lead to more individual homes thinking they should. And one of the problems that I see with it is it's on an incline. So when it rains, it's all going to come across that bike path right there. And anyway, if you have an access road to your property, I don't see why you need to create your own private drive. Very busy bike path. So that's my disappointment. Okay, now, so I'm sort of confused a little bit on this ADU issue that's coming up in these articles, right? And some questions have come up on Tuesday evenings, and one of them, trying to wrap our minds around what a protected ADU is, whether it's an existing structure, like existing dwelling, like maybe an existing accessory dwelling or an existing tertiary, or is a protected ADU another building? So I think what we're trying to do is figure out how many houses or dwelling units get to be on a lot. Like, let's say I have a primary and a secondary. I don't, so I'm just saying, let's say I do. And I'm on, say, 15,000 square foot lot. And so my understanding is the proposed accessory dwelling units, ADUs, do not count towards ground cover. And you don't have to have parking. So like if I have 6 bedrooms on this lovely property of mine, and I have 6 parking spaces, can I put on 2 ADUs and no parking? Or just trying to work
No,
that out publicly a little bit.
And we can't really talk about it now,
Okay.
but you, your confusion is very understandable,
Okay.
and maybe staff can send you a short email after the meeting to try to clear up some of those questions, because I think they're viable questions.
Yeah, or I think it would be helpful if you set up an appointment with me and we can go over all of your questions. I'm actually responding to another email wanting to set up a question about ADUs, and Leslie and I have had a couple meetings with other members of the public because it is a very confusing topic.
Yeah.
It is, and there's quite a few articles about it. So
Yes.
I would love to tell you yes, but given my working hours, you're probably at home eating dinner, like any good person.
Well, we'll figure out how to get you the information you
Yeah,
need, one way or
that'd be
another.
great. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else in the public? All right, great. Whoops. Sir, 3 minutes, all right? Slow down.
That's the same one I have for that's my second morning alarm clock tone.
Tell it, just
I know
don't
it ain't
stroke out
morning
here,
yet.
please, all right? All right. So, Catherine, we're for minutes, well. Okay, all right, well, we're gonna, all right. I think I have the wrong,
Okay,
is it the same?
but that's not the next thing.
No, the next thing is,
Or are we doing?
are we doing the zoning articles next? Okay,
Yeah.
I picked up the wrong, the wrong agenda, I'm sorry. All right, so next is a discussion of the master plan workshop. We just thought it would be great to just have a little talk about that. I think it was well-attended, and there'll be many more opportunities for engagement if you didn't make that opportunity. Meg, you have anything to say here? No?
Just that I think it was a great event. Thank you to all of you that came out and participated either in person or via Zoom. It was our second public engagement event, and there will be more to come. So I think it's important that, we have a collaborative process in this, and thanks for all that attended.
100%.
Yeah.
Any board members have any comments?
I thought it was great. I thought the group I was in really had good interaction, shared a lot of really good comments. It's funny because it reminded me of a project that I did at Nantucket High School with Mr. and Mrs. White, Barbara and Mark White, and it was just really great as a project going back and forth and really kind of working on something. I would love to kind of bring it into the school system to see if they could do that and then reach out more. I just felt it was really didn't gather a lot of the community. I don't think the Hispanic community was represented. I don't think would just go on and on and on. I think it was really should be reaching out to more people and see if we can't bring more people in. But I thought it was really well done. I thought the people that were controlling it and managing it did a really very good job and kept you on track and asking questions. So I would love to see it happen again, if not a couple times.
Yep. And if there's anyone listening to this or in this room that has any ideas on how to engage portions of our community that don't show up to these meetings, we would love to hear your ideas, because I think that without full participation from every corner of our community, it's not going to be as robust of a master plan as it could be.
Yeah, and I think one thing that was said was a woman who and her husband, they've been on the island for 37 years and they're now just getting into town politics. I feel there should be someone from 20 to 50-year-old representing. I think we need more kind of the younger group.
More
This-
younger people.
It just,
We need more people from the Latin community, from the Eastern European community, to really participate in this. So if anyone has ideas how to draw them in, we would appreciate it.
I had someone from Eastern Europe on my table.
Yeah.
I'm on. I got it.
We'll lean into it.
And we had a real good laugh when he said, "We need a parking garage downtown." I was like, "Well, we've been through that."
We have.
And what I learned is a lot of the things that I talk about is there's so much information here now, it's hard to keep up with it. And unfortunately, that has caused a lot of problems, whether it's whatever the issue is of the day, of the month, of the year, is because of, a lot of it is to do with information,
Yeah.
perception and misinformation, whatever you want to call it. And I think that when we have the discussion on build-out, that's going to be the time where we really explain and show the land on Nantucket and this is what's left. And this is what's going on. And it will help, I think it will help people figure out that when you're driving around in Mid-Island, that's not the only place. And we've done a pretty good job of de-developing Nantucket or preventing development. But it's hard to see that when you're just seeing nothing but building when there isn't really much land left.
Yeah, and I don't
We
mean,
have to talk about it.
yeah, and I don't mean to call anyone out, but I liked it how Barry was at a separate table, you were at a separate table, I was at a separate table, and we were
good.
kind of, but I also felt like there should have been maybe some HGC or some other people
None of
in
that.
town and select board. I mean, Matt was there and Brooke was there, and so there was representation, but I felt like there were some questions or some follow-up stuff that really would have been happening, and people confused with like what the planning board does, what the HGC does, and that would seem to be some of the minor issues that would happen at the table, but
And they didn't have the online part connected. It was like a separate meeting.
They have their own rooms.
Yeah,
For
and
online.
that's because of the way the format was set up with the team part that created that, where they really couldn't, it wasn't a meeting for them to attend, it was groups. It was good, though. I enjoyed Saturday more than Friday night because of the setup that it was, but I think it was fantastic. And I just wish we could figure out a way to do this more, but it's hard to do because of getting these times set up and everyone to show up. But I think some joint meetings with the select board in the future on on Wednesdays is the answer to some of this. Because that meeting happens every week. Doesn't matter what's going on.
Yeah.
And you don't have to schedule it, you don't have to find Zoom time and meeting space and all that. And that, I think, is a great idea that Brooke had at our commission meeting. That is a good plan. So, anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Nat. Barry?
You can go to Abby. Go ahead. She's got her hand raised first, and then dial on back.
Barry, I had my mouth full, so I was waiting, but
Oh, sorry.
whatever. I thought Joe brought up a really good point. I thought the only thing that would have been helpful is for people to kind of understand what planning board does versus some of the other, like you said, Joe, HDC, select board, zoning. I think, because I think sometimes people are like, oh, that's planning, when it's not really planning board who makes the decision. So I think just helping to understand that nuance would be really helpful. That was my only additional comment, but I second what everyone else said. I think really good feedback. It was great to hear from people. Everybody was really engaged. And so I thought overall the sessions were really good.
Great.
and you brought the youngest member to the group, and I thought that was special.
Youngest native.
That's it. Planning board member in training. Barry?
Yeah, thanks. I just want to concur with you all. I thought it was pretty well done. The way they had worked things out for people to be able to interact with the group, I thought was fantastic. It was nice, but as was identified earlier, one of the things that's sorely missing is in here is the outreach to other members of the community, especially like our Hispanic population. And I think we need to think about it ourselves, but I think we also need to task Barrett and Associates to be able to do that, as well as our own town program that does that as well too, in terms of communications. So we need to get a few different heads together to be able to figure out how we can reach out to some of the other members of the community that were not well represented there at all, because they're here too. They're part of it, and they contribute to the pros and cons of everything. but it was a good step in the right direction. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Barry.
Hi, just wanted to make comment. That
State
would
your
have been-
name again, please.
Oh, Campbell Sutton.
Thanks.
Yeah, that would have been my positive comment, was I really enjoyed that meeting and the process, especially on Saturday. I don't know if Friday night I was just tired from work and it all just seemed like not quite as effective, maybe. But I came up here because you had asked about trying to get more people to come in, right? And sometimes I think we need to try to go to where they are, to talk to some community leaders and see if it's possible to sponsor something at, a community gathering spot that they may have or utilize. I also think, as I've said over the years, and those of us in the trades can back me up on it, this is a very, very busy time of year. And if you have something from 9 to noon and it's a nice day, people have to go to work. The landscapers are getting all the properties ready, pools opening, the gambit. So I think timing is an issue, but I also think, sometimes I think when people come here, it's like, you're going to the principal's office or something, like, I don't know, it's a little intimidating maybe, but that would be my thought, is to try and figure out how to reach out and get to where the people are instead of trying to figure out how to get them
I
to you.
think that's a good suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. Anybody online? No, we're good. All right, on to the next item on the agenda. We're going to reopen the public hearing on a couple of the warrant articles. First one's going to be Article 61, zoning map amendment change log 2 to R20, portion of 13 Woodland Drive. Meg?
Stephen's
We're just-
here.
Okay. Oh,
Yep,
that's
he
right.
can present. I think the intent is for Stephen to provide you all with an update. The reason we re-advertised is because in order to actually have a back and forth discussion, we need to reopen the public hearing.
Yep,
Okay.
perfect. Welcome, Stephen.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for re-advertising this public hearing, and I want to give you an update. I was here a couple months ago, and I had made some commitments that I would try to reach agreement with the neighbors to come up with some plan for the property that would be beneficial to the community and also in keeping with the neighborhood. My goal has been for several years to develop some year-round housing at attainable pricing. And since I was last before you, I received a negative recommendation from the sewer commissioners. And I also was before the Affordable Housing Trust and did not receive any support there for the framework that I put forward for the R20 lots as they're zoned today. So without sewer and without subsidy from the Affordable Housing Trust or somebody else, there's no path forward where I can make attainably priced year-round housing on this property. And so what I'm asking the board to do is to keep in place the positive recommendation that you have made for Article 61. So the Lug 2 portion, it's approximately 3 acres. The Article 61 would place that into R20. The goal here would be not more housing, not more density, but a more uniform development across the full 5-acre site. So what does that mean? Today we have an approval that you all made last September for a division of the property into 5 buildable lots, which could be 15 dwellings. And what I'm proposing is that if, and what I will record or in some other manner guarantee that there'll be permanent deed restrictions on the property such that there will be 9 buildable lots and 1 dwelling on each buildable lot. So there will be a reduction in the number of dwellings on the total site from 15 down to 9. And so I think that is in keeping with what you have heard and what I've heard consistently from neighbors is concern about the impact from more dwellings. So this limits that. And in further disclosure, what I would like to do if the zoning change comes to pass is come before you at a future meeting for a flex development plan. Typically, those are designed to get a developer additional building lots. In this case, that wouldn't be the goal. In fact, the deed restriction would already be in place before town meeting, limiting the property to 9 lots. So I'd come before you for a flex development just for some flexibility on where the lots are placed and to keep some open space, which again, I think would be to the benefit of the neighborhood. So that's what I have for you.
Great. Thank you. Board members? Yeah, do we have, Meg, is there any way you can put up on the screen what that looks like, just to refresh our brains?
Mr. Chair, you do have John Kitchener's hand raised.
Okay. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question to Stephen. Stephen, have the neighbors reacted at all to your new proposal?
As you know, John, there's not a formal homeowners association or neighborhood group, but the one-to-one conversations that I have had with some neighbors have all been positive. I haven't received, full-throated support, but I've received support conditioned on review of deed restrictions that I would put in place before town meeting. So generally, it's been positive response.
Okay, thank you.
What deed restrictions are we talking about now compared to before, Steve? If you don't mind. Are we talking about year-round ownership, market?
No.
Or are we talking
We're
about number of dwellings?
We're talking about the number of dwellings and the number of lots. And the number of lots is important because it
we go.
would permanently restrict the 5-acre site to 9 buildable lots. That means me or a future owner of the property can't come back and through flex development or through a future zoning change, try to get more buildable lots. So there's certainty for the
I get that.
neighborhood in perpetuity. 9 buildable lots, 9 dwellings. It's lower density than what exists on the rest of Woodland Drive today. And again, my goal would be to do a flex development and create some open space and things, but that wouldn't impact the density.
Not have more than you could otherwise without the flex.
Correct.
Yeah.
And with those restrictions,
Yeah.
I mean, at Lug
I
2,
mean-
he would get 6 dwellings with no restrictions.
Yeah. And this is where we get into-
R20, with the restrictions, he's only
Yeah.
going to get 9, correct?
Well, so there's 4 lots in the R20 portion. So you could have 12 dwellings
Okay.
on that portion. And then the Lug 2 portion, the 3-acre portion outlined in red, you could have an additional 3 dwellings. So there could be 15 dwellings today.
But when we talk, right now, we're talking about just the Lug 2.
Just that piece.
Yeah, that's right.
Not anything
Nothing,
beyond that.
anything else. And you're only restricting the Lug 2 piece if you get the R20.
No. The restriction would apply to the full,
As one piece of
yeah,
land.
to 13 and 13A Woodland.
So
So
the-
encompassing the R20 portion.
The ones that got approved last town meeting.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'd be giving up development potential on those lots.
So total buildings
On the full 5 acres would be 9 lots with 1 dwelling on each. So
Nine.
nine dwellings.
and that includes what has already
That-
changed to R20.
Yeah, and to the extent possibly legally, I will give up the right to ADUs and everything else. The intent is exactly 1 dwelling on each lot.
I don't know that we can not allow the ADUs.
Well,
Yeah.
okay,
The
but
Not
ADUs
allowing the
that's
ADUs
gonna,
is
by
not
the
an
time this
option.
comes
That
to
is not an
fruition, that's
option.
not gonna be an issue.
Even with deed
So
restrictions.
the way I've had it explained to me is that the town can't take away the right to an ADU. But through private deed
You can give
restrictions,
away the-
I can limit the lots.
We haven't found out about
one
North
dwelling.
Shop yet, have we?
Yes, we have.
Have we?
Yep.
Can you tell them that?
You can limit the lots through private deed
Yeah,
restrictions.
and that's
However,
what I
the
intended to
town
do.
will need to have enforcement over it, and there's a legal conflict for the town to enforce something that,
So maybe
the
through
state
a
law
homeowners
says-
association or something, we can give them the right of authority. I don't know.
I don't think you can. I think the state is, I think that the problem is you can restrict it, that'll be 30 years because you'll hold the restriction. He can't.
so we have a legal opinion from town council that private deed restrictions do not apply.
Okay.
Okay, that does not mean that an HOA can challenge that and take that before a court of law. But as a town, we have been advised that private deed restrictions, we do not take that into consideration. We will issue you a building permit if you move forward with a request for an ADU.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, that puts me in a tough spot because, what I'm trying to do is restrict the property to a fewer number of dwellings.
No,
It's amazing. He's trying to restrict and the state says
And the
no,
state
and we're
says
trying to say no and yes at the same time. I mean, this is, okay, Joe, I just want to.
I'll back up.
No, I want to just say one thing that to get back into this conversation,
ahead.
because it's been 2 months, okay, I think. Sewer's going to happen someday out there. It just hasn't happened yet. It will. Once this next cycle of people, it'll change. This restriction you're talking about will continue whether sewer happened or not, correct?
Yes.
That is huge to say that. Have that on paper, to say, we're going to pretend we don't have sewer when all the neighbors are going to get it, okay? The other piece is this little piece of land should have already been R20, 30, 40 years ago, because of whatever reason that didn't happen, was back in, no man's land era. But back to this ADU thing. That's gonna, in my opinion, I mean, not just with everything that we've talked to Megan about and talked to Representative Moakley about a week ago, that is gonna get solved for Nantucket, because Nantucket is 50 years ahead of the rest of the state with all this stuff, and all of a sudden, we're being told we gotta have 4 houses when we don't, we already have 3, and no one else has 2. But the snaw shop restriction, Megan, is the one that's like, almost like case law for what Steve is talking about.
Right. So again.
We have
yeah.
subdivisions that have perpetuity restrictions that go on forever. They don't have a 30-year expiration. And,
No.
We don't.
no,
We
we
do
don't
not, we
want.
no longer do. If it's in a planning board restriction, we have been advised by town council that it does not extend to ADU. ADU is in section,
No, so we're saying that technically what? That Northrop can have ADUs out of thin
Everybody,
air?
everybody
Absolutely.
Yeah.
can, and they cannot be
So when we're worried
restricted
about
in any
Steve
way.
Murray,
Yep.
with this little piddly thing, we got a lot more things to think about, I can tell you that.
That was my problem before.
Yeah,
So
and we can't
I
restrict
know,
them.
but what I'm saying is,
So-
he's trying to create, if I can just say it, a dinky little gnaw shop without sewer for now, until this gets solved. And it's unfortunate that he's in this position, because he's trying to do the right thing in all different angles, and this whole thing with this ADU is causing another problem that we don't actually know how it's going to turn out. We don't really know.
No.
But it should work, because at some point in time, the legislation is going to have to get corrected some way.
No, I,
So you think we're all set, Dave? We're
no,
gonna
I
have
don't,
4
I
dwellings
think,
on a lot on Nantucket?
the problem is, no, I mean, we can, hopefully the moratorium passes on tertiary and we have time
Oh,
to sort this out.
that's
But I
unfortunate.
mean, the
That
problem
even
for
has to
me
happen.
about the ADU is that we can't, like the tertiary, when someone comes in with an application, we can say, okay, one piece of your three dwellings has to be year-round. We can't do that with the ADU. We can't restrict it in any way. And so that's the problematic part for me, is that if we're not using that third unit to create year-round housing, then should we even have a third unit, in my opinion? I know that
We
that
have a
sounds crazy to
covenant
you, but,
tertiary, it was- no, we've thrown that out the window that we shouldn't have to do.
so it's a
Because of
longer
this.
discussion and we're getting sidetracked off of Stephen, so let's,
Well, I'm trying to make some kind of connectivity
No.
with this, because it's not just about what he's trying to do or not trying to do and the neighbors. We need to explain this, that what he's trying to do is make this where not anything else can get built except those 9 houses.
and I
That's a
100%
huge thing.
respect that, yeah, but unfortunately, the state's not playing the same game we are. So,
If I might, Mr. Chair, Megan, I thought you said at one point tonight that private deed restrictions can be in place to restrict ADUs. Is that right or not right?
That is, I mean, you can put a private deed restriction on saying whatever you want it to say, but it's not something the town or a homeowner has to comply with. The town will issue your building permit for an ADU, and it would be the responsibility for that to be fought out civilly. But it's the town's position that ADUs are allowed as mandated by the state. And I would have to run it by town council, but I can't imagine town council would agree to supporting a deed restriction that doesn't align with what the state legislative changes require.
Yeah,
or that
all that
isn't
makes sense.
viable, yeah. I'm gonna go to public if no one else has anything.
No, go ahead.
All right,
Talk about it.
yes, Howard.
The important point also that she mentioned is enforceability, and we can't forget that.
Yeah.
That's critical.
100%.
Just before I step away, as a practical matter, we're talking about with bonuses for IA systems, should they be available, we're talking about 30 or 31 bedrooms on these 5 acres and not across the 9 lots. So, septic capacity is something that comes into play with ADUs. So these are already going to be half 3-bedroom, half 4-bedroom houses. It's not likely that somebody's going to want to turn that into 2 dwellings.
I think that the restrictions that you're offering are still meaningful. I mean, they're still removing a good number of possible dwellings. So I don't think it blows it out of the water, but it's still meaningful restriction.
No, and that was I applaud what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
But I feel like enforceability, I feel like the state is still, massaging their plan. They don't really have any
Oh,
other place.
we're gonna end up
and
with
it's
2 dwellings
something's-
on those lots, but that's
Right.
better than 3
They
dwellings.
don't have another community that has what we have, Joe.
No, I understand that, but I think that's why I was saying last time, I think there's a lot of homework that needs to be done. There's a lot of unknowns we don't know, and I just don't want to get caught, and all of a sudden, anything he does is just
Yeah.
not.
But what he's
applicable.
saying, though, what he just said is the septic is gonna restrict the lots beyond anything else. Like,
Right, and sewer goes down this way.
Septic regulations don't usurp the ADU, that's for sure. It's bedrooms.
Well,
Right.
So,
health wins,
You know,
right?
I mean, that's
yes.
one thing that goes in the favor of this, regardless of what the state is. And what about the Seasonal Communities Act side of this whole thing? I mean, I'm just saying, like, is that gonna be part of what we can do to control this?
No.
No. Awesome.
All righty. Great, I'm sure you'll be back up before the night is out. So if there's anyone in the public that would like to comment on this warrant article?
Just confuse the entire audience.
There's a few online.
Okay, great.
Yeah, Erica Mooney.
Erica, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. Couple comments. First of all, I just want to take exception to calling this area piddly. Okay, in the grand scheme of thing, comparing it to Noshop, it might seem very small, but for the neighborhood, it isn't small. So, let's not, lessen the impact here. I'm a neighbor. I live in the neighborhood. And I just heard from Stephen today about this plan. So I haven't had time to really regurgitate it for discussion with him. Another neighbor did send me a proposed plan for his conceptual flex development proposal. And while I do appreciate the proposed open space, it does show each of the 9 lots under 10,000 square feet in an R20 zone. And I guess that's what you can do with the flex development, which kind of is what used to be a cluster development. And I want to understand how the planning board is going to address the comment that's currently in the warrant. Where by a 3-2 vote, the decision was based upon representations made at the planning board public hearings to put a year-round deed restriction in place. I'm hearing Stephen saying that, he can't really do that. And I'm just wondering what's going to happen with your comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure that is going to be part of the debate tonight, so stay tuned.
Next up, we have Art Gasparo.
Welcome, Art.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would like to make a few comments and take the board's attention to the piece of the GIS map that you just had up. And really, while you're talking about this whole thing in aggregate, what I think is appropriate to look at is what was outlined in red, which is the portion of the property that is currently in the Lug 2 zoning district. That's 127,303 square feet. Right now in Lug 2, that's one lot. And what's being asked is to quadruple that density from 80,000 square foot lot to 20,000 square foot. So what reasonable basis is there for you as our planning board to take that piece of that property and quadruple the allowable lots that could be created in there? And while I appreciate Mr. Mori continuing to try to work through this, I just don't think that in the best interest of our overall community and as a function of planning, that to come in and reopen this public hearing and that was completely decision based on affordability aspects and now still grant a support for changing this, again, 127,000 square feet from 80,000 square foot zoning to 20,000 square foot zoning. And all the other stuff I think is noise. I think that if you look at it straight from that perspective, this should be a move not to adopt, not even take no action. I don't see why the board would, just because there's some talk of, restricted number of dwellings. I don't think you can just look at it in a vacuum. Those R20 lots are created. He can build them now. But you know what? Right now, under current regulations, those get 2 bedrooms each per lot. So, to say, that I could be doing this many dwellings or not, I just don't think is a reasonable basis for doing this. And I certainly hope that the board, looking from a planning perspective and changing zoning precedent that this could set, would move not to adopt this article. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And last hand raised is Graham Kilvert.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you. Just make sure you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay. Again, like Erica, I kind of received this information on this change last night, so I haven't had a real chance to digest it. I would say that Mr. Murray has moved the ball in a long way to something that's more comfortable in my world from where we were originally on this. But that said, I have the same concerns that Art does, that what is the justification to allow a zoning change just because he wants to create more lots? And then I guess one of the other questions I have is, what is the total number of bedrooms that he would be able to create with this proposed 9-lot development based on current septic permitting and design? How many beds would that be? But again, I do acknowledge that Mr. Murray has made an effort to work with the town, with the community. Again, I just, as it was stated, we do not have an association, so there's no consensus group that can work with him, and I think that's too bad. But again, I think that the justification to allow an LUG2 lot to be subdivided into 20,000 square foot. The justification is not there that I see. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more hand raised.
Excuse me?
We have one more hand raised as well.
And who's that?
Darla Stuckey.
Okay, Stephen, I'm going to let you respond to all this. I'm going to go to her first, though.
Sure.
That's fine. Darla, welcome.
Thank you. Am I unmuted now?
You are.
I really don't have anything to add to what everybody else has said. I just wanted to register my views are the same. Stephen did not talk to me about this. Of course, the less density is better, but I have trouble with the lug 2 lot as well. And I live on Woodland, but I feel for the people on Skyline with the 2 acres, so I wouldn't want to see that changed. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen.
Thank you. To the question of how many bedrooms, the number of bedrooms will be the same no matter how you slice the lot up. There's a permitting process where you can use land from neighboring lots. I'm forgetting the term for it. Dan Malloy's here tonight. He didn't come to speak on this, but he could answer some of these questions. Without any bonus for IA systems, you can get 21 bedrooms. You might get to 31 bedrooms with IA systems. But that's going to be the same whether it's lug 2, whether this portion of the property remains lug 2 or if it changes to R20. What I heard consistently from neighbors is that bedrooms and dwellings are cars, and it's density and it's traffic. And here we're talking about a proposal which reduces the number of dwellings and does not add any additional bedrooms. And it provides the opportunity to develop the full 5-acre site in a more uniform pattern. And, is it more lots? It is, but it's not more, dwellings. It's not more anything. It's just being able to spread it out in a different way. I mean, Art made the point that, yes, these 20,000 square foot lots get 2 bedrooms by right each, but there are inventive ways, and Art knows because he does this for a living. There are ways where you can borrow land from other neighboring portions or neighboring lots that you also control, so you can increase the number of bedrooms on a 20,000 square foot lot. It's complicated, but you can do it. And so again, we're not talking about adding any additional bedrooms, so we're talking about reducing the number of dwellings. From a planning standpoint, that makes good sense. It's also in keeping with the Surfside area plan and the master plan, which says that when you have a lot that's in a split zone, you put it in a uniform zone. And that's what this is doing in a very, I think, sensitive way to the neighborhood, where again, we're not talking about any additional anything.
Great. Thank you, Stephen.
Is there
Nat.
somebody else online? Right
Oh,
now?
no, is there
No,
anyone
no,
else?
she already talked, right?
Yeah.
The person that was on.
Yeah, Erica Mooney has her hand raised again.
No,
We'll get back to
let
her.
her go. I've got plenty to say. I'll wait for her.
Erica, welcome back.
Thanks. With the discovery that ADUs, can't be limited here, I'm just wondering if Mr. Maury would consider putting year-round deed restrictions on the ADUs if they're built.
We can't restrict ADUs in any way.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if that answer is correct. And to Erica, to your question, I'd be happy to put a year-round deed restriction on any ADU such that they even need to be allowed. I'd be happy to, make them not allowed if we can figure out a way to do that. But if they are allowed, I do think there's ways you can restrict the use of the ADUs with private deed restrictions. But, I'm getting private counsel, which may be different than town council's opinions.
No. I mean, listen, we'd be willing to hear it. I just, I fear that if we accept that we can restrict them and someone challenges them and it falls away, that's damaging. So I rather just go in thinking that we can't restrict them. And maybe we can, I don't know.
That's a good, I know.
Yeah,
This
I
has
mean,
added more conspiracy to the planning board, this is ADU. So, Steve, just for the record, on that one lot, the lug two lot, 4% ground cover of how much square feet is that?
127,000.
This is like a Tom Nevers lot with 4% instead of 3. And that kind of thing kind of gets drifted away and no one understands it. So what can happen on that lot by right is a compound of building. And there's water there, correct?
Yes.
So that is another thing that's missing in this conversation. There's water here. This is not 3M subdivision with R20 and no, or R10 and no sewer and no water. Well, they have water now here and there, but it's not fully watered. So that to me brings in the part about the Surfside Area Plan stuff that I was on, seems like 100 years ago, but I was there. And we've done a lot of things from that plan, especially the evergreen change, which is right behind you, the skyline. And essentially, and this hasn't ever been said as far as like, I don't know if we could ever say this, but I personally have said it. I don't see lug 2 ever changing out there as far as the whole the whole Braun subdivision, right? The boulevard roads, whatever we want to call them. But this spot right here is a piece of an old problem that is still sitting there. And now we're looking at it as, oh, we don't want to change this lug 2. And it's like, okay, this is a different situation than finding something in the middle of Skyline Drive or in the middle of Ockerwa, in the middle of Monahanset, that we say, oh, this has got to go to R20. That is not what's happening here. And it's unfortunate that we're sort of reverting back to a different tone when we go through cycles. Matt Fee says this all the time. We go up, we say yes, and then we say no. Depends on what year it is, depends on what the hot moment is, that we change our minds on stuff. But this spot here, without having sewer, is a different animal. Okay, that is going to regulate these lots. I think what Steve is trying to do is noble. He's been sitting on this property. This has been up so many times, and we've already said no to the other piece of the Clay Street T piece is a definite no that is staying in lug 2. For good reason, by the way. It's in the middle of the other lug 2. Okay, this is not. And I see this as really almost an old final cleanup of something that was never done. This was a junkyard. This was left in lug 2 or put in lug 2 at whenever that was back in the 70s or something. And it's like, this would never have been the plan if anyone knew what was coming down the road with Woodland Drive. And so this is unfortunate. I think, Steve, that this, and as much as I don't want to say this, I'm still in favor of this as far as what your new plan is. I think the confusion that has been added with this ridiculous ADU state mandated thing and his Nantucket out here already 50 years ahead of everybody else, and now we got to deal with this. And we already have a confused zoning in people's minds, and now all of a sudden this happens, and we're talking about something no one's ever heard of before, and it's making things even harder to understand, and it's frustrating. I think this needs to be tabled, continued for another cycle. I'm just saying, I know that you don't want to hear that. I'm just trying to find some way that this doesn't just go away. This needs to stay on, maybe not the front burner, maybe the middle burner. I don't know. But we have to figure
whether
this
it's
out.
tabled or it gets voted down, the property's going to be
Developed by right.
the way it is.
No,
which
I
is-
understand
which
that.
is more dense than what we're otherwise talking about.
I know, but people don't see what can happen on that lug 2 lot.
But if you
By right.
understand what can happen on the property, then I would ask you as a member of the
Yeah.
planning board to deliver that message so that.
Yeah, I just did.
So that a more sensitive thing can happen.
That is a
with the
Tom
property.
Nevers lot with lug 2 instead of 3, is what that is, with water.
I mean, that's
That's a lot of
that is
ground
a
cover and a lot of
huge
work that can happen
compound.
on that lot.
Huge compound, which equals
We already
just as
seen
much
it.
traffic
It's
as single-family
it's
homes,
already
but
happened.
more with the
We,
maintenance.
before COVID, when those Kendrick lots, we tried to get that one fixed. And I said to those people from New Jersey that were mad they had to drive here in the rain, I'll never forget that. And before Zoom. And I said, those lots, there's about 12 of them out there that are 4.5 acres, are gonna turn into gigantic personal compounds. There's already 3 since then. Because they were so against fixing that zoning. So I guess we want gigantic compounds as a community somehow. I don't know. I don't know what we want anymore after the last few days of my life, but that's okay.
All right. Do we have anyone else online?
John Kitchener has his hand up.
Okay. Hi, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just want to come back to my original question about, what does the neighborhood think? And, Stephen said there is no HOA out there, but this evening we've heard from 3 neighbors, all not in favor of this. And not to pick someone out, but Mr. Gasparo, obviously this is his world. And, I respect what he has to say. We haven't heard one neighbor come online to say, you know what, we've talked to Mr. Murray and we're okay with this. So I still am looking at this through the lens of neighbors and, I don't see that there is the support. So, thank you.
Thank you, John.
So, I kind of disagree with you guys. Number one, everything out there is lug 2. So if there's a compound, they're not out there now. They're community homes. I think the other thing, if the moment you bring sewer out there, I can see what the siblings have come in and asked for. I can see this being chipped away at. I can see this is going to be something that is going to be subdivided, and it's going to, all those lots that are, it's got to be 45 of them, 50 of them, that are all going to go into R20. They're all going to get reduced. The moment you, all that, Skyline Drive, Monahasset, Orkawa, those are all going to go down. They're not all massive compounds. So I don't understand.
Nobody's gonna support that.
Nat, you just said that one year we say yes, and the
No,
next year
I'm
we say
talking
no.
about-
So
I'm talking
that's
about-
where I think the town, if there's a need, or we're going to have a siblings group came in like we already have, that is going to subdivide them because there's sewer. Or they're going to put in the huge compounds because now the sewer is no longer an issue. They can tap into town sewer, the bedroom count goes out. It's going to be just, then this place will be overdeveloped. That's my point. This is why, and he also has a bunch of questions that he doesn't know, and this is where we're going to get caught on the backside. I understand what he's trying to do, but right now, it's going to come back to bite us for bad planning, bad seeing the future to what happens. And as he said, we got to figure a way of getting some of this stuff done. We have so many unknowns in front of us that to approve this, I think, is a really bad thing. This is why I said that
The
before.
gentrification part, the turnover part is what causes the compound.
And that could happen.
No, but that will happen here because there's nobody owns it yet. There's not gonna be a local buyer.
Well, no, even down the street, if the town sewer goes down, and this is all changing.
Well, no, but the water's already gone down there,
And
that's
has
adding.
nothing. That's nothing.
but it's adding.
Sewer is your biggest
I
problem.
understand that, but you're gonna be able to have a little more. When the property sells on those roads, it's not gonna be sold to a local resident.
Right.
And so it'll be one at a time turning into a compound.
But even if you do the R20 and he can't get affordable housing, then to Dave's point, you're gonna have all the workers' vehicles coming to mow the lawn and house clean. So now all of a sudden, it's the same, that's what Dave just said, right? So that's the point. So if it's not affordable, and if it's not in Nantucket, they are gonna have all the maintenance crews going down the road. So this is why I have a problem with this. And I said him in the first application, I said, I understand what he's doing, this is in the wrong location. I understand his creativity, I understand what he's trying to do, but this is not the right lot for this.
Yeah, I mean,
That's my take.
I kind of leaning in your direction. I respect the amount of work he's put in. I respect his intent. I just think that with the ADUs and with the other unknowns that, that it's tough. It's tough. Like if there was a definite plan in front of us, I mean, if we could just say one house per lot without this ADU issue, I could maybe move over in that direction, but I worry. And, you know, I know it used to be a junkyard. People should be grateful it's not a junkyard, right? Like, I wish the neighbors and him
Junkyards
could have,
don't need their lawn cut.
I wish him and his neighbors, him and the abutters could have come to an agreement. It's just difficult. And in the end, right, it's not the neighbors, it's the community that votes. And so regardless of what happens here, he's gonna make his, case on town floor, at the meeting, at town meeting floor. So,
Mr. Chair?
it's a tough one, yes.
I hear which way you're leaning on your vote, and I would ask you, what is the concern about this plan as compared to what we have today? You know, is it that there will be more traffic? I mean, what is the rationale for keeping this property in contradiction of the Surfside Area Plan and the master plan in split zoning?
I hear the neighbors, and I think that, for me personally, I think zoning changes disrupt neighborhoods. And I just fear that two dwellings on a lot is twice as many as one dwelling on a lot. So that's my fear, is that we will forever change.
But that is what the neighborhood looks like today. I mean,
That's what portions of
half
it
of the Woodland Drive
look like.
neighborhood has two dwellings today.
I mean, listen, in the end, it's gonna be town, it's gonna be the community that makes this decision.
I know, but
just-
what would be the rationale for leaving it in split zoning? Which is against the master plan, it's against the area plan. Like, these are the things that we decided as a community, and we're going through the process again now. We decided that's not how properties should be dealt with. They should be put in a singular zone. There's no other
Well,
property.
you have R20, and then you've got a Lug 1 property, I mean, Lug 2 property.
No, I don't. It's 13A, which exists within 13, and all of
Can we
it,
put the map back up, please?
those colors there, that's just where the zoning lines run.
Yeah, that's much better.
Use GIS instead.
Both look two.
Huh?
Both look two.
Well, one's already been R20,
Yeah,
and so now he's got one Lug 2 lot.
yeah.
It's not splitting lot lines.
Yeah, well, no, that plan has not been recorded. That plan, that conceptual subdivision plan from September, that's just what that is. This is all exists exactly as you see it, except that tail piece doesn't exist, but the rest of it is the same.
That's log 20, right?
He got Lug 2, didn't he get R20 on the Woodland Road portion,
Yeah, that's what,
right?
So this orange. This, what is shown in orange right here, this
Yeah.
is currently R20.
Yeah,
What is shown in the pale yellow is currently Lug 2.
yeah.
And that is the article that we're discussing right now, is this proposed change from Lug 2 to match this,
For
the rest of the property in
portion of
R20.
13 Woodland.
This little square piece within
Yeah.
13 Woodland is 13A, and that already is R20.
right.
And the outside portion is R20.
Part of
Yes,
it.
The left part of it.
Yes.
So this is
Right.
part of
Is gone.
13, this is 13A, and this is part of 13,
Oh, okay.
okay?
What are the neighboring properties?
All this is.
So
It's all
let me, I'll
true
zoom
except
out a
for
little
this little
bit.
piece,
And that's
how it,
So this
That's
dark green, this
lateral
is
stuff.
CN, this is the apartments in the Richmond development. Over here, this is the back of, this is C-Tech, this is like where Coca-Cola is, where the warehouse is being constructed right here. This is the rest of Woodland Drive, that's zone R20, and this is Skyline Drive, that's all Lug 2.
right.
Okay.
right. And you could reverse this whole conversation, right? And say, why is there R20 at all in Woodland?
That's what we're
You
saying.
have to
Very-
go back
That's
to
not.
Yeah.
Barry has his hand
1977.
raised.
That's what I'm saying.
Or whatever it was, you know? I mean, I know, but like, this is why this stuff is impossible, Howard, to talk about.
Well,
There's
it's-
no clear way
If
to
you
talk
look at the
about it.
right side of
It's a
this,
cleanup. I
patient.
see this as a cleanup,
What?
but, you know,
If, Megan, if you would put the satellite
That's the way it
image
is.
up, you can see,
Yeah.
I mean, the yellow, every other yellow property gets its frontage, gets its access from Skyline Drive.
yeah.
This property does not. That tail piece doesn't exist. There is no direct access to Skyline Drive. I'm not saying that the cars that, you know, would be parked here don't go to Skyline Drive. They do. But,
And that's what we wanted. We stopped
you know,
Clay
this,
Street
this
from being
is
open.
firmly in the Woodland Drive neighborhood. So it's got CN apartment buildings on the top, and then it's got Cape Cod Express and Coca-Cola also to the
Love
north.
this map. Looks a lot less valuable in this
Yeah, I
map.
mean, for me, the lug 2 portion of this lot is more clearly resembles the lug 2 down here as opposed to the R20 part of that lot, which resembles the R20 part of the neighborhood.
I mean-
I think at some point, there's gotta be a dividing line, and anything beyond that dividing line is creep.
And I agree with that. That's what we've kind of done. It's just happened slowly.
Well, but if
But this
we-
is all
if-
access from the same place. I mean, there is no other example where you would drive on to, you know, this side street and then find a lug 2 lot. Is, you know, Woodland Drive is not a lug 2 neighborhood.
That's right, it's not.
This is
The
poor planning.
dividing line part is essentially Woodland Drive itself, in theory. I mean, that's how I would sort of see it.
Woodland Drive and Clay Street, is that what you're saying?
Well,
But-
basically, one side is our 20, and then the other side is
Why
lug
is
2.
that
It is,
other line there like that? The other
I
strip?
think that
Is
was
Clay
just-
Street?
That's Clay
someone
Street.
wasn't paying attention.
No, Clay Street is down
Is farther
here.
down?
That's further down.
Oh,
It's
Clay
right there.
Street
That's
is
what I thought.
right
That's
over
an old
here.
paper street that was
That's what I figured. So
conveyed,
that, is
and it was a
that,
long
and
time
then
ago.
what is the plan for that? Is that gonna get yard
No,
sale back to those
it's
properties?
done. It's years ago. It's like,
No, I mean,
Has
as
it
far
already
as,
been yard sale?
The yard sale,
that's
yeah.
not gonna be part of the, that's
no,
gonna
no,
get
that,
eliminated.
that tail piece has already been conveyed to the neighboring
Okay,
properties.
it's just
Long
still
time
there
ago.
on the
It's just
plan.
there on the
Okay,
GIS.
so
but-
just pretend it ain't there. Got it. That's what I figured. Okay.
Still like it if
That's my-
It's like, we're back to zero, square one, like we never talked about this before. It's unbelievable.
painful.
This
No.
is not
We have
Pocomo.
Barry with his hand raised, Arcasparo, and a John Michaels.
Okay.
Okay, Barry.
Barry.
Thanks. Good golly. I'm just going to say right now, at a minimum, this board should probably be supportive of the article unto itself, if nothing else, to resolve the split zoning issue that's there. Okay? That's just pure and simple. There's a lot of things that happen underneath it. Let's be serious as well, too. The whoever was going to take on this piece of property probably would never in their right mind convert the entire property to LUG2. So what are they left with? To go to R20. But as a board, I think it's important for us to at least resolve the issue of this split lot and the way how the zoning line occurs there. Whatever else becomes of this, I think that's going to be up to Mr. Moore to be able to do it. I believe we should be supportive of him, at least at that minimal effort. My gut reaction is that this has taken on such a complexity in life of its own that the probability of this going through town meeting, I would probably say I'd be shocked if it does go through. There's enough there to muddy the waters, and we know what that means in terms of how town meeting generally reacts to these things. I would probably let the final decision rest with Mr. Maury, but at least let's have the courtesy of giving him that opportunity, or whoever would take on this piece of property, just to resolve the split zoning unto itself. The rest is just going to fall unto its own accords. So, thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Who else do we have? Michael, Mr. Michael?
With Art Gasparo.
Okay, Art Gasparo, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I appreciate the discussion. You know, Mr. Maury showed you by way of the A&R plan that you endorsed how to solve the split zoning. It was solved via that plan, which put the R20 lots in R20. This lot's being subdivided anyway. So there's your solution to solve this split zone. You have the R20 lots in R20 and you have the Lug 2 lot in Lug 2 and it's done. It's not that complex. And I think for this board to say to leave it to town meeting, of course it's to town meeting, but the difference is it with the support of the planning board? And I don't think that would be appropriate. I think that, you know, solely on a basis that you're going to take 127,000 square feet and then turn it into 20,000 square foot zoning on the basis that there's a portion of a split zone, which has another alternative that's been demonstrated by the property owner to effectively solve it. I think when you look at the map, you could see that that's just going to then protrude the R20 into more of that Lug 2 area and continue on in that direction. And I just don't think that there's appropriate justification here simply because of split zone for this board on a planning basis to support that. And I think that further, this process is quite flawed, that we are having what's supposed to be for a public hearing that's been reopened with no materials, and the board to possibly decide to make an action to then support this when all of the other discussion, when there were materials, were based on the piece of affordability. So I really hope that the board would move not to adopt this. Thank you.
Thank you, Art. Who else do we have, Billy? No one else?
No more hands.
All right, Mr. Garufi, you gonna take a shot at this? No, I'm good with Art. All righty. Nobody else in the public? Nobody online? Entertain a motion.
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. All right, gentlemen.
You know, I'm just gonna say something else. This is like, I feel like we're in a laundromat
Spin cycle.
and the machines aren't working. I gotta go back to my house, bring all the wet laundry back to home because the dryer just stopped working. I mean, this is the most unfair conversation because of the nature of it. Barry's right, what he said. We're pretending that this is like the only time this has ever happened. And we had zoning that was most ridiculous zoning in history of man 25 years ago, 20 years ago, that we've forgotten all that. We've forgotten how much we fixed.
Mhm.
And now all of a sudden, we're down to this little, and it is piddly in comparison to what the whole entire neighborhood being essentially never gonna go out of Lug 2, Joe. That's not gonna happen, okay? It isn't, okay? But this is a spot where there's history that goes back to this piece. And I can't give you every detail, but this was when things were free and no one cared. And it just, oh yeah, we'll leave it there for now, or whatever happened. And now it's at the end. I could care less if there's, and this is where we get into this compound stuff. Fine,
That's what they want.
More pools, more parties, more what we say we want, we don't even know what we don't want anymore. Like, I just feel that having a reduced number of buildings in septic and him reducing it down to 9 or whatever he said it was, that's pretty significant. It's way to go.
But that 9's gonna turn into 10.
Why?
We're talking dwellings or lots?
Dwellings. Oh, whatever his restriction was, we've already talked about that.
No, yeah.
I'm talking
I
about
mean, that's the unfortunate
one lot,
part.
one house per lot
But
is a big deal to
he
say
can't
that.
do
But
that.
you can't
Okay.
do that. It
All
could
right.
be 18.
Okay. With septic, Joe?
No, it's sewer, but if then the ADU
But it's
comes in.
not gonna
by-
have sewer.
I think
The
I could-
town said no
I
to
think
him.
I could
Did the town
creatively
say no to
design
you,
some-
Steve, about sewer? The town said no.
For now.
I'm just saying.
Saying.
This is
right.
where we get into
This-
one part of the town saying this and someone else is saying that. And I'm saying it'll happen in a different whole world of people sitting here and in downtown and wherever they are. They will have sewer someday just because it should be sewer, because it's the right spot for sewer. But I'm saying to you right now, he's being told there's not going to be sewer there. It's true. That's what they said.
But you could get an AI system, there are more creative stuff.
I'm just saying, though, as
I'm
far
just
as
saying that
regular
this-
gravity sewer, regular sanitary sewer, it's not going to happen.
Okay, so 20 years, are you guys meeting on SS steamship to say it's not flooded? Is that what you got? I'm going to sit there and say this got subdivided.
We're meeting on Whale
Yeah.
Street and,
I'm going to fly a
No,
plane over with a
that'll
big
never
sign
happen.
over it. So
It's just.
I understand what he
it's-
wants to do,
and
but he can't do it. That's the
Barry's
problem.
right That
well, with,
town meeting is, and I agree with Art, one thing I agree with Art about in that whole conversation was the part of us voting versus the town meeting is, he's right about that. I don't like saying, let town meeting decide, as if we don't have we should be the ones leading that to town meeting. But in this case, because it's so convoluted, it's hard for people to understand. This will get so screwed up at town meeting, this will never pass at town meeting because of the complexities of it and how many things can be said in 2 minutes at the microphone. Okay? So I just, in my opinion, I mean, build away, compound.
he just really.
Have fun with the compound.
meetings,
I mean, am I right?
Well, to you
It's
and
true.
Barry's point about a split lot, if Steven doesn't get this change and he exercises an A&R on that, the split lot is over.
Right.
It's not a split lot anymore.
Okay, but we're talking about split. Split zoning, split lot is kind of packaged together. I understand that, but
Yeah, so,
and we're taking up 2 hours of time.
Yeah, we've
hour and
taken
a
up
half
enough on this.
For
We
this
need
one
to-
thing, and it's like, I just don't, but I care about this. Like, this isn't free to be fooling around with all this kind of stuff, you know? And it's not 1980, it's not 1985, it's 2025, and everything matters. Every piece matters. So, you know,
all right.
What's his motion?
So your motion is?
my motion is gonna fail, it's okay. I motion to give it a positive recommendation. I probably won't even get a second.
With just not limiting to one per lot, just straight
No,
up?
with all the
With what he's
restrictions that
promised.
he has given us, that is available to us. And again, the ADU thing is still not guaranteed yet. We know that. It's, at the moment, yeah, but it's gonna change. There's not gonna be 4 dwellings on a lot in Nantucket. It's not gonna happen.
Well, no, that's certainly gonna be something we're gonna do our
You're
best
going to get a
not to
shin
let
kick by
happen.
Megan Nissen, so
Yeah.
be careful.
All right, do we have a second on that motion?
I'll second it for further discussion if need be, or just to move this along and see exactly where we're at.
Okay. So if there's no discussion, motion made by Nat, seconded by Barry. Nat,
All right.
Barry,
Aye.
John,
Nay.
Joe,
Nay.
and I'm a nay as well.
Okay, motion not to adopt.
Second.
Just real quick, you do have to include, what does not change is the voting threshold is reduced for a positive motion, if that were to happen. Okay, to
Oh.
50%.
Oh,
Okay,
on
so just say-
mine was?
No, no,
Not
on,
mine.
On Joe's.
yes,
Okay.
so Joe's making a motion not to adopt. However, if
His
it's
is a-
called on town meeting floor and Mr. Maury or someone else provides a positive motion,
Oh,
for that motion to
50%,
pass,
yeah.
it's a 50% threshold.
You just confused everyone.
I'm sorry.
But
No,
that's true.
no.
I get it.
Sorry,
You're right.
Sarah.
When it's voted on town meeting floor,
Yeah.
if he stands
Yeah.
up and gives it a positive motion on
It's-
town meeting
it's
floor, it only
50%.
needs a simple majority
majority
and
vote.
not a super majority.
Yes,
Correct. And we didn't pause that. That was a state.
that was also the state.
Build away, Nat.
Jeez.
Okay, that was my motion.
Okay,
Second.
all right, motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat. Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Nay. Well, I mean,
Barry.
we're gonna lose anyway.
That's okay. You can laugh at me too. Hey,
Well, you didn't second it.
No, Barry, you're fine.
I just
You're
want to
good,
get
Barry.
through the
John.
process.
Aye.
And I'm a nay.
Ooh,
what?
No, you're in it.
So you guys, you have.
you got to make a
You
motion.
have to pick one or the
Pick
other.
one of the other.
Right.
Take no action.
So that
No,
means
that's not-
you have
you
to,
said
if
you're
you want
supposed
to
to
take
say
no
aye.
action, you have to say yes.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
There we go.
I know
So
you've
we
been
have
driving a lot.
3 in
lately.
favor of the take no action.
He,
3-2 vote.
Yes.
Yes.
So
Yes.
that motion carries.
Take no action was my motion.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
yeah.
All right,
And that's a 2/3.
2/3.
Yes.
All right. Done.
Steve, go cook some dinner.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. Welcome to Nantucket.
Darts at pictures of the planning board.
So the next one will be really quick. Rick is here. Do you want me to just zoom through this?
Yes, please.
Yes,
Oh,
please. Oh,
wow.
Don't jinx us.
Oh, we're on this, okay.
Rosemary Way, and this is
Yeah,
only for
yeah,
3
yeah.
Rosemary Way.
Yeah.
Planning staff's recommendation is to keep 1 Rosemary Way at R5. But you'll have to reopen the public hearing.
Okay.
God, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rick Bodett for 3 Rosemary LLC. This is coming before you. Thank you for renoticing this. It's coming before you because we realized, I have a client that owns 3 Rosemary Way, and we realized your recommendation is to change both of the lots we're talking about here to R5. We thought that your recommendation on our lot was C-Tech. My client has HCC approved plans to build a commercial building there. And there is also a freeze plan on your agenda as well, just to, for safety purposes.
Yep.
But of course, we think it makes sense to build a commercial building in a commercial zone. So we're hoping you'll change your recommendation for this particular lot from R5 to C-Tech, please.
Great. All right. Thank you, Rick. Board members.
And that was what we discussed originally. Kind
So
of.
we discussed R5 originally because we had not heard from the neighbors
Yeah.
at that time. 1 Rosemary Way is improved with a single-family home. They're both 5,000 square foot lots. It really could have gone either way. If a property owner had expressed interest, I would have, recommended to you to pursue what they wanted to do, which is what Rick is here doing today. So I would support that as planning staff, the recommendation to move 3 Rosemary to C-Tech and 1 Rosemary to R5. And that will be a 2/3 vote at town meeting.
Perfect. And just to be clear for any of the public listening, this is part of the RC2 phase out. We're
Yeah.
not just playing
Well, not just. this
playing
isn't
zoning
zoning
roulette
pickleball,
here.
zoning
Yeah,
pickleball.
yeah. So just to be clear, this is part of a zone out, a phase out of RC2. So, anybody in the public?
That's not technically what it's gonna look like.
No hands are
So
raised.
we're gonna have half of that.
One's can be R5, one's can be
They
RC2.
border 2 districts, yeah.
Okay, we good? No one in the public? Nobody in the room? Entertain a motion?
Second,
Motion to close the public comment.
second,
All right, motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat. Joe?
Aye.
Nat?
aye.
Barry?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. As to merits,
Motion to give a positive recommendation to the change. C-Tech and R5 split on number 1 and 3.
So one
Well,
Rosemary,
one is staying,
one Rosemary will
excuse
go
me.
to R5 and
Yes.
3 Rosemary will go to C-Tech.
And how is this going to get presented? Are we going to, is it already printed?
Oh, so we'll have to do a technical amendment for both of
Okay.
these articles to have
second that.
displayed on the screen.
motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Rick. All right, on to the minutes. Catherine, I'm sorry. Okay, February 10th and March 13th, and we're going to hold back on March 10th? Yes. Okay,
Yeah.
so,
Make a motion to approve February 10th and the March 13th minutes.
Second.
Second.
motion made by Nat. I'll give that to Barry, was that I heard?
Yeah.
Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Thank you. Okay. Now we're on to the secondary dwellings. Does anyone have questions on any of these? Are we gonna vote them as a whole block? You
Yeah,
have to-
that's fine.
you don't have to
Yep.
keep-
No?
Okay, great. So entertain a motion on second dwellings.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to just read them for the record, please?
Yes, 7 Brewster, Nantucket LLC, 7 Brewster Road. Pamela Alexander, 4 Mayhew Road. 8 Sandwich LLC, 8 Sandwich Road. And Illy Forest LLC, 11 Hinkley Lane.
So I'll make a motion at this point that we approve all the secondary dwelling requests, subject to whatever conditions or findings are placed by staff into this decision.
I'll second.
All right, great. Motion made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. On to the A and Rs. Do we have to hold out
44.
44 Matacashan, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion will contain Priscilla Lentowski, 75 Hooper Farm Road, 4 TLC LLC, and Take It Ish LLC at 4 and 6 Captain's Lane, Edward Coffin Jr. and Morgan Coffin at 21 R. Allen's Lane, 3 Rosemary LLC, 3 Rosemary Way, Forest Avenue LLC, 6 Forest Ave, and
We do.
3 Waydale LLC.
I'll make a motion, we approve all of the A&Rs that were just submitted, in accordance with, any, additions that were made by staff, and that's to endorse those.
Second.
Great, thank you. Motion made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Okay, next we have sketch
Skip,
plans.
Mr. Chair, just skip over that. I had of it in
Oh.
2 spots on the
Okay.
staff report.
All right, great. We're on to previous plans.
Oh, we don't, okay.
I have to recuse for this one, for the record.
Okay. Sandpiper Place 2, Community Center. Welcome back, Rick Bodett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rick Bodett for Nantucket property owner. I did submit a letter on behalf of my client, but I do want to kind of refresh everyone's memory, recollection of how we got to where we are today. I think most of you will remember, I think John was even maybe an alternate at the time, but we, a couple of years ago, made a special permit application to create a community pool in the Richmond subdivision. And you might remember at the time, the biggest discussion point was my client wanted to charge an initiation fee for all the owners at varying levels. And you might also remember that there's market rate units in there, there's 80% AMI units, there's also 175 AMI units in that neighborhood. The board absolutely hated that initiation fee proposal. So we came back, trimmed it down, and came back the next month, and the board hated it just as much in its trimmed down version. So in February 2023, I sent a letter to the board saying we would eliminate that initiation fee and absorb the whole cost of building the pool and the fitness center that's there now, and now it's completed. We also, at the time, I think someone had asked us to submit a budget because we had said all along that we're going to charge, obviously, homeowners association dues to use the pool for anyone who wanted to join. We did that, and you might remember that we said that the 95% of the cost of the maintenance of this amenity would be borne by the market rate units. 2.5% is borne by the 80% units, and 2.5% by the 175 AMI units. I think that the mistake that I probably made at the time is assumed 100% participation in this amenity. Because at the time, when we divided the budget by the 94 lots or whatever, it came to be $142 a month for the market rate units. Anyway, fast forward now, this is completed. We sent out a letter to everyone to gauge interest in November. We didn't get a ton of people interested. I think it was a total of 16, or maybe a couple of more. And I think you might have seen in your last staff report in March, this was going to be before you. There was a question from the staff as to whether we had done enough to get people interested to join the association. So in response to that, I immediately asked my client to send out another letter asking for people to come join the association, and they did that. They have a better response, but not much better. They got 26 people in the market rate unit and their units, and there are a total of 70 market rate units. So with that, they have assumed that they'll get to, say, half of the market rate units, which is 35, and they have based their assessment to all the homeowners who want to join on that basis. And so if 35 people join, and by the way, 19 of those are owned by my client already. If 35 people join, it will be $240 a month for the assessment to the market rate units. So that's about $100 more per month than we'd anticipated. We actually have, the actual overall annual cost has actually come down. We eliminated the lifeguard. It's not required. However, other things have gone up. But in all, it's about $15,000 less than we anticipated total. So in any event, we're here today to just sort of explain why it's $240 a month and not $140 a month. Your decision says that we have to assess the homeowners in substantial compliance with what we represented to the board, which we have done. The only issue is less people have joined than we expected to join, and we fully expect that number to go up. And what my clients have committed to all the homeowners, and we put this in the letter in March, I asked them to add this to the letter, is that we'll reassess over the summer. In other words, it's going to be $240 a month now. It's our belief that when we open this thing, and it's a hot day in July, people are going to want to join. So with that, when that happens, hopefully, that will drive the price down, and we will sort of reassess everything in September after the summer, and hopefully that price will go down, that monthly fee will go down. So in any event, that's my explanation. And I also want to point out that in charging, assessing homeowners $240 a lot, we own 19 units, so we're paying that every month as well for those 19. That's $4,500 a month that we just have to pay for the ones we still own. And we can't force everybody to join. We can only tell them they're welcome to join. The only people we can force to join are the ones that buy from us. So, and in addition, I do want to point out that if we have 26 market rate units and we're assessing people based on 35, that there's 9 units there that, again, we're paying for. That's another $2,160. So every month we're paying $6,700, and we're asking every owner that joins to pay $240 temporarily until hopefully the numbers go up. That's all. I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Board members? One quick one, Rick. And maybe I'm just looking at this backwards, but do you think by raising the price, you're going to get more buy-in?
Yeah, yeah, I mean, that's just it. I mean, it's it's a good question. I think we are going to get more buy-in when it opens. I think we feel strongly about that, but we're not raising the price, and that's really my point. Is that we don't. It behooves us to get as many people as we can, and I'm afraid that people think that we want it to be higher. We don't, because we don't want to pay it.
Yeah.
So we want to get as many people in there as we can to drive the price down. Again, like I said, we haven't raised the price. The cost of the annual maintenance has gone down from what we expected, because we know more now. But we just are dividing it by less people. That's the reality. It's just math. So.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I'd rather see you make it through the summer with the old rates, and hopefully you attract more people to buy in, and then raise it if you have to, but I think you're shooting yourself in the foot by raising it right off the bat, in my opinion, but.
Yeah, and then if people get in early, do they get reimbursed? If all of a sudden everyone buys in, do they get their money back, or they get a reduced rate? I mean.
Yeah, well, I think that's the point, Joe. I mean, that's a good, no, is the answer.
Thank you for being honest.
But, I think that's the point of reassessing it. A typical homeowners association has an annual meeting, right? We say, we have to do plowing, we have to do landscaping, it's $100,000, and we'll come back in a year, and, it'll be $100,000 until a year, which frankly usually goes up. In this case, we want to make sure, I wanted the homeowners, I wanted it in the letter that we'll reassess is, right off the bat, as soon as we know more and as soon as people join.
When all the units are sold, the HOA will be the one that sets this price?
Yeah. So right now, the only people in the HOA are lots that we own, because we recorded the document on our sort of title, which had, by the time this was built, I don't know, 29 lots or something. So some of those are under agreement. Those people have to join. And then we have like another 19 that we want to sell. Those are just market rate lots. There's a couple others in the AMIs, but yeah, the idea is, once my client doesn't own any lots, there will be trustees of the homeowners association, then they will just set the price like every other homeowners association does every year. You just get your invoices and divide by the number of lots that are involved. So
My concern is mostly for the AMI units, to be honest with you. And I know that 25 or 74 doesn't seem like a lot, but it does when you're struggling to pay the note.
Times 12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, other board members?
Hi, Mr. Chair, John.
John.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So, Rick, just a couple of questions. The first question is sort of related to Dave's. As you raise this, the number you've got could easily go down. What have you guys thought about what's going to happen if this is really not financially viable? You've done all you can. to get people to join. They didn't. You lost a few that did along the way because it's a little more expensive than they originally thought. What have you thought about? Okay, so what's the, before you get to just sending it to the HOA, do you have like a plan for what happens if it's just not financially viable? And then linked to that, if the HOA say, you know, we've looked at this, but you know, this isn't like landscaping, which most people want. It's not like snow plowing, which most people want. You know, what if the HOA then say they don't want to take this on? Have you thought about what the next step then is at that? I'm just trying to figure out what the end games are for some of these solutions if it doesn't become financially viable.
So to answer your question, no, we have not thought about what happens if it's not financially viable. I mean, anyone who, again, as I mentioned, there are, I think, 30 lots, right? We had sold 4 or 5 before this came about, right? I think we started with 35, there are 30 lots that are all going to be obligated to do this. We have, you know, another 10 or so that are interested in doing this. Once they are interested in doing this and they become part of the association, the HOA is on their certificate of title. They don't have a choice. They could always, I guess, I've never thought about what happened when you fold an HOA because I've never seen it happen in my 22 years. But I suppose under the HOA document, right, the HOA controls the lot. They can assess or not assess what they want at that point, right? They'd be stupid to not pay for the place. If they all, a majority of them vote and they don't want the place anymore, you know, I suppose they could make it a park and it doesn't cost them anything. Pave over it, I don't know. But they're obligated to maintain it. I mean, that's the purpose of an HOA document. It's just like a HOA document on roads. Your purpose is to maintain it, right? And you're obligated to maintain it. So, you know, I don't know how it would ever go away, but I think that's, you know, that's what would happen. They would have to decide what they want to do. But again, you know, anybody that joins, they're gonna, you know, everybody's gonna get a vote, right, in the HOA, and the AMI units don't get a lesser vote, even though they pay less, right? So they have an equal vote in anybody else that's involved. So I have a feeling that the AMI units, you know, would never vote to make this go away because they're paying a lot less than everyone else.
Have people joined and paid already?
No, because it's not open.
Okay.
I think the issue is that they applied for CO, and it isn't just my understanding. And I think staff questioned the change in price and wanted us to make a better effort to get more people to join, to get the price down. And so that's what we did. So I think as soon as it, I mean, you know, no one's officially joined and paid, but my client owns all the lots that are subject to the HOA, and anything that's being maintained there now, they're maintaining. So there's been no official assessment yet because it hasn't.
Just again, and I know that I'm repeating myself, when this matures, all the lots are sold, HOA is under control of the homeowners, they're the ones that are gonna name the price.
Yep. Yeah, that's just the way it works. Yeah. Yep. And we're not, you know, again, we're not, just want to be clear, we're not naming the price to line our pockets. I mean, all we're doing is taking $100,000.
You need a lot more lots.
Dividing by, you know, 70. I mean, that's, you know, that's all
And
we're
you're
doing.
paying 80% of them now.
We're already, yeah, I mean, like I said, like the second it opens and we send out an assessment, our first month's assessment will be the $6,700, right? Because we own so many lots right now. Everybody else's will be 240.
Now we've gone from one thing to now we're all accountants, right? I mean, what are you looking for here? Flexibility? This is a moving target.
Well, I'm not looking for anything other than a CO. I guess I just,
I mean,
our client applied for a CO and they weren't granted it.
okay,
So, and I think that,
you can't.
I guess what I want from you guys is to say, yeah, go ahead, charge the 240. I mean, which I'm not, to be quite honest, I'm not sure I need your permission for that.
Yeah,
But
that's what I'm wondering.
because this was never discussed as like a fixed fee, right? Like if everybody joins, the price actually will be, if the 70 homeowners that are market rate join, it's 120 instead of 140. I don't think anybody in this room would say not allowed to charge less, right? So it just was not a fixed fee. I guess I just want your acknowledgement that it's not a fixed fee, because it's all we're doing is dividing by the amount of units we have available.
This is like restaurant seating, coming back at the end of the summer. You got the,
Picnic
the
tables.
manager's phone number. I mean, this is kind of like that a little bit. And I'm thinking you need to have time. This has to materialize on its own. I mean, I don't think we've ever done anything like this before. Certainly not in today's
I mean,
cost.
I hate that we're nodding at upping the price, but I think for me, in the end, this will be in the hands of the homeowners, and
Yeah.
then they'll pay whatever the appropriate price is, or fill it in with dirt and put a playground on top of it.
I kind of see like this is your oil bill, you pay a monthly fee, and then if it's plus or minus, but then again, if someone, say, you do pay the 240 a month, and then it comes in and it's only, $200, does that person now get a $40 credit per month that would go based on and roll into the next year, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the point of.
It's a non-for-profit.
Of right away, reassessing. Because we truly believe that, it's got a gym in it, and it's got, like a putting green, and it's got like a, gathering place, but it also, I think the big draw is gonna be the pool and the fitness center, right? So I really think people are gonna be more interested in joining when they see it open. And that's gonna immediately drop the price down. So and I think it'll just hopefully solve the problem for my client and the homeowners who don't want to pay $240.
David?
It's a lot cheaper than a gym.
I don't understand why we're not indifferent to this, in light of the fact that it's ultimately going to be consumed by an HOA anyway.
I think I am, to be honest with you, at this point. Like, once this matures and the HOA takes control of it, then it's a done deal. And now they're paying it all, so it's not that important. I just hate that we're okay with upping the price on 8% AMI units, but in the end, it's gonna come out in the wash.
I think that's right, and I think, I want you to be indifferent.
We've never done this. We've never done this before. We've
think
never
we should.
had anything like
You know,
this.
usually, and this is a little
Not a
different.
mixed neighborhood like this,
Yeah.
with all these numbers and
I don't
all
think
that.
this really belongs in front of this forum.
I agree, Howard. I agree too with that. I'm just saying, he's, trying to.
I mean, I think
some
originally it
direction.
did belong in front of us, but at this point, I think.
There was a lot happened to get this to happen.
Yeah.
Is what the deal is. Yeah.
Anybody, any other board members? Comments, concerns, questions? So without Megan here, are we supposed to vote to approve this, or what? Do you have a sense?
I guess here's what I think some of the staff had issue with, is there's a condition in the decision, okay? I'll read it to you.
This is like the steamship.
And so I think they just want to make sure that what we've done complies with the decision, and obviously we do too. There's a condition that says, any lot located in Sandpiper Place 1 or Sandpiper Place 2 developments may join in the community center without having to pay an initiation fee, but will be subject to perpetual HOA fees to be assessed in substantial compliance as represented to the planning board related to the maintenance of the community center. So I guess if you're gonna, for me, to get a CO, I think what would be best if you agree with it, is
To vote that it's in
we're
compliance.
assessing this in substantial compliance with what we represent.
That sounds about right to me.
Should we be looking at, Rick, and you, since you're sort of like falling on your own sword here, why don't we just ask one more thing?
Yeah.
What about having a date, like 6 months, and we come back to us or something through staff, like for an update?
I think that's fair.
Because, I mean, we have no idea what's going on here. You don't know what's gonna happen. Not everybody has to do this.
Yeah, right.
I mean.
It has to
maybe-
open to kind of prove
I
the
mean, this
concept.
is, maybe they go to the beach. I don't know. You
Right.
know what I mean? This is kind of the last time we had anything even close to this was the Canterbury one. But it wasn't like this with all the AMI stuff. But it was the first one like that in recent times.
Yeah.
Gnaw Shop, they just built it and they've never heard one word about that.
I mean,
So,
Right, I think the 40B right over here has.
actually, Gray Lady Lane has something similar to this.
Yeah, but there's no AMIs. So I think the 40B here, Rugged Road,
yeah.
has,
Rugged Scott,
different prices,
Yeah.
price points. They do have an initiation fee.
That's
kinda where
actually
we
a
got
good,
that idea.
that's actually a good
And I'm not
comparison.
sure, Nat, that they need to come before us.
I mean, I
In
don't-
all
I'm just
honesty,
trying to be,
it's gonna be
you
in
know.
the HOA's hands when the final lot sells, or at some point, the developer is gonna lose his majority in the HOA, and then, then the landowners are gonna be able to push their weight around. So I
I
think
just
that,
don't want to see people kept out. That's
Either do
That
I.
was our original
I
issue.
know, and we don't either, right? I mean, it
Yeah.
doesn't do us any good to
I mean,
keep it
it's
at
all
30
about
people.
traffic and less driving and summertime and
Yeah.
whatever, so.
Yeah, I mean, just so the board knows,
Okay.
I mean, I'm comfortable with
So can we
whatever.
just like,
you need to,
what do we?
you need to make a motion. Can you read that again for me?
That it
Please?
was in substantial
That
compliance.
it's in substantial compliance
compliance.
with our decision.
And what I looked at, what's in the staff report and what Rick had said, the prices have doubled, but the percentages stayed the same. I mean, that's what we've been talking about, so.
Don't like it, but I think it's the reality of what it
Yeah.
is, and it's in compliance.
All right, I'll make that motion to say that they're in substantial compliance with the original.
Okay, close to the mic, please.
They're in substantial compliance with the original documents.
Okay, great. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Nat, seconded by John. Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Barry,
Reluctantly, aye.
Joseph.
Aye, reluctantly. Substantially.
I'm an aye as well. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Yep. Unfortunately, nothing is getting cheaper in this world.
No.
Meg?
She was standing up back. She'll,
So we're on to John P. Murray, 73 and 75 Fairgrounds Road. It's for an an AR
AR.
subdivision, and Dan Malloy.
I can probably,
Or-
Dan, Dan's looking to get this
We like to
endorsed
see
to.
Dan, occasionally.
This is strictly requesting plan endorsement.
Yep,
Yeah.
perfect.
Very true.
Could you handle that?
I
don't think so.
Where did
You
Megan
had a
go?
long day already. I don't want to tax you too much. Board members. Comments? Can we throw that up?
Where did Megan go?
The plan?
Oh, for 73, 75?
Yes, please.
Hang on a second.
It's kind of.
Nat? No, even after town council.
Wait,
Even
sorry,
after-
sorry. I just pulled up the wrong
Okay.
item. Hang on a second.
Oh, here comes Meg. So what I don't understand is, we've had this before us, correct, Meg? Or was it a rear lot subdivision?
What are we on?
That was before us? We're on
Maury's.
70, Maury.
No, you had the AR subdivision before you, which you approved. I forget the vote. That decision has been filed. Their intent is to convert to a rear lot subdivision, but in order for this to qualify as a proof plan, you need to endorse the plan. So you've already approved the decision, so you need to endorse the plan. What meeting was that, Billy?
A while ago.
It was a couple months ago.
Yeah, I
They're
was
starting
gonna
to
say-
blend together.
I was gonna say December, but
It was a while
it
back.
was, yeah.
So once this is endorsed, we can expect,
Yeah.
the rear lot. There was no appeals of the decision, I'm assuming?
No. Not to my knowledge.
All right. Board members? Comments, questions?
I'm not gonna talk about this one.
Nope.
I'm done talking about this.
Yeah, I think we all are,
I think we all are.
right?
Yes.
And so this will come back if it's approved as a rear lot.
Yes.
You recuse from this?
Is Barry still on?
Still here.
Okay, great. And John's still here.
Do you want me to leave this up or pull it down?
As long as everyone's seen it, pull it down.
Good.
Board members?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna make a motion that we endorse the plan as submitted, and that'll allow them to move ahead to the next stage when they determine what they want to have happen.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Barry?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm a nay. That passes.
All right, Mr. Co-Chair, I have to recuse on this next one. I know it's
Okay,
not-
on Mid-Island?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, next is Mid-Island Service.
Do you want me to pull up the plan on that one as well?
Please, if you don't mind.
Yep.
MCD modification, you don't have to pull up the plan on this. I know what this is again.
Hang on, let me-
41 and 43 Sparks Ave, Dan Malloy. I think this is just to add it someplace for people to stand out of the weather.
You just summarized the whole application. That's all it is. It's a
Yeah.
shed for- get out of the weather. That's nothing more.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Board members, questions, concerns?
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna make a motion that we find this to be a minor modification and that we approve in accordance with staff recommendations.
Second.
Great. Motion made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Barry?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are on to Ann W. Kellogg at 44 Matacasharon Valley Road. This is a release of a restrictive covenant. Sarah Alger is representing.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to note the A&R specifies that John Bracken is representative, and actually, I believe it's Jeff Blackwell.
It's who?
Jeff Blackwell.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I know you took on a lot with this. So we had come before you, gosh, it's months ago now, I think sometime in 2024 with a, what do you call that, like a pre-plan or a sketch plan to discuss this release of the covenant, which is necessary to allow us to create the lot that we're creating, which is actually a lot that we're conveying to an abutter. It's not per se a separately buildable lot, but we would like it to be able to be built upon once it's conveyed to the immediate abutter. And in order to do that, we need the covenant released. I believe we determined that all need for the covenant has now been satisfied. The covenant itself expires 30 years after its creation, which would be in the fall of 2026 in any event. So
What was the covenant for?
the covenant merged lots. It's really confusing. It merged two, have it right here.
I'm
but
sorry
it
to do this to you.
merged the lots that are currently owned by my client. Lot B1 and Lot A. Lot A is on Land Court Plan 14990, which is the land south of that dotted line on the plan that you have up on the screen.
Mhm.
B is the land up above. And our subdivision is totally of Lot B1. We're not touching any of the land court property because the whole idea of having to go to the land court is just too traumatizing to talk about.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Sarah. Board members, any questions, concerns, thoughts? So Meg, we need to first vote to release the covenant and then deal with the A&R after that.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. If there's no questions,
Motion to approve or release the covenant.
Second.
great. Motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat. Joe?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well.
Motion to approve the A&R.
Okay.
Second.
Endorse.
Endorse.
Yes.
Did I
second.
Was that a second, Barry? Okay. Motion made by Joe, seconded by Barry. Joe?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is the Van Gilder Form J amendment.
Now, this one, bear with me a second, because I got to get this pulled up. I had reached out to the applicant's representative. Hang on a second, I'll show you.
While you're pulling that up, I can give some background. The applicant is just requesting that you swap lots that have been released, Lot 7 in lieu of Lot 6. Lot 7's been released. They'd like to retract that in favor of getting Lot 6 released. From a staff perspective, I don't see any major issue with this, but there was a condition as a part of the original subdivision that pedestrian access easements were supposed to be granted through Lot 6, and I'm just not sure that they've complied with that condition yet. So if you are in favor of doing this swap, and you've done it once before in Maple Lane, so we forwarded the applicant the same language to use on the updated J. I would just say that your motion have a condition that it's held by staff until we sort through whether or not the easement condition has been satisfied.
And that's what I was going to say. I had reached out to the applicant's representative for verification because there was talk of this easement, which
Is
it
that the end of
is.
the road or no? The
No, it's a
easement to
walking,
get-
it's a walking path to Egan Lane from Van Gilder.
Okay,
And it's shown on the endorsed plan from the board for the subdivision. However, I don't believe the residents of Egan wanted the walking path. But I need verification on that. I'm not 100% sure there, and I'd reached
This
out.
all happened late last week before I was leaving for a long weekend,
Yeah.
and we weren't able to sort out the details in advance of releasing the staff report. So I'd be comfortable with you endorsing the change, so long as we hold it,
okay.
so that we can pursue that
sounds
research
fair.
and make sure it all
Yeah,
checks out.
Yeah, and I mean, we're not, they need to come to us before there's any easements done away with.
Yes.
Yes, okay, perfect. Great, so, board members? Concerns or emotion?
Motion to release the Form J with the staff determining the easement Condition, right? Is that,
Staff just determining.
Yeah, I would say
verifying.
I would say motion to endorse the updated Form G and have it held in the office until.
staff.
By staff, so that
Yeah.
staff can verify that the condition regarding the easement through Lot 6 has been satisfied.
that's my motion. I was pretty close.
Well done, Nat. Motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat,
Aye.
Joe. Barry,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. We're just flying through here. Until we get to Old Rupert's Way subdivision. Dan Malloy.
Well, this one's a simple request.
this is okay.
We have some money left in an old engineering escrow. There's a new development with the subdivision that you'll be hearing about later on in the meeting, but we need to release the money from the former developer, and the new one will be creating their own escrow account. So that's all this is.
Okay. Great.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we release the funds from the subdivision.
Motion made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Okay, on to public hearings. We've got some continuations. We'll vote as a block. Daniels Family Trust, Maurice and Alice Daniels, 9 Evergreen Way. We have Quia Pen, I butchered the heck out of that one, LLC, Old South Road, 11A Old South Road, and a portion of 109 Old South Road. 4 East Chestnut, RE LLC, 6 Oak Street, RE LLC, Thomas and Katz Betts, trustee, 4 Chestnut Street and 6 and 8 Oak Street. I would take a motion to continue those until our next meeting on the 12th of next month.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Barry,
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Nat,
Aye. Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Katsapetsis. I could not get that out. Okay, so we are on the first public hearing tonight, Candlewick Corner, BTT AC LLC, 122, 124 Old South Road. Mr. Brescher, welcome.
I'm going to recuse, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. For the record, Attorney John Brescher, representing Candlewick Corner VTT AC LLC, the record title holder of 120, 122, and 124 Old South Road. So what we have before you this afternoon is a modification to the MCD, to the Candlewick Corner MCD special permit. We had come before you back in 2021 for the last modification to allow, at the time, it was 18 bedrooms amongst 6 dwelling units. Those plans have since changed, and the applicant is now requesting to have 4 apartments for a total of 12 dwelling units and 18 bedrooms over the 3 lots. So we're coming before you for the actual apartments and apartment buildings. I think we're referring to them as apartments more so. And it's the parking requirement has not changed since the last modification, but the number of dwelling units and has changed since the last 2021 modification. And so after consulting with staff, we realized that this required a modification. And so that's what we have before you. I know staff has reviewed this. I know Ed Pesci has reviewed this. I don't think there are any concerns or comments. We're fine with all the conditions that are proposed. Again, at the end of the day, it's 18 bedrooms from the 2021 modification. It's 18 bedrooms now under the different configuration that we're proposing.
All right. Are we calling this a minor modification?
This actually is a major modification, and it's only because the dwelling unit count has changed.
Okay.
It does meet the intensity regulations in the bylaw, and they're going to be classified as apartments, not apartment buildings, just for purposes of the decision. But there's no issue from a staff perspective here.
And four is fine on this?
Yes, and because it looks at the MCD site as a whole, it doesn't look at this individual lots.
Yep.
So we have to look at the MCD collectively with all of the uses residential and commercial. As Mr. Brusher already has said, he received permission to construct the dwelling units. It's just a reconfiguration of how many units are going to be included there. So all of the conditions of those original decisions and subsequent modifications, including the sidewalk improvements, which was a major one, will still remain in effect with this approval.
Okay, great. We're just,
Especially the sidewalk improvements.
Yes.
all right. Board members, any questions before I go to the public? All right, do we have anyone online?
I'm not seeing any hands online.
All right. Welcome, Emily.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emily Molden for the Nantucket Land and Water Council. There's just one item that I wanted to pull out for your discussion, and that was from Ed Pesci's review, just a reminder that there was a recommendation to make sure the stormwater management system was cleaned and inspected. So I wondered if maybe there could be a condition to require that a report of some such could be provided and reviewed by Ed Pesci at some point, just to make sure that that is completed. Thank you.
Through Mr. Chair, yeah, that's totally fine.
Okay, can we just add that onto the condition? Perfect. Thank you. Anyone else online?
No, no
Nope,
one's
nobody
online.
in the room. To entertain a motion.
Motion to close the public hearing, sir.
Second.
Motion made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Barry.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well.
And I'll make a motion at this point that we approve the M's. As a matter of fact, you're going to have to activate someone for this as well, too, if memory serves me correct. Megan, yeah?
Yes.
I
Yes,
asked you
please.
that. You said no.
I did? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Matz. All righty.
So, thank you. So with that in mind, I'll make a motion that we approve the MCD with the findings and conditions as identified by staff.
With the
Second.
addition of the maintenance to the stormwater.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, motion made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are on to Smiley 17th North Water Street, LLC 17 North Water Street. Represented by Jennifer Cohen. Is she
She's
online?
coming over right now on Zoom, as well as Arthur Reed.
Great.
Oh, this is,
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Welcome.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Oh, good. Good, good, good. Tell me when you're ready, if you have any questions to start.
We're ready if you'd like to introduce it.
Sure. The applicant is proposing to run a 10-room guest house here. This property at 17 North Water Street was exactly that for about 130 years previous to the family that ran it, closing it right around the pandemic and then subsequently selling it to the current seller. My client is proposing to buy it. And he, in fact, is a graduate of the Cornell School of Hotel Administration and has wanted to run, he intends to be an owner operator of the property and has wanted to run such a property for years. He worked for Starwood for a number of years and resigned to do exactly this. And he's been looking for a property that he could be an owner operator of. So it's a 10-bedroom guest house. There's actually 12 bedrooms in the property because there's 2 for staff. And he intends to hire an on-site manager who will be living there. The property, and there's, this North Water Street has historically had a number of owner-operated guest houses like this. There's very few left on Nantucket, in fact. This may be only about a dozen around town, and the applicant proposes to be one of them. There are several lodging establishments that are on the street. It's right next door to the residences at the White Elephant. The Chapman House is across the street. The Brass Lantern Inn and Carlisle and Periwinkle are all also spread throughout the street. Nantucket, especially as we talk about parking and traffic and these sort of things that I've heard today, Nantucket is in need of hotel rooms downtown where people can come spend a few days. This will be a more reasonably priced hotel or guest house, actually. And my client intends to, if everything goes through, to open it and start operating this summer. But it will allow people to come, walk, use NERDA, enjoy the property in this way. So today, the relief that's requested is a relief from the parking requirements, loading zone requirements, site design review, and let me see. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else. And the requirement of inclusionary housing. So I don't know if anyone has any questions or anything. Want more detail?
Great, Jen, thank you. Hang on though, in case we do have any questions.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Any staff members, board members.
Oh,
Staff members know what's going on.
can I say one other thing?
Please, yes.
The one thing that I wanted to point out is when you look at a plan or you look at the GIS of the property, it sort of looks like there may be a space to put a driveway, right? There is not. Right between 15 and 17 North Water is actually a town tree that prevents entry to that exact area where a driveway could possibly fit. And it's tagged. Let me see if I can find what I wrote it down earlier. It is tag 1465. It's an American elm.
Did we see this coupled with another application to combine? Was that farther down the road? Yeah, that was that's farther down the street, right? Okay. Nat, go ahead.
It's not in it? Okay. So we had that application on Cliff Road. Where it's an ROH. We couldn't move CDT down all the way to, we've had this discussion. It just happens infrequently, Joe, so you don't have a fresh mindset. We had the application for Brass Lantern, which is still an ROH. And by having, CDT can't go all the way down to the Nantucket Hotel. With that said, though, these rooming houses are going to change, and they have to be given that relief in that regard, in my opinion. You can't be all of a sudden requiring parking in one place that's never had it. So Jen is saying is correct on that. And that's, loading zone. I mean, nobody has that. And
No,
this is just one at a time. They're going to get done. This is the Johnson's property, and then there'll be another one at.
This is within the prescribed distance to the CDT, correct?
That was I was going to bring up, but I didn't want to say it incorrectly.
Yes, the property has to be entirely within a quarter-mile of the CDT, and it is.
This certainly is compared to the one on 10 Cliff.
So, I mean, with the proper management plan, they're not asking for anything. We haven't given numerous guest houses over
It's
the
also,
years.
it's neighbored by the White Elephant on one side, and you have veranda directly across the street.
Yeah.
Down further.
That might have something to do with one of
refuse to
their
say that.
the recommendations in
Yeah, the Rosses used to run this one.
The Chapman's across the street.
No, but the Rosses used to run this.
Right, I think that's the other one.
No, I think this
Is
is.
this the Cyril one?
Yeah, this
Ross
is.
House, or is this the
No,
Johnson
this
one?
is,
There's
no, it's the
two,
Cyril one.
they're almost identical.
Yeah, no, they were my baseball coaches.
Mr. Chair, you have a number of hands online, Mr.
Right.
Kitchener, Mr. Rector, and Mr.
All
Reed.
right, let's go. Mr. Kitchener, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I know it's not mentioned in here, but as this property hasn't been used as a guest house for 2 or 3 years, do we need to have the fire department look at this and give us an opinion on?
Part of their permitting process, not
Yeah.
really our purview.
No.
But
No?
the fire department will be in there, I assure you, but that's not part of our purview. Yes.
So just to address that, not part of this process, that typically wouldn't be required, but every year, the building inspector and one of the fire safety prevention officers have to do annual inspections of all inns, restaurants, public assembly buildings. So it will be inspected annually by the fire department.
Okay, thank you, man.
All right. Barry?
Why don't you go to Mr. Reed for a second before I go too far? I think we really ought to hear from him as one of the primaries for the application.
Perfect. Welcome, Arthur.
Thank you very much. Just very briefly, because Jen, representing the contract purchaser, is presenting the application. She's laid out exactly what she needed to in connection with the information that you need to do this. Just one point I would clarify, and I may have other comments as we go on further. Mention was made of loading zone, and not only is a loading zone not required in any district at the present time, but under the zoning bylaw, in all town residential districts, as well as the CDT, loading zones on private property are expressly prohibited under the bylaw. They're not even a permitted use. So we're not asking for any relief with regard to loading zone. And as has been pointed out, parking is very, very frequently waived in connection with projects of this sort. It's a well-known fact that the operators of lodging houses have a longstanding practice of letting their prospective guests know that you don't need a car when you come to Nantucket and stay downtown. And particularly here, you are so close to the steamship dock, easy walking distance, that it's a classic case of parking not being needed in order for the successful operation of a facility such as this. And with that, I hope you'll approve this, and happy to pitch in on any of the questions you may have for the owner. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Arthur. Barry, back to you.
Thank you. I'm glad we did that because Mr. Reed went exactly to where I was going to go to with the whole idea behind parking. We just want to make sure somehow in all of the documentation that they're doing with the management plan and stuff, that they are somehow expressing in any literature or online information that they disperse that we strongly discourage the use of automobiles in the area, and for people to be bringing them thinking, oh yeah, well, no one else is bringing them, I will. So somehow we just need to make sure that that gets well tied in to any documentation that they're doing. I don't know the exact vehicle for doing it. I know we have done that before in the past on rare occasions. That being all said and done,
In their management plan, Barry.
right, that's okay. I figured that's where it would be, but again, I'm just going to yield to staff as the best way to handle that. That being said, I am thrilled to see another inn coming back online with guest rooms in the downtown core district. I was getting very worried about their disappearing. So this is kind of refreshing news to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a quick question. For the board's findings, do they have to reference the parking as it was pre-existing and it's in ROH?
I believe the finding is that it's physically impossible to comply with the parking.
I just want to make sure we
Yep.
cover that properly.
Yep.
All right, anyone else online? Nope. Anybody in the room? Campbell, welcome back.
Thank you, Campbell Sutton again. So I just have more of a question informatively about stormwater in this area. Is this part of a larger stormwater analysis by our stormwater guy?
I'm sure
Like, I'm
it's
just sort
part
of wondering, because it is low, right? And water does collect on that North Water Street. So I'm just sort of wondering where the stormwater goes. If it just goes to, you see gutters that come out and just drop it into the street, or whether there's some management to
I
it.
think you'd have to talk to the stormwater guy about that. I mean, it's existing, so we can't really.
Well, right, it was
Yeah.
just asking for a waiver of that analysis, so I was just checking. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Oh, and this doesn't have anything to do with anything but the Van Gilder. I thought that Lot 6 piece was to be used as an emergency exit kind of a thing, like between Salrose and Essex with a split
No,
rail
not
fence.
Salrose and
I
Essex.
just recall it from.
Van Gilder's
when
out,
it was in.
not near Essex.
No.
Oh, like yeah.
Like that was supposed to be some kind of a emergency
No,
access thing.
pedestrian.
There's pedestrian, there's an easement there, but that's why
Not
we have
not
to, yeah.
pedestrian, just.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Campbell. Anyone else in public?
No more hands are raised.
Oh, okay. Entertain a motion.
Make a motion, we close the public hearing, sir.
Motion made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Barry,
Aye.
Joe, Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. As to the merits,
I'll make a motion at this point that we approve the MCD special permit as submitted with the findings and conditions as identified by staff. And I don't think we added anything else in above and beyond that too much.
Second.
all right, motion made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. All right. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
You.
All right.
I'm gonna be recusing again.
On Easy Street?
Yep.
Okay.
Mm.
They were going electric stuff.
I think I'm gonna put my jacket on since they've cranked up the AC.
All right. All right, so we are on to Easy Street Restaurant, 31 Easy Street. Nat is recusing. I do not have to have another person on this, do I?
Yes, you
Yes.
Special
Yeah.
permit back.
Yes.
You guys are killing me. Abby still with us?
Seems to be.
Abby, you'll be sitting on this. Thank you.
Yep, she's here. She just turned her camera on.
Great.
I am here.
Perfect. And this is an Arthur Reed, Ken Gullickson. If you'd like to introduce or, okay, Arthur's gonna do it?
I'm going to lead off. Ken will then pick up. Thank
Welcome
you.
back.
It's been a long time. In any event, this is an application. I think you're all familiar with the site on this, 31 Easy Street, at the corner of Easy Street and Steamboat Wharf, and at the foot of Broad Street. The restaurant that operated there for many, many, many years, Easy Street Restaurant, has not been in operation for the last several years. And we are now applying for a special permit, which the zoning on this obviously having changed since it was originally in operation down there. We're now in the CDT district, where, as you know, no parking is required, no loading zone is required, no loading zone is permitted, and restaurant of the category is 70 to 200 seats. Requires a special permit. Restaurant is permitted use, but the size of the restaurant requires a special permit. The site is an existing building. No changes to the building are proposed. The building, there's no exterior changes. Obviously, the interior will be reworked in connection with the proposed operation. There is a tenant in place to who wants to operate the restaurant during the upcoming summer season. And we're hoping we'll be able to get the application approved at tonight's meeting, so they'll have ample time to get the operation in place in time for that to be there. I think that it's, apart from anything else, I think that it would be a good thing for Nantucket to have at this key point which is almost, so to speak, the gateway to the island for people coming in on the steamship authority, rather than having a building that is not in use, that's basically boarded up and not applicable, not in any kind of use at the present time, sitting there, to instead be replaced by a restaurant as it had traditionally been the case, and will be a welcoming entrance point to the people coming off Steamboat Wharf. I see Ken is at the microphone now. I'm going to let him take over, and I'll be available to pick up on any additional points later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur.
Kenneth Gullickson. I also represent Joseph Arno, who's the property owner. Arthur's covered quite a bit of this, but again, historically been a restaurant there. The seating was 153 seats for a long time. Business there has always been heavily influenced by the comings and goings of the ferry from the steamship, which has increased over the years. So there's now, during this season, a minimum of 26 comings and goings per day. That includes now the Sea Streak, which started a few years ago. Again, there's no physical changes to the structure. The size of the structure are proposed. There have been some interior changes. There used to be an office space on the ground floor, as well as some office and storage on the second floor, which have been removed. The interior seating is proposed to increase by 17 seats over what was there previously. The remaining increase would all be outside. All of the seating will be, including the outsides, will be within the lot lines of the building. Within the lot lines of the property. There's no proposed or intended use of any public sidewalks or other areas outside of the lot. We recognize that this is a busy commercial area where restaurants are allowed as a matter of right. So the issue isn't really, is it going to be a restaurant? It's how many seats is it going to be permitted to have? That being said, we are aware there is one residential property owner that abuts the property. We met with him, representative of the family here when we were here last month. He raised a number of concerns regarding physical intrusion onto their property, parking in their driveway, locking of bikes, that sort of thing. We're aware of that, been in touch, and we'll be dealing with that on a regular basis, policing that. We're confident we can address whatever concerns the neighbors might have on an ongoing basis. Again, this is a restaurant that's proposed. It's not a nightclub. There's not going to be a dance floor. There's not going to be live music. There's no outdoor seating on the residential side of the property. Again, everything's going to be on the property. I know that there's a letter from the steamship that raises concerns about pedestrian safety. You can't really tell it from that plan, but the seating, the outside seating along Steamboat Wharf will be on the property. There is adjacent to that a sidewalk, which we won't be using because it's not our property. I think, there's been a problem with pedestrian traffic there for a long time, but it's not along this property. That sidewalk actually ends pretty much where the building is, where the building ends. So the last 12 feet where there's a kind of an alleyway there, there's no sidewalk there. And then you're out basically in the street next to that metal fence that separates that steamship parking. So I think, if they're concerned with pedestrian, the problem's on their lot, not on ours. I think that's about it. I'm be happy to answer any questions. The tenant's here if you have any questions for him.
Great. Board members have any questions, concerns?
Can you bring up the site plan, the one from Nantucket Surveyors?
The one from which one?
The Nantucket Surveyors one. No, come down. The first, I think it's the first sheet.
Sorry.
Yep, there you go.
There you go.
So that, where it says brick, then that little edge on the top, I know that side, there's a sidewalk that is not part of your purview.
Well, so
So this is where the dining would be, the seating, right? And then there's a
within
sidewalk.
the lot line, right, not the
Right.
other. The
But
part I
then
was
that
referring to,
sidewalk goes on here and then that street. Correct?
so are you talking about the Steamboat Wharf side or the Easy Street side?
This, the Steamboat Wharf side.
Steamboat Wharf side, the area that south of that line is our lot. There is a sidewalk north of that line. It doesn't show because it's out of our lot. So there's a concrete sidewalk north of that line that belongs to the steamship.
Do you know the width of it or anything? Do it?
Approximately 3 feet. Again, it ends at the end of the building approximately, but that will remain untouched, be separated, be unaffected by the operation.
Yeah, because when I first looked at this, I thought everything would be on the sidewalk and no one would be able to pass by. And right now I can't tell anything, so I'm just really having a hard time. I got trying to cobble things together where I don't think I really should be.
Here, hang on a second. This might help.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that, all the seating will be on what shows as brick there. That concrete belongs to the steamship and won't be infringed upon.
And then on the side of the building, you're gonna brick that where the cars park now? In that picture? Will that be brick down because you show tables seating in there?
Yeah, that's undecided at this point, how that will be resurfaced or what will happen there.
I have concerns, to be honest, with your seating plan and really mostly at the corner of the building. I know that stop sign's there, but you know, I've spent a lot of time on that street and that is a very scary, busy corner. So, with big trucks by looking at your seating plan, you pretty much show going right out to the edge of the sidewalk and I'm just a little concerned with that. I think, well, I guess it doesn't look that bad. I think there really needs to be some thought with outdoor seating at that corner, especially families sitting with small kids. There's big trucks that go by there all times of day. I'm just a little concerned with that corner.
Yeah, could I just respond to that? So again, it doesn't really show on that plan, and it's not delineated by material. It's all brick, but there is an area of that sidewalk that is public.
Yeah.
So there will be a buffer, if you will, between the seating and the street.
Yeah, it's hard to really picture it with the plan the way it's drawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of wish you had both plans put together.
Yeah.
Would have helped us out. Because I also feel like if someone's racing the boat, someone's coming off the boat, then it's a pass, right? I feel like someone's going to go either onto the street or they're going to go into the dining area. So this is where I think that this is kind of becoming a pinch point, where it says the easy street, the street section, and then coming around the other side. And I know that's really not a problem, but I'm just afraid about someone going into the street to get around that corner. You know, as people are coming and going, there's going to be a passage. So I think that could be problematic. And that's why I'm having a little bit of problem with some of the outside dining on that easy street, steamboat side, like that corner that we're seeing right now, that image. I think that's really going to be problematic for you guys.
It just seems, and I've spent 30 years of my life on that street, so it just seems like you're trying to pack more tables in that area, and I get it. It's a concern for me, is all I'm trying to say. I mean, I support what you're trying to do. I just think
even at that corner, if there was a way to, I don't know, I mean, during COVID, we were putting up little like trellises and stuff. I don't know if you can get away with doing that or something that delineates or kind of cordons off the dining from that busy intersection. It's probably better for the diners too, so I don't know. I'm just, it's a concern for me, so I don't know if the rest of the board feels that way.
No, I also think some dining may go away when you got an ADA handicap ramp and where's your, utilities being stored. I think there's just some things missing on this plan.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know is everything been approved for this kind of a seating on the inside as far as like bathroom count? I know that's a building department, but has that been vetted? Will you be able to have this capacity? Will the bathrooms be able to handle this? Will they have 88 bathrooms? I'm seeing right now the existing conditions, and being in there 30, 35 years ago, I can't even imagine that it would meet today's standards. So I don't know. I'm leery about saying this would be great, but I don't think that you're going to get all these seats as well. So I'm just having some problems with what's before us. I know what you're trying to do, and I like that we're going to, bring this back. But I feel like there's some problems that haven't been vetted. I think that there's going to be an ADA ramp that's going to be required. I think it'd be great to show a site plan and this proposed plan together. We have no dimensions on this. I'm really having a hard time with that. Surface material, so.
Don't get us wrong, at least, and I think Joe's saying it, is we welcome the reinvigoration of this corner. We just have some concern. So what would help you? A better plan, showing dimensionally?
I think showing the sidewalk on that plan that's there. I think we can work with a surveyor. I think gotta vet that out. I think also do a little code review, see what you would get, are you allowed to have that many seats with a bathroom in the inside, or bathroom? Just to kind of vet some stuff, and I think that maybe the numbers come down and maybe that eases it up. I know what was there before, but we're definitely in a different era of building codes and et cetera, and ADA and fire, et cetera. So I'd be curious to find out what would come back from this. I like the direction. I like what is going to happen to the building, but I just think that we have some variables that we don't know, and I feel like a little more homework needs to be done on this, personally.
So as to the separation, I mean, it's intended on the Steamboat Wharf side to have some physical delineation between the sidewalk and the seating.
Yeah.
That would be more difficult on the Easy Street side, but I think it could be done probably with, the sort of ropes like you have for the juice bar line, that type of thing.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't really take any width.
And there's sightline issues, so yeah, no, you're right.
There are no physical changes to the building. So as far as, ADA and those types of things, I'm not sure that any of that would be triggered because the building's unchanged. There's no.
But it was town pool at one point, wasn't it? So the use has changed.
The use has changed, but not the.
I know, I just didn't know if you're going back to the use. That's my question, is if we're going back to the use, sometimes the building department may not grant you allowance to go back to that former use. And I think that's something that needs to be.
I believe the use change has already been signed by the building department.
Okay, all right. So all the interiors, all that's been fine, and seat count and bathroom all work out?
Health department giving
Health
you a nod?
department.
Hi, this is Milan. I'm from Asia Strip, and I'll be running the place.
Your last name, Milan?
Milan Basnet.
Thank you.
And I'll be running the place. Yes, the building inspector stopped by, and then he was okay with the number and the restroom and everything. Health
Okay.
inspector did a little walkthrough too, and the fire department, Kevin, did a walkthrough too.
Okay. All right.
And they were pretty comfortable with that.
Mr. Chair, you have two board members with hands up
Okay,
online.
great. Guys, hold on.
Yep.
Who do I have?
Barry and Abby.
Okay,
I'm gonna go to Abby because Barry would tell me to go to Abby anyway, so.
For the record, I raised my hand first. I did. That's why Barry would tell you to go to me, right, Barry?
Absolutely, ma'am.
Yeah. So Joe, you covered a lot of my concerns. I was just thinking about the outside, how it will be very congested, and I think we just want to make sure that there's some separation. And I was thinking, across the street, if you think about Surfside, they completely have like separated their outdoor dining from the street because it's a busy area. And obviously, I don't think you can do the exact same thing here, but I think where we can, having a level of separation so that it's safe for diners, I think is important. I mean, Dave, you pointed out people come around that corner, people aren't paying attention, and there's just also going to be a lot of foot traffic. I guess one question I was wondering is, and Joe, this might be similar, for the bathroom and all of that, is there going to be a way they can prevent if random people from the public, because it might be one of the closest bathrooms, just using it? I don't know. Just something to think about, I guess.
That's really up to staff.
Their staff.
Yeah, their staff.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just concerned, I think, with the overall density. It looks super dense, and I don't know if that congestion will just make it more difficult. So that's my only concern.
No, I agree. Packing a lot of seats in there.
Yeah.
But hey, if it works, then it works.
As Joe said, you don't have enough information to make a decision.
Yeah.
Better talk.
I would agree. Barry?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I am inclined to go with my board members at this point about the concerns they've expressed so far. I got a few questions through staff. Megan, Billy, was there a previous seating capacity on this? Because I know they're asking for 200, but I'm just curious to go back to its last iteration, what the seating capacity, allowable seating capacity was.
Ken?
It was 153.
All right, so you're somehow actually asking for 47 more seats, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's important. All right.
On the separation, I've just been reminded that if you have a liquor license and you're serving, you're required to separate it physically.
Oh, okay, so you're gonna have to have
So that
some
will-
kind of.
Be required by the ABCC.
I think,
I'm not done yet.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's okay, unless there's something on that topic, but I really.
No, you keep going. I can come
Thank
back.
you. No, I appreciate it. Hours of operation?
Repeat that, Barry?
Your hours of operation.
Hours of operation, okay.
7 a.m. to 1 a.m.
7 a.m. to 1 a.m. What time do you stop serving at?
Serving, what was the question again?
What time would you stop serving food, I presume, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we'll stop serving food around like 11:45 in the night.
Around 11:45.
11:45 p.m. Okay. Are you going to be providing NRTA passes to your employees?
I mean, we'll be putting that on.
We would accept that as a condition. I just reminded that the bus is free now, so I'm
Yeah.
not sure you need a pass.
If need be, if the bus is free, but as that is at the current moment in time, things can change. So I think that when it becomes an issue, that should be something that that the restaurant should be provided. I'm fine with your outdoor seating, especially along that corridor that sits next to Steamboat Wharf. I mean, that's traditionally where a car would go, and that's with outside seating. With that, it really doesn't interfere with things. But the rest of the outside seating, I have to concur with my board members that is highly problematic. That is such a congested, busy corridor, and there is a high degree of conflict that sits in between with the public and traffic. it's not healthy in any way, shape, or form. It is the proverb. And if you're going to be putting outdoor seating in there, is this going to be seasonal year round, by the way?
It's intended to be seasonal this time. The liquor license is seasonal, so.
And what's the season considered?
I'm
When?
sorry. I'm blanking on, I believe it's
Columbus Day?
late December until March.
Oh, what the
For the
seasonal
liquor
liquor
license.
licenses, yeah, I don't know.
There's a 2 or 3 month period where you can't serve liquor on the seasonal.
So roughly March to the end of December is what you're looking at for operation, right? That roughly.
He said March till December, roughly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I think if you want to get dead serious about your outdoor seating here and insisting that it be along some of these major thoroughfares, that I think you're going to have to wind up not putting in something as simple as stanchions with movable things. I want to see something hard and real out there, very similar to what the Steamship Authority uses to segregate off their miniature parking lot. Because I can see staff, I can see clients drifting back and forward into things, and I think there needs to be that high, clear delineation. You can make it such that it can be removed at the end of the seasons, but the moment you open back up, there's got to be something very definitive and hard out there to make sure there is absolute separation between these two things, at least as one member of this board. The other thing I see here too is that, let's see, you're also requesting that you waive inclusionary housing as well. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Well, I think from the time that this place closed to where it is now, inclusionary housing has become a major issue for this town. And I think that inclusionary housing of some type will have to be looked at. Let me see here. I think it's Nantucket. Yeah, here we go. Nantucket Houseworks, which we're going to be discussing later. There is a provision that you can do some type of in lieu of for inclusionary units or dormitory, but somehow that has to happen as well. We need to make sure, since you're bringing employees in and stuff, we have seen ads go out well beyond just Nantucket to try to encourage staff in. So you're going to have to wind up, they've got to go somewhere. And I, for one, am not willing to waive the inclusionary housing standard on this at all. So I think you are going to have to, at least as far as I'm concerned, you're going to have to see what the rest of the board wants to do. But I think those are really major and important points here. I'm glad to see that something's going to happen with the building. But on the other side of the coin, some of the things that are being proposed here are what I would call highly problematic in terms of doing that. And the other, and again, too, you're going to have to make sure that when people understand the whole parking issue as well, you're going to have to make it abundantly clear that the parking, especially after hours, they're not really going to be allowed to park in the steamship. I know that's very tempting, but I think you're going to have to broadcast out, just like we talked about with the inn, that cars are incredibly discouraged into the area. And that's got to be out there as well, too, because I know the first temptation will be, especially when the last boat is in, oh, let's all go park at the steamship. You're going to be open well beyond that. And I don't believe you have permission to be able to do that. So that has to be clearly communicated as well to your staff, as well as to people who are going to be attending the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Any other board members? No. Any members of the public?
John Kitchener did just raise his hand.
Welcome back, John. John?
You're muted, John.
Yeah, just a suggestion, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to visualize what that corner looks like, in the summer. And, flashing into my mind, I'm thinking about the trucks, everything comes to that corner one way or another. And it's already, so difficult sometimes and so dangerous sometimes. So I'm just wondering, to Barry's point about the physical separation, it's almost like, shouldn't we take a site visit to this and see exactly what the applicant would be suggesting in terms of what Barry is asking for? Because I'm trying to visualize what that physical separation would look like, and it's because of it's so tight down there, that's not going to be as easy to do as it is in other areas. So I'm just suggesting that maybe some or all of us go take a look at this before we look at this again, but with some more, some more concrete work from the applicant to show us exactly how all this physical separation is going to work. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I would agree. I feel like this is moving towards a continuation to next meeting. And I think what we'd really like to see is a more detailed plan of the seating, proximity to sidewalks and roads.
Surface materials, curbing. I think wherever if there is going to be gating around or fencing around it, where a gate would be, in and out access, I think is another part of it. I think we just need more information. I think we need the architectural plan and the surveyed plan put together and noted where some of these details would come from and what would be spelled out would be important for me.
And I would add to that you need to kind of be more definitive about your operating plan, your hours, how this is going to work.
Yeah, we would definitely like to see a management plan, hours, number of employees, so on and so forth, I think would be helpful. Any other
Contact
board
number.
members?
Contact number.
Yep, contact numbers, such things like that. Just in a basic management plan. We did this same thing to the Brotherhood, I believe, when we reviewed theirs. Anything else, board members, that you'd like to see next week or next month? Barry?
Thanks. Yeah, just one more thing. Where the host station is, I think you also are going to need to consider that as well too, in terms of its current location, which sits right adjacent to the streetscape. Because I'm going to want to know too how you're going to deal with queuing individuals when there's also steamship authority individuals trying to compete against that. I don't expect them to be queuing on the sidewalk, which is a main access point for being able to get traversed back and forth on the steamship. So you may want to revisit that as well too, about where you're going to allow people to queue while they're waiting for tables and stuff.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that clear or not?
Well,
Clear as mud?
clear as mud, yes. I'm a little concerned about the timing. I know it's not your fault, but we're getting very close to the season, and a number of these things I think we can address. And part of it is the interplay between the owner and the tenant. The permit will run with the land, but it's really the tenant's responsibility or job or whatever to do some of this delineation. And they've already put some things down there on Easy Street. There's pictures of them. I don't know if you've been by there, but to me, they look like giant flower pots, these elongated.
Well, you include that in, we definitely want to see a more detailed site plan. I think there's no way to get around that. As far as what you use to delineate, that's not, we want it to happen, but that's going to be a discussion
with the HTC, I think, more than us.
Yeah.
Correct? No?
No?
That's just a temporary marker. It wouldn't go before the HTC.
Okay, okay. So, well, if you can include pictures in what you have so far and when you give us the more detailed site plan, that would
Of
be
what's
helpful.
there now, we certainly could, but again, that may change, so wouldn't want that to become part of the thing. I mean, we're
Part of the
perfectly willing to
decision.
accept a physical barrier of some sort, something more than a string, a rope is
Well,
fine.
you're gonna have to do something, right, for the state for the liquor license.
Right.
Yeah.
And again, I mean, housing, I mean, obviously you can't provide housing on site. The tenant has made arrangements for housing, employee housing already, but that's,
And this isn't an MCD, so
Yeah.
we can't, it is?
No, it's not. I was
It's
just
not.
gonna
So
jump in and clarify that.
we can't really force you into this housing situation, in my opinion. So I'm more concerned, and all respect to you, Barry, I don't mean to chop you at the knees there, but I think the biggest concern is the site plan right now, in my opinion.
That's mine.
If, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Barry.
if other people, yeah, you've got Abby with her hand raised too, but I'd really like to circle back.
All right.
Yeah, so and respectfully, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to disagree with you because and you've been one of the people leading the crusade as well too about how necessary inclusionary housing really is. So when people, especially when people are being brought on island to have to service a facility to service the rest of the public, I think that this board needs to take a little bit harder stance with having to deal with that. The other thing too is what I'm not seeing in this application, and maybe I'm missing it, was the increase of 47 seats. Did I miss that in the staff report somewhere or something?
No.
Okay, because right now in its current configuration, I'm not inclined to want to put an additional 47 seats into that facility at the moment. You're setting up a standard by which you're almost really now forcing people outside at time. So I think as far as I'm concerned, I would like to see it remain with its current seating standards that are in place.
Okay.
Thank you.
Duly noted, sir. Abby?
Hi, I just thought, if they're gonna come back, and I think the gentleman already said that the Board of Health and the fire department, if they have reports, if they could just bring that, so then we're able to review it ahead of time, that'd be great, just so that we can, if there are any questions we had and those are already addressed by those bodies, I think sharing those reports will help us be more prepared to make a decision at the next meeting.
So,
I just want to float an idea. I'm just wondering if the board would be receptive. I'm trying to find a way to go forward today rather than come back and lose a month.
I don't think,
If we could
to be honest with you,
limit the
Ken,
increase in seating to the requested interior seats, which are 17. So it'd be 170. So it was historically 153. We're asking for 17 more interior, the exterior staying the same as it used to be. Whether that would be something we could move forward with.
what did the exterior used to be?
The exterior was 40.
40?
That was what was permitted.
So, I mean, my concern is, really, I mean, you can accomplish that by pretty much just getting rid of the parking seating. That's still, we still have the issue of this corner seating at the street. You understand what?
I do. I'm just, I mean,
No, I know what you're trying to do, and I 100% appreciate this, and I don't want to make it worse than it has to be.
So can I just say, if you got approval for the interior and then maybe along the side where the straight wharf notice to the right, you could come back and we could work out the outside seating. I kind of feel like
Maybe that's the
you
best
could
way.
start on the inside, the weather's still cool enough, people will be inside, but then come back next month with more information on the outside. Seating, access, what material is going to be, sidewalks being shown. I think that would be really important. And then if you are having planters, I need to see those on the plans because they're probably 12 inches, 16 inches wide. I think they're going to show and they're going to add some, take away some space that you don't quite see on this plan, or you don't see them at all in this plan. I feel like you could have the inside approved, get working, moving forward, and then come back with us with the information on the exterior. I think that would be really important. More noting where fencing would be required, et cetera. I think that would be really wise and necessary for us. So.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't follow the, moving forward with the interior.
Just because you could be having people, you could open up the restaurant, you could start cooking, you could have people on the inside, everything's functioning, but on the outside, that's come back next
And
month.
come back next
And
month
then-
for the outside seating portion. So you'll be approved for the interior from us, and then you'll have to just return to us the following month. So that will give him the approval, he'll have time to do the work, he comes back next month for the outdoor seating. So we're not really slowing him up that much.
No. But that is a formal amendment, so that includes an application, needs to be, drafted, stamped with the town clerk, a butters notice, the whole
How
thing.
much does that cost?
$500. And I'd imagine there's a lot of abutters in this area because it's within
Yeah, it's
300
looking at the
square-
application.
Yeah.
I was trying to help.
Because I
helpful,
don't think
but
you're gonna.
I think you have to
give
stick
one
with the
sec, Campbell.
application.
I just don't see how we're gonna, in all honesty, approve the outdoor seating tonight. So I guess it's gonna be your decision how we move forward. And Campbell, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
That's okay. You had asked the public to come
Yeah,
forward,
yeah,
so. I did. Okay, Campbell Sutton. And so just from looking at it, I just want to reinforce from the community citizen side that corner is dangerous and there should not be any seating allowed. It shouldn't even be really considered. There's maybe a table that's been sitting out there now that might be a good place for the queuing that Barry was talking about, but you have kids, bicycles, suitcases, all coming down that, all trying to get to the boat. You've got all the people trying to leave the boat with their luggage, bicycles, dogs, 9 yards, right? That whole section is already just dangerous. And I think adding seating in is just adding a complication for tripping, ending up in the road, dogs tangled up in whatever fencing or things. And I really think that your fencing or what you're trying to keep the pedestrian use away from the seating is supposed to be aesthetically pleasing, not just the metal fencing that the steamship authority uses. And bottom line is, it's not even going to be a spot where people want to sit, right? If you're sitting on that spot, that foretop right there at the corner of Easy Street, that's nothing but exhaust. I mean, you don't have a really good view of very much. I mean, maybe an eye would crack over towards the land bank thing, but I think there's 14 seats there. It would reduce, but it would still allow for an increase in seating, but I'm just really opposed to those seats. It's way too cramped. You're going to have waitresses, you're going to have food, you're going to have drinks, you have the whole thing just, I don't believe works from a functional point. I mean, it looks like it works. It reminds me of, bedrooms with king-size beds. And once you get the king-size bed in there, you don't have any room left, but it looked good on a plan, right? So it's when you take that plan and you put it into functionality with tables, chairs, people getting in and out, et cetera. So I don't want to keep going on, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. So, Ken.
So I just want to remind you that for decades, there was outdoor seating there.
And I don't think we're trying to say you can't have it. We just want to make sure that we approve something that's safe and that works for the town and works for him as a restaurateur. That's all we're saying. I don't think, well, at least some of us aren't saying no. I think that there should be outdoor seating, but I think we need to really dimensionally understand it with a plan that has dimensions, that actually shows sidewalks and everything else, and we can process it and we can go down and walk it. I don't think we're getting to an approval tonight, though. I'm sorry. So I guess it's up to you how you, I mean, we could get to an approval on the inside tonight. I could see that happening, maybe. But I think the outside, everyone wants to see a more detailed plan.
Yeah, and the more I keep looking at this, I'm like, how does a waitress get from one side to the other side if you had to walk around and not get your own sidewalk?
Yeah.
So, or you're jumping over the fence.
So there's details we need to work out before we can approve this. Sorry to say.
Just give me a moment.
Of course, yeah.
Excuse me just one second, since they're conversing over there. So the other thing I wanted to say was, Campbell Sutton again, sorry, was on the inclusionary housing. I sort of feel like that's a huge ask for the renter, the leasee, or however you put it, to have to pull that off if they've already created employee housing sufficient for this space. Whereas, you know, if it were the owner developing it, I'd just see that a little differently.
I agree with you.
Can I clarify something? The
Yes.
inclusionary, and this may be attributed to a improper finding, a copy paste error in the staff report, but the only time the planning board has the authority to require inclusionary housing is through the issuance of an MCD permit. This is not an MCD. It does not meet the MCD thresholds. It's a special permit for a large restaurant in the CDT. So that is why that's not even within your scope of review.
Thank you.
And I can confirm that finding was a pasting error.
Okay.
Cut and paste it incorrectly. I mean, I'm sorry.
Trust me, we know how much work you got going on, buddy. You're all good.
Unless the author has some idea, I think we're going to just continue.
Okay.
But I just want to clarify that there would be no impediment to him opening for 70 seats in the interim from this application. I mean, it's permitted as a matter of right, restaurants up to 70 seats in this district. So the fact that we have this application pending for more seats, I would defer to staff on that.
I would defer to the building commissioner, but you're correct. A small restaurant is allowed by right in the CDT.
Yeah, so I don't want to say something that, I don't want to give you the wrong information.
Yeah, and I only say that because I'm not as immersed into the restaurant and COI process, and I'm not sure if a seating plan and things like that would be required as a part of that review.
Yes, the building inspector is okay with that.
Okay.
He came, and even the commissioner is okay with that too.
Yeah, I mean, if it's by right and the building commissioner says you're okay, we're not going to stand in your way.
Yeah, the COI is almost ready to, today I went there to pick it up.
Okay.
I think that's his workaround. And
Yeah,
then he comes
that's your
back
work, yeah.
and then.
We're
and
not
then-
looking to hurt you. You
No.
know that. We
understand.
want you to get open, but we also have the responsibility to make sure that it's safe and it functions. So, and so that's your workaround. I applaud it.
take advantage of it, but then come and see us next month and we'll get the rest of it worked out.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
can we just make sure that we get a letter on file from the building commissioner, which very clearly delineates how many seats, hours of operation that we can have on file for this as well, too? I think that's germane on our behalf.
We can include the copy of the COI.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Just so we can document it across the board, so.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, so at this point, I would entertain a motion to continue this to the 15th, is that what I said, of next month? When is it?
May 12th.
I'm sorry, May 12th.
Motion to continue to May 12th.
Second.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Barry. Joe?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Cocktail. We are on to 10 and 12, Dave Kim Lane Storage, 10 and 12 Dave Kim Lane. Arthur Reed.
Good evening again.
Good evening.
We were before you last month on this one. This involves the self-storage facility at 1012 Dave Kim, which you approved some time ago, and in which we came in representing the new owner, requesting permission to convert, this is a project under construction, so it's not a matter of converting an existing space. It's a matter of converting the plans for the space so that there will be 14 vehicle storage units on the first floor of the building. It was continued at last month's meeting for the plans that were then being finalized to be reviewed by Ed Pesci and sent to the fire department. We did indeed send those plans to Ed and to Kevin Ramos. Ed has responded, basically seeing no engineering issues with regard to it and raising a few conditions which are appropriate and we agree with. Unless the staff has, we haven't heard anything back from the fire department yet. Obviously, we will agree with whatever conditions the fire department would want to impose. The things that Ed suggested are, first of all, that there be no fuel or other flammable liquids stored in the 14 vehicle storage units. I would just like to clarify that because vehicles have fuel and flammable liquids contained in them, that we're not talking about the motor fuel and other fluids that are within the engine and tank of the vehicles, but no storage other than what's customarily in the vehicle, in the mechanical parts of the vehicle. And that there be no maintenance of vehicles, no car washing, none of that has ever been proposed by us on this project. Otherwise, that all the conditions of the original approval remain in full force and effect. As you can see, this involves the westerly side of the building along the driveway that comes in. Over the left-hand side of that driveway toward the southwesterly part of the lot, there are covered parking spaces, outdoor covered parking spaces that were approved as part of the original application as long-term vehicle storage. And this would be in the same situation as those long-term vehicle storage just adding to that. So that's really all we have to submit. And again, I'm hoping that with the provision that we will comply with all recommendations of the fire department, that this will enable you to close the hearing and approve the change. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur. Board members? Questions, concerns? Anybody on?
No, no one has their hand raised at the moment.
So we just need to clean up the no flammable liquids,
Right.
correct, on the
Yep.
conditions? And then if we were to approve this tonight, can staff, I'm just concerned about not hearing from the fire department.
Yeah, so Kevin said that they need to be provided with an NFPA code, but I think that's something they could chat offline about. And I just would update this. A building permit's already been issued, so before an amended building permit to incorporate these changes could be issued. And we did have one question about landscaping, and just in case others out there have that question, all other conditions in that original decision still are enforceable, so they have to comply with, any landscape plan and things like that that were already discussed in the prior decision.
Right.
Okay. Nat? That was a big sigh. You must have something to say. Okay. Still nobody in public?
No.
Nope. All right. I'd entertain a motion.
Second.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat. Joe?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. As for the merits, gentlemen,
I'll make a motion. We approve at this point in conjunction with the findings and conditions that have been delineated by staff and the final say from the fire department on the flammable storage issue. But that can be handled post.
perfect. Okay.
Second.
Motion made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Barry?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. All righty.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arthur. We are on to Nantucket Houseworks, Inc., 4 Spearhead LLC, 2 Spearhead LLC, 2468 Spearhead Road, 9 Arrowhead Drive. Rick Bodett.
Hello again, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Yep.
Rick Bodett for the applicant, Nantucket Houseworks. Most of you, I think, will remember, this was continued from the March hearing. This is a major commercial development application to construct 2 separate 1.5-story storage structures for automobiles and occasionally boats. We've proposed to have 6 of these 10 units accessed through the interior driveway. Most of the discussion last hearing was regarding the curb cuts on Spearhead on the exterior. We're proposing to have 4 of the units accessed from Spearhead Road. And so we've maintained those curb cuts there. We did ask for a waiver of the 1 curb cut requirement. The hours of operation, just to remind you, are 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. It's supposed to be completely self-service. We have no proposed employees. We did provide 4 parking spaces. One of those is accessible. We also, of course, have, you can park multiple cars in each of these storage units. Just a couple of moments on the curb cuts. We had a relatively lengthy discussion last time about trying to pull all the access into the interior of the site. We did look at that with Don Bracken, the engineer, and his team. Looked at a couple of different options, and it really doesn't work on the interior, particularly if you, and the whole purpose of having these on the exterior is so that a trailer can back into them. We did look at, Barry had the idea of moving that longer unit on the north to the other side. All that does is pinch down on the other exterior, or sorry, the other interior pinch point there. We did, however, and we looked at spreading the buildings out even more. We did spread them out a bit, And that helped, but didn't get us where we needed to be. And we fear that people will have to back down that long driveway if they want to put a trailer in those other units at the end. So we have maintained those 4 curb cuts on Spearhead. I also did want to touch on inclusionary housing. I did see that in the staff report, and of course was present for Barry's speech a little earlier, and he sounds quite excited to speak about it on this application. So I do want to, I do have a few things to say about that, obviously. We did ask for a waiver on it out of an abundance of caution. I do want to remind you that it isn't a specific requirement in your bylaw, in the MCD bylaw. It says the planning board may require it, so it is completely discretionary. And I also want to remind you that in all the 20 plus years I've been here, the board routinely does not require the inclusionary housing on an MCD. I don't mean that in any way to suggest you can't change your policy and shouldn't change your policy. Frankly, I think it's probably a good idea as a citizen if that's something that you guys start looking at a little more closely. However, in this case, I think it's completely misplaced for a number of reasons. First and foremost is that we don't have any employees. We don't have an office there. We're not proposing to have any employees. It's completely self-access. So if we were to provide inclusionary housing, it would be for somebody else's employee. And I think that's frankly completely unfair to my client. I mean, just as an example, I've personally permitted multiple MCDs in this neighborhood. The one that immediately comes to mind is the marijuana facility across the street from this. They have, I looked at their permit today, that did not require inclusionary housing. They have 6 employees at peak shift. So I think it would be unfair to require us to provide employee housing if we don't have any employees, and not require other people to do the same. So I do understand that there's things have changed over the years, but that wasn't too long ago. And again, I think that's why it's discretionary in your bylaw, right? So you can do it on a case-by-case basis. And again, I do think it has merit, but just not on this application. So I did provide a couple of things, albeit late, so I apologize for that. I looked back at my notes today and saw that Joe was asking for sort of a list of protocols. So I did put that together today. I have a copy if anybody hasn't had a chance to look at it, but it's really just standard protocols of conditions we would expect. And of course, if you have any other conditions, if they're necessary, we're willing to hear them. But it's parking in only designated spaces, no on-site washing of vehicles is allowed, no on-site maintenance of vehicles is allowed, the hours of operation are on there, no on-site storage of hazardous materials. I think, as we discussed last time, we think that should exempt the chemicals and gas in the cars. Disposal of any wastewater, any materials on site is prohibited. All refuse must be properly disposed of off-site. So, and again, we're happy to hear any other conditions you think are necessary. Did submit a landscape and lighting plan. Again, late today, I apologize. But it's a pretty standard plan. Everything has to be dark sky compliant, obviously. And we do meet the 20% open space requirement, as I mentioned last time. I believe Mr. Pesci has sent in a letter. I don't think he has any engineering concerns here. And I think Ryan Maxwell is on the call here from Don's office, so he can certainly answer any questions related to it. And I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Great, thank you, Ray. Board members.
Thank you for looking at the park, the off-street access. The architectural drawings were a little confusing. That's why I was wondering. And then finally being able to zoom in and see the grading and stuff like that. So I now makes total sense of what you and why you need to do what you need to do. So I'm fine with that. So, but thank you for running through that exercise. And that's all I have.
All right. Board members with hands up. Inclusionary housing. It's a tough one, and I know Nat's head's gonna blow off his shoulders any minute.
Yeah.
You don't have any employees. That's a bonus. But there's no guarantee that this place won't be sold in 10 years and have a bunch of businesses running out of each one of the units that have a bunch of employees. We did it to Pepsi Cola. They all had housing for their employees, but we made them do an inclusionary unit. So I personally would like to see an inclusionary unit here, but I don't know what the rest of my board thinks. And I understand all your reasons not to. I just think in this day and age on this island, this is our opportunity to get one. If the owner sells it in 2 years and it's a different sort of use that is more employee intensive, we've lost our opportunity to do that. And that's a concern. So,
If I may respond to that.
yes.
So I don't think I think if you don't require it, you haven't lost your chance, because
Right.
we are not proposing any other uses on this site besides storage. So, in other words, if someone wants to fix cars in one of those, they have to come back to you. And I think they probably will have employees. And if that's what the board is doing, then you should require that.
But if
in other
that's
words,
one
like,
person in one unit fixing cars, that's not the owner of the whole property. So when we start dividing it up like that, that's where it gets weird. That's part of the reason why, even though we didn't have the purview to do it with the restaurant we just saw and Barry wanted it, was because he was a tenant, he's renting this, like, to make him provide a unit isn't, I mean, he could provide a unit and collect rent. It's not going to kill him.
Yeah, and all of these people are gonna be tenants as well. I mean, so who's the housing? I mean, I get it, don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
like,
no.
I'm sure it's gonna,
It's one of the few
might pay for
opportunities
itself.
we have to create housing. And I hate to say it, and I hate to put it on the back of a home, of a property owner, but again, he may not own that property forever, and the opportunities do not come often. Pepsi squirmed against it, they produced it. And listen, these are my personal feelings. There's 4 more people up here that might tell me I'm crazy. So I'm just expressing my feelings on that. So, Nat, there you go.
Yeah, you teed me up. The Pepsi place was different. In fact, the original comment they made, I think, was, well, nobody needs housing or something like that. I was like, okay. So they have people that are gonna be working there. It's a lot different situation. And where it's located, and the zoning that it's in. The coffin pit was approved in RC2. And it got changed to CI. CI didn't allow housing. There was like a kind of this weird thing that happened when this changed, and we had to figure out how to include it. And I think we've done a pretty good job of balancing each application as this place is built out a little at a time. So the different uses that are happening here create the situation where some might not need it, regardless of whether there's a housing problem that is not almost a separate issue in my eyes in this particular spot. Like out at Bunker, right? Now you can have a place to live out there, which never was ever discussed before. Like, never. And now it is. But requiring it is different when it comes to a place like this. And I think there's some places that have a lot of housing. And that one place down the end on the left there has the other, I don't even know what it is, but I was there recently, and there's a lot going on there. So, I mean, I just think that each project has its own needs, but ones that may need it and they may not want it, like Pepsi, and they only made 1 unit, I think with them, I think it was just, they didn't realize it was coming. You know what I mean? A little different. But I'm fine with this. I think the most important thing is the curb cut stuff. The water, I'm not worried about the water because that's all new and has modern, catch basins and all that down below. And that way of turning around inside there, I think is important to get that straightened out from our first meeting. So these things are gonna happen, this is 2 in a row. I think we've never had that before, but the vehicles have to have a place to be stored that are here in the winter now. This is a lot different than it used to be. Not every house has a garage that they have their cars in. So this is not going to be an uncommon, need. So, and this is no other place for them to go. So, there you go.
And that's our thought too. And look, if we had any employees,
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'd have much left to say other than we don't need housing on Nantucket, right? But we don't. We don't have any employees, right? I mean, I'm not going to stand here and say housing is an issue. It is, and I think you guys are right to start talking about it. It's it's probably a long time coming. I truly believe on this application. It is a bit of a surprise. Like if this were next month and I was filing something, I'd say to someone, hey, here's what's coming down the pike at the planning board these days. So it was a surprise to me too. I totally get it, but in this case, I don't get it, I guess, and I really, you could even put a condition in there that says if we ever have an employee, we have to come back for an amendment and talk about inclusionary housing. Like I said, if I had an employee, I could only fight so much, so.
Any other board members want to chime in here?
John and Barry both have their hands up
Great.
in that
Well,
order.
I'm going to take John first because Barry's going to tell me to take John first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I find myself agreeing with Nat, and for this reason. This is, first of all, this is something we really need. We do, and the need is growing. But the other thing about this is a pretty simple business, to run. It's the tenants are running their own. They're doing everything. It's a simple business, and I think it's a little tough to say to someone who has created this simple business to say, well, now, okay, you don't need an employee, but you've got to become a landlord, and you've got to, in some way do that. I think that's a little tough, Mr. Chair. And, I like the suggestion that Rick just alluded to, that if things change, well, then so does the need for inclusionary housing. But looking at what we have in front of us tonight, I think I would be fine with not including inclusionary housing on it. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Barry.
Mr. Chairman, I think when you first started off, you said, oh my God, people are going to think me crazy. Well, Mr. Chairman, you're crazy not to have brought this up. I'm glad you did. I'm really glad you did. Mind you, one thing to pay attention to is that they don't necessarily have to provide the housing. If you read the section on page 9 in blue, it says they can also contribute to the system. And therein, again, they don't necessarily have to be a landlord, but they can contribute toward the system. And I think that's important. I do have a question for you, through you to staff. Megan, if we were to make it conditional, as Mr. Bodette had recommended, how long would that condition run for? Is there a time limit to it? I think there is, 7 years.
It runs in perpetuity with the land.
Oh, it runs in perpetuity with the land. Okay.
Unless it's amended.
All right. That may be, I mean, I'm hearing some of the board members being a little reluctant about doing it, and I fully understand they don't have employees right now, and I know this is a tough one. But I do think as a board, we would be remiss not to put something in place should the property get re-triggered by either a change of use of some type or a change of use for the whole property. We don't know what that future holds in store. So I think that that should become part of our decision at a minimum. Is if they do revisit, at least we've got something documented in place that said, yep, we thought about it and now we're real serious about it. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Barry.
Add one thing, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Places are popping into my head a little bit. You got the Sun Island underground storage place, which is not that old. And then you got the thing behind the Emporium. I'm talking about not vehicle storage, just storage, just like, I'm talking about, we don't have an employee. Well, maybe you have one. That doesn't mean we have to make a house for the guy, for the girl, or whoever it is, right? I just think maybe what we should do with this is, for the future is, make a list, find out what they have, because we don't. When you talk about a restaurant having a place to live, that started with the Brotherhood, 2005 after the fire, the bus pass thing came up. These things started then, forget about, we were trying to get people to live where nobody was living, not because there was no place to live per se, just, hey, why not live in town above your work, right? In buildings that never had a place to live, we were asking for this. Now we're doing it in a way that I think it should be a requirement in some instances and probably most, but the kind of business it is not our fault that doesn't need a place to live. Like you have to find a way to discern what is the right thing for that space. But what Dave said about, or I don't know, Barry said it, something could change here. This is not gonna switch from an old whaling house to 21 Federal. You know what I mean? Like tomorrow. This is not like that. This is being built to today's standards for something completely different. So I just don't feel the same way about something like this. But I think we should be looking at what some of these existing newer businesses are doing that do have one or two people, not a big staff, but people running certain things, people to come in and to get their stuff, whatever they're doing, But that's all, just,
Community problem
I
that
mean,
needs a community solution.
The thing is,
Matt.
too, the other thing, and we said this at the Pepsi meeting, when you're building something from scratch here, you better have your, what, together. You got to figure out exactly what you're doing, because it's not free. So anyway.
From my perspective, and to use a perfect example, Don Allen Ford. They had the building, it was just service, and then they came back last year and said, hey, we got to do employee housing. So I think for me, I would not want to tag them now, but I would like for them to have a plan, and maybe the building gets taller or whatever they got to do, that there is something in place. And maybe it may be budgetary where they, like, oh Lord, it's going to cost us $250,000 or $400,000 per unit if you did something like that. But I do think there has to be some provision at a later date that this is in there. And I think, as you're saying, if you're going to plan, let's do it now and how it comes forward. It may never get used, but it also may be something that they would want to use at a later date. So I just don't want to get caught later. And I know that any change to this, coming back to us, but I just think the owners need to kind of think about that, like what happens if this does happen. And Don Allen Ford, I think, is a perfect example where they never thought they were going to use that. So.
And I think that's fair. In other words, they have advance notice of it. Hey, look, if you guys want to change uses here, that creates employees, you're going to have to house them.
Yeah.
So I think that's fair, guys, puts them on notice ahead of time. I think it's fair because they're telling me this is the use, it's storage, we have no employees. But, to some of the points that were made, things change. They sell it, someone else wants a new use. But they're still going to be required to live by this special permit or come to you guys. So I think a condition is fair.
All right.
No one
Public-
else out there.
Public meeting still, public comment.
Public is still open. Yeah, public comment's still
And
open.
there's nothing. Okay. Entertain a motion to close the public hearing, guys?
So moved.
Second.
Oh, I didn't say anything.
You already got a second.
That's so
Second, Brett. Don't worry, I only got 4
Okay,
hours to
go
go,
the
guys.
roll call.
Did you?
No, I didn't say anything, but he just.
Okay, are you
Okay, so
gonna make it? Are you gonna
You're gonna
make?
make a motion,
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Barry.
And I'll second that.
Thank you.
So moved.
Roll call, Dave.
What happened to my board when I was gone? Motion made by Nat, seconded by Barry. Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. So add a condition, if everyone's all right, that if the use changes, is that what we're gonna say? We're gonna keep it that basic, Meg?
Mhm.
If the use
that's automatic.
changes, then they need to come talk to us about some inclusionary housing. I don't win them all, Rick.
No, I don't.
Upstairs, they do.
they?
I think so, yeah. Any other conditions? Okay. Entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. We approve the application at this point with the findings and conditions that are been set forward by staff with the additional condition that you just brought up as well too, about the inclusionary housing.
Second.
Great. Motion made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well.
Thanks, guys, appreciate it.
Thank you.
You, Rick.
South Valley Industrial Park, MCD, Four Lovers Lane. I think this looks like it's the application of the
Yes.
evening.
Yes.
Paul Santos.
Thank you. For the record, Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors, on behalf of the property owner and applicant, Gibo and Company Holdings LLC, Rackley Blades, manager, who I don't believe is here tonight. This is the second hearing. We were here before you last month to discuss this project. We're back again tonight to refresh your memory. This is a special permit application for a fourth amendment to a previously granted special permit, as it specifically affects Four Lovers Lane. This was part of the South Valley Industrial MCD. So the applicant is seeking to modify the South Valley Industrial MCD special permit as it affects Four Lovers Lane by changing the use of the commercial structure from the previously approved retail business to a recreational facility, which under the definition would be, in this case, a fitness center or the like, is how it would be described in the zoning code. The proposed tenant, Pure Jiu-Jitsu, doing business as Wordham Training Center, Nantucket, offers classes for all ages in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai, as well as fitness center, weight training, membership for adults. The facility itself is currently occupying the building. Its owner and manager, Andrei Dobrzinski, is here tonight. He's seated at the back of the auditorium, along with a number of patrons to the facility. There was a larger number of children here tonight, but based on the length of the meeting, they're in school tomorrow. Most of them, I think, have left. So in addition to classes this week, they've also got a lesson in civics. Don't know whether it was a good lesson or a bad lesson, but they did get a lesson in civics. The plan that you have before you depicts the existing building, which prior to this occupancy was the tool rental business. That's what was occupying the building when Gibo purchased the property. You've got an entrance on Lover's Lane.
parking along the southerly property line. And currently, this acts as a kind of essentially a one-way in and one-way out and loops out the existing driveway that abuts the property to the north. The parking for the facility, when you park against the current 13918, recreational facility, commercial is basically one space for each 3 persons of total certified building occupancy. We're setting that at 40, so it requires 13 spaces. 1 space for each 3 employees on peak shift. We've depicted that as 6, which would require 2 spaces for a total of 15 spaces. There are currently essentially 16 spaces on site. However, one of them is located partially within the layout of Lover's Lane. So we've excluded that from the parking count. So you have 2 spaces at the front of the building, a conventional space and a handicap space, and the remainder of the spaces are along this southerly property line. So the facility itself would be compliant with regard to parking, 15 spaces required, and 15 spaces would be provided. Subsequent to the last hearing, there was some talk about having the owners in this particular area potentially get together to talk about a cohesive master plan for kind of the traffic flow in this particular area. There are easements that exist along this area here that don't necessarily include for Lover's Lane. We have development plans that have come in for a preliminary plan for a subdivision of this abutting piece. In fact, I filed today for next month's meeting for a 3-lot subdivision on this particular parcel here. We also, at the time, talked about the removal of the parking space over here, which has been done on the revised plan that you have before you. And there was talk about over here, there was a set of parking that was set up along in this area here before that last meeting. Subsequent to that, split rail fence has been constructed here. And then additionally, we're proposing to put a privet hedge along that particular side to prevent parking along that
Right in the middle.
area.
Right in the middle.
John Kitchener, can you please mute yourself?
I did.
I will say, I've tried to at least visit the site. Anytime I'm down by the airport or on Old South Road, I'll take a swing by to see kind of what's happening out there. I've personally yet to see the parking lot filled up. I think there is an aspect of pickup and drop off due to the younger nature of some of the classes that are offered. I have seen cars parked in this particular area here, essentially between the edge of where the fence is and the roadway. But in staying there and kind of watching, at least the times that I was there, the cars were parked there. Somebody got out and then walked into the state forest. So it is an area, I think, between here and then along Lover's Lane that people do park there and walk into the state forest. It wasn't necessarily had to do with the business. I think Andre has informed people that are patrons of the gym not to park in those particular areas, either on Lover's Lane or along the access driveway to the side. In addition to the revision to the plan that you have before you, which eliminated the parking space and depicted the split rail fence and the screening, we submitted a proposed management plan for the facility. I've mentioned the classes that were issued, that's listed on there, and then the hours of operation, Monday through Friday, 5 a.m. to midnight, Saturday, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., and Sunday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. The employees on peak shift is 4. I depicted 6 for the purposes of the parking table, but there are 4 employees on peak shift. This is a family-owned business. It's a local family. They do employ, I think at this point, at least 3 high school students that also work at the facility. That is the extent of the application. I think through the update on the staff report was, I believe, positive. I did check as late as this afternoon. Originally, there was at least, I believe, 2 letters in opposition to the project. I don't believe there's been anything new submitted. If there is, I'm happy to hear what that is, but I don't think of, since the last meeting, there was any new letters that were submitted. And I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have. Andre is here specific to the operation of the business. And as I said, we have a pretty good contingency of patrons that do utilize the facility. As I said, it's not your typical, I guess, health and fitness center, and more that it is servicing the youth population with regard to the classes that are being taught there in addition to the gym space. So happy to answer any questions that the board may have. Again, this is an amendment to a previously granted special permit, which was the South Valley Industrial Park MCD filing.
Thank you. Board members?
The one thing I will say to what you just said, Paul, about the parking and then walking across the state forest, with the development or upgrading of Lovers Lane, not far away from that access point you're talking about, there'll be parking. So I think people may shift. So I don't think that's really going to be a problem for anyone to worry about. And I think all I've been hearing from the neighbors was just when the business was in operation, people were parking on the side of the road. So I think that was the only concern. But now it sounds like we all know that that's, everyone's going to address that and take care of it. So those are kind of my concerns listening to you speak.
Thank you, Joe. And then, Joe, you were saying that, so Mike Burns.
Yeah, so, and Paul was just mentioning it. So we were talking to Mike Burns about coming in, and, we know that Joe Armstrong eventually, and then UPS store, all that's really not working well. Is there some way to kind of come together? We did ask Jibo if he would be part of that program, and where he's got the 2 lots. I think that would work really well. I think that's a neighbor's concern. We have 8 or 9 access points, and I think we can kind of clean it up, soften kind of the in and out of all these spaces. I think that would really help out.
Yeah, 'cause my concern, and it's not a deal breaker, but my concern is that you have 16 spaces there. You have a lot of kids programs, and I just think it would be cleaner and safer if everyone came in one way and left another, instead of having all these cars backing out, and so, and I don't know that it's even possible, but it's a concern.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
If Billy could bring the site plan back up, I mean, David, that's essentially how the site does work. The issue with that, in fact, if you go out there now, there are actually painted arrows here that come. This is typically set up as and look with the way the parking is too.
Yeah.
It's kind of a one-way in, one-way out.
So we're going to continue with that one way.
We're
out.
continuing with that. The issue with that is, and it gets back to the neighbors getting together, is where this is essentially, that's not a roadway, that's a driveway. So you've got, there are easements between these parties here, but for whatever reason, this parcel here does not have a legal easement to come out here, but that's where our driveway is. That's where the driveway is, and no
that's
one
the
at this
liquor
point
stores
has gone out there and tried to stop it. But this is how it does. It does work in this way. And no, it's only because just the way the parking is,
Yeah.
you come in, you back out, and you work your way around. It
Okay.
is set up that way.
So that's going to be the continued traffic pattern.
That's, until somebody tells us differently, that's what's being continually being
Okay,
used.
that was my biggest concern looking at the plan.
And that was mine, and that's why they brought that up.
Yeah.
And then there's this whole lot, I mean, I know we can't bring it up, but this whole lot that Richmond Group has, that's a large lot that goes behind the UPS store,
Yeah.
there's more along the street.
Yeah.
I think if we can come up with a cohesive plan, but it's been like one planning board application, another
Yeah.
planning board application. And I just think it's gonna come back to bite us in the,
But in the conditions
It's in
here,
the
we are,
conditions.
so that's one lot that's solved.
Right.
And then when Jibo develops 4 behind that, that'll be another lot solved, and we'll just pick away.
yeah, and he's agreed to it, so
Yeah.
that's kind of the thing is, like, we can get everyone together, that would be great.
Perfect.
And I think 4 works as it is now. I think when we come in with Gbo's, I think the interconnectivity on Gbo's might be from his straight through to this area here. I mean, if we, coming here, you start to lose the
I
parking.
did see that in the.
And then you're gonna lose the parking. It's
Yeah.
more of a,
Right.
if a connection this way, that would potentially work. And
Yeah.
again, that could be, that's the way this development has
And
been
I
set
think
up.
4 has access to Lover's Lane as well, right? The J&J, this lot behind it, I think in the
Nancy Ann
deed.
has legal
Nancy Ann.
access to
In the
Nancy Ann.
deed,
It
it
doesn't, I
says
don't think, have
Lover's
legal
Lane.
access to this road here.
Yeah, in the deed, it says access to Lover's Lane, I think.
Oh, yes, because through Nancy Ann.
Oh, through Nancy.
Nancy,
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
and this
okay.
one has access to Lover's Lane.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And any of our board
No,
members online?
no
got their
hands are up, and I can confirm we didn't receive any letters this month.
Okay, anyone in the public like to speak?
Sandy Schultz, 32
Sandy.
Lovers Lane. I've been a resident on owner on Lovers Lane for 32, actually 32 is my house number, but 23 years. The traffic at the beginning part, the commercial section of Lovers Lane is really, it's really taken on a whole new life. We have issues not only with what's happening at 4 Lovers Lane, and I can see definitely that they're making improvements, and they truly are making it, trying to work. But when you talk about that whole entire corner, it's not just 4 Lovers Lane. It's, the overflow of the liquor store on a Friday afternoon. It's, it's parking for the barber shop and the businesses that are actually on the corner of Old South and Lovers Lane. So we have parking. People, landscapers especially, they take up a lot of that road parking on Lovers Lane on the right when you turn onto Lovers Lane to grab lunch or, go to Yezzy's, get ice cream, whatever it might be. And I'd like to point out that the mailboxes for all of Lovers Lane are at the beginning of Lovers Lane. So, we have to contend with, stopping there to get our mail. It's right on the corner of Lovers Lane and Old South. And, it's become pretty dangerous, in that section. And, I spoke with Erica Mooney today. I know that the project is out to bid as far as, resurfacing Lovers Lane. And, hopefully that will happen at some point. We've been waiting for a really long time. But I guess, how is this all going to tie together if we can get these businesses with the right amount of parking? And, Lovers Lane, you're saying that there's going to be parking alongside the road, because we have multiple accesses into the forest that weren't necessarily there when we bought our house 23 years ago, right? They've kind of come into play because the liquor store is there and people walk across the street, and because, NERDA has, or the Wave has, a bus stop at the end of the street. And so that's created, new paths into the forest and all of that. So I just don't understand why there's not a traffic study done for this area. I mean, at one point in time, there was a stop sign on Old South Road, right? You remember that, Nat? That was a lot of fun, wasn't it? Right.
Nat
So
did
it's
that.
just, we're talking, you're going to have an extra recreational path down there. People are crossing. It's treacherous to cross Old South Road down there. And, there are a lot of children, and there definitely is an issue with certain times I've noticed with classes. Parents are dropping off, picking up, and, that does get complicated. And I can see that they're making efforts there, but that corner is kind of an accident waiting to happen, because cars just really don't know where to go and what to do. And now that they, I mean, you can access Island Variety, you can access UPS Store, all of that. And it's like a loading zone for Old South Liquors. So our car is really supposed to be going up and down there. If they're going in for Lover's Lane and going out and around the building, they're either going to shoot down to go out Island Variety, or they're going to turn left to go to Lover's Lane. And there's no real designation as far as a proper roadway. And that's really my only concern, being a butter using that road all the time.
No, I understand that. I think, in my opinion, we can't penalize one property owner for the activities on the properties next to them.
No, and I'm not asking for that.
And I know you're not. I'm just
No,
saying,
I'm asking for it.
so it's a difficult situation. I think that the access, as time goes and the next lot's developed, I think that access will become a little better developed and understood than, because all we want is the kids to be safe,
Of course.
right? I mean, that's the important thing here. And I think that road will become more established in time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sandy. Anyone else? Any of our members?
Barry has his hand raised.
You can't pass it off to anyone else this time, Barry.
I'm not going to. I'll pass it off to the chair now. Here we go. Well, I'm glad to see that there is at least consideration here for a right of access easement, because given the proximity to the Richmond development, that really does need to be strongly considered. Through you to Mr. Topham, was Mike able to give you any sense of where he was at with trying to look at the area and just get some straightening up, so to speak, in place about when that would happen? Or
I mean, I had a very loose conversation with him.
Yeah.
And he agreed with it. When he can get to it, that is the magic question. But I think that we also need to kind of reach out to everyone in this area that, is along Lover's Lane, along Old South Road, to kind of work together and see if there's some way we can come up with a plan. So I think that outreach needs to be happening first and foremost.
Yeah.
And Mike said he'll do it. So it's just, we kind of need to get it moving forward.
So I guess that's just going to bring me to one thing, and that's where I need a little bit of help from staff. So Megan, if you don't mind. So how would we, not necessarily to penalize them, but to make it understood that we may need to do some other things on the site once Mike delivers his final report? Is there somehow we can incorporate that into the document for what we're doing? I just don't want it to fall off the radar, or all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, we should have addressed it before we closed the application. You see where I'm going?
I think this is long-range planning. This is going to
Yeah,
take.
it's
It is.
difficult. I think you could
Yeah.
say the applicant has agreed to work cooperatively
That's
for
what he-
this larger collaborative
Yeah,
process.
you stated that last meeting.
Yeah, and include that in the description, not even as a specific condition, because it's all kind of tied together.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, I think getting it into the document and memorializing it somehow, as opposed to, well, we had conversations. That to me gives us a little bit more flexibility and ability to be able to apply what we need to for the, should we need to. So thank you.
And if I could, just Barry, to that point, I mean,
Yep.
Jibo has control of the piece that we're now talking about. He has somewhat of an interest in the abutting piece for Nancy Ann Lane. From his perspective, speaking on his behalf, he's agreed to work with everyone to try to see what's got to get done. And I think that's what the conversation I had with Mike, to Joe's point, was that Mike's first thing here was to try to just see if he can get everyone that has an interest in this area to kind of get together and maybe have a dialogue and a conversation. And I know Megan, through maybe through conversation with Richmond and so forth, everybody has a call they can make to try to bring everyone here. And but as far as Jibo goes, as far as for Nancy and for Lovers, to the extent that he can, cooperate, obviously, we're looking to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Santos. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Paul. Is that it, Barry?
That's all oh, well, is there anything we should be doing on the other side of Lover's Lane? Do you think, with signage or anything about parking and stuff?
Happen by itself.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, especially concerning there's a bike path over that way too. And I'm kind of hearing a little bit from the neighbors that is a problem. I just want to make sure that it's either not a problem or if it's an identified problem, is there anything we should do about it? And again, maybe that's part of the long range thing with Mike.
Yeah, I don't think inside this application, I don't think there's anything we can do.
Can I just speak to that? Looking at the Lovers Lane plan that's on the town website.
Yep.
It does look like there is going to be, I don't know, 4 parking spaces across from Yezzi's.
Okay.
Across from, I don't know if that's temporary parking, I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I know, I see the bump out.
But I would say it's probably for,
That
I
could
don't
be
know.
either bus or parking.
Yeah, I'm
right
not
there.
really quite sure.
Is
what
there,
it's
is that where the?
Do you know
bus-
that, Nat?
Do you know where the bus stop, where is the bus stop on Lover's Lane now? Or is it out on Old South?
Old South.
Old South, so
I don't
that'll
think
be.
there's any bus stop
That might
on
be
Lover's.
parking, but I don't know why they'd have
Yeah.
parking there, not farther down, so.
The parking that you're talking of, that I think Sandy was talking about, and people have brought up, is that little pullover thing, kind of like to the side of the back of the restaurant part. I think that's what we're talking about, right?
No, this
No, we're
is
talking about
across,
showing-
It's across the street.
it's across the street.
Across the street from the
That
application.
runs parallel
Well,
to the bike.
but the same thing, okay,
Yeah.
it's up a little ways, but it's the same,
But
that's
it's
what
not on
I'm
the
talking
same
about.
side as the restaurant, it's on the other side.
Yeah, no, I know,
Oh,
that's what I'm
okay.
talking
Okay,
about.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the same spot.
So
I'm just-
I think that's probably to Sandy's point about worried about someone running in to get a sandwich, they can
So,
park there quickly, go in,
I think what they
whatever.
need to do, that's sort of like the Rotary used to be, when it was a restaurant, and they had people parking on Milestone Road on the right and running across. I mean, that was not that long ago, okay, so you know. So I just see this as evolving. This is not like brand-new dirt, with nothing here. It's no different than when the Cape Cod Five went in after Dan's, and we never connected them until Cape Cod Five. I mean, it's just stuff that happens that it doesn't always have to be one at a time. And Joe is right about this. This is what we talk about. Like, if we could just get them all together, but it doesn't really work like that most of the time. But in these ones, they're already done. It's a little different than what Cape Cod was before. It was just, a piece of land. It wasn't really the whole post office, and that was it. But when you have something like this, Paul, kind of like the Cumbies issue, it's sort of like, let's try to get this fixed somehow before everybody gets adversarial and starts putting up rocks and signs and this is mine and all that stuff. Because we got to stop that. That is a big problem. It used to happen at Kitty's. Now it's the opposite, so.
I mean, I was there tonight before the meeting. There were 4 cars that I probably attribute they were in the state forest. There were 2
Yeah.
cars on Lovers and 2 cars on that side drive, and I watched a few of them just
And
walk
we
right
should be
into the state
happy about
forest.
that, by the way. That's gonna stay like that.
Yeah.
That land,
so-
that setup, so.
So,
Right. Great. Well, if there's no one
Anybody else?
online, no one in the
Billy?
room, I'd entertain a motion to, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Good thing you waved.
Starvard. I just want to say, as someone that lives on the boulevard and takes Lover's Lane daily and has for the past 8 years, the addition of the Word Doom Gym has added a little bit of cars. I go at peak hours with my children. I drop them off and feel like they're being dropped off safely. They have set up a situation where you can pull in, drop your child off directly by the door and pull out. But as someone who also parks on the road to walk my dogs in the gym, I just wanted to say the addition of this gym has added so much to our family and to this island. The matter of fact of the way it's parking and such, I would like to say that as someone who goes there and who's someone who lives and drives on that road daily, it is a shame that parking is something that would even worry the neighbors for this situation. But I, as a parent, I'm worried more so with the, playground across the street. And so I just want to say, as someone who goes for peak hours, they have set up a situation where our children are not only visibly seen when they get out of the car, but they're also always safe when they get out of the car. Thank you.
We love. Thank you.
And just one more thing, just, you want to keep the ankle parking, and it's an existing
Oh,
building.
sure.
No, I'm saying, I don't mean you like that, I meant the general. We should be like excited that there's already ankle parking, because you don't have to do all the
no, I-
insane maneuvering that goes on at Stop and Shop and everywhere else that has straight in. So, and again, existing with the whole thing in the back pulling out, if that gets worked out, which it should, because it's in the best interest of everyone, it's, well, that needs to happen.
Right, so I would.
That's not a sigh, that was just an exhale.
What to say? Doing well for 4 hours and 10 minutes.
4 hours, yeah, exactly. I'm making these pretzels
I would,
last all night.
One other point, and I'm not gonna, it's done now, but please, if you guys ever do another gym, come see us and get an application done before you start working on your gym, please. All right? We would appreciate that greatly. So I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing, unless there's anyone else that I haven't seen.
We good?
Right.
Motion to close the public comment.
Second.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by the great Messiah, Nat Lowell. Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. As for the application, gentlemen,
Motion to approve with findings and conditions spelled out by staff.
Second.
we have all the conditions in here, correct? Okay,
And additions, although that, yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So, motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat. Joe?
First up, I want to apologize to all the kids that waited so long. So,
Yeah.
yeah, maybe they'll put an application for the planning board. Aye.
40.
Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Enjoy, guys.
Thank you.
That's a first.
Better than
Yeah.
Usually they throw rotten vegetables at us.
the pickleball guy.
It's like Roadhouse, you need the chain link in front of us.
All righty.
I was wondering what, I thought there was a ZBA.
Upstairs? I don't know. Okay. We're getting there, guys. Bear with it. Everyone all right, hanging in there? Pizza gonna be here any second. 21 Amelia Drive, LLC, 21 Amelia Drive. Paul Santos and the lovely Sarah
Thank God.
Alger.
Thank you again, Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors. On behalf of the property owner, 21 Amelia Drive LLC. In addition to myself, Sarah is seated behind me as counsel for the owner, and I believe Brian Barnett, who represents the owner, is also available online. Again, this is a second hearing for an application. This is an application for an amendment to a previously granted special permit for 21 Amelia Drive, which is a 12,988 square foot parcel located within the commercial neighborhood zoning district. The applicant is requesting that the MCD special permit be modified. The modification involves the incorporating a convenience store use into the existing building. Currently, the special permit sets forth the allowed uses for the premises as follows: 4 apartments, 3 office suites, and 3 garage bays, and 1 personal services facility. The original application, this is the second amendment. The first amendment was the incorporation of the personal services aspect to the facility. This is towards the end of Amelia Drive, located on the right-hand side if you're traversing from Old South Road. Granite City Electric is the abutter to the south. Joe Manning's building was the abutter to the north. That building is currently being renovated, and a safe place will be moving in there at some time, I believe, towards the end of this summer. So those are the two abutters to both the north and the south. Actually to the north is the Waite Drive housing complex, which abuts, and there's a number of Habitat for Humanity homes being built, I think, to the north presently. The tenant that we're talking about here also leases one of the apartments, which is included as an inclusionary unit for employee housing. At the time that we came in before you for the First Amendment, which included the personal services, the original MCD did not have any inclusionary housing. We added that component under the Second Amendment. So we do have inclusionary housing. One of the apartments is currently being used by one of the tenants. The parking itself, when we talk about the change to the convenience store, the parking numbers actually work out the same. Under the original proposal, we had office, retail store, and services, along with one space per 3 employees on peak shift. We then had the apartments for a total of 16 or 18 spaces required. A waiver was obtained at that time, and part of that was because of the inclusionary housing and the employees being on site. So currently, the site was permitted for 16 spaces. The proposal of the convenience store, the numbers work out to the similar 18 requirement, personal services, convenience store, the spaces per employees on peak shift, and the apartments, the totals. And Billy, if you pan that, if we pull that up, the parking tables are on up the other way, Billy, I'm sorry, down, I guess. Parking tables there, you'll see the parking summary approved, and then the parking summary proposed. So we're still currently have 16 spaces on site. Now, in order, that 16 to 2-space waiver was tied specifically to the prior application. We are asking the board to, again, acknowledge that the 16 spaces would be sufficient for the current proposed use. The application itself, we did discuss it. Wilbur Garcia is seated here to my left, I believe, who will be the proprietor of the convenience store. And we did submit to the board, dated April 7th, a supplemental information with regard to specific questions that were raised at the original hearing. And I'd like to briefly read some of that into the record. I'm sure many of you already had a chance to read it, but for those who haven't, on behalf of the applicant and owner, Nantucket Surveyors is submitting this supplemental information regarding concerns brought by the planning board at the March 10th meeting. La Repubblica Mini Mart seeks to serve the needs of the Hispanic community in Nantucket, offering a selection of essential household products. They specialize in products from the basic Latin basket with a focus on the Dominican, Salvadorian, and Brazilian communities. Among the items available are rice, beans, oil, sugar, coffee, traditional flours such as corn and yuca, sausages, dairy products, preserves, and a variety of spices and condiments essential in their customers' kitchens. Their goal is to contribute to access to quality products, promoting cultural diversity on the island, and offering a convenient option for those looking for authentic ingredients. The owners of 21 Amelia Drive and the Protectors Convenience Store have been actively working to secure 2 permanent parking spaces, and that's the 2 spaces that we are seeking to waive, nearby, and have been unable to obtain or lease an easement for the additional spaces. However, parking is not expected to be an issue. The 3 store employees will not require on-site parking. Wilbert Garcia, the proposed tenant, and his wife operate another business at 15 Amelia Drive and will continue parking there, while the third employee does not drive. The applicant agrees that the requested modifications of the special permit for the waiver of 2 parking spaces previously granted for office, retail, personal services would be conditioned upon the parking waiver being specific to the convenience store use of this particular tenant, and that any future change or use of this portion of the premises would require further relief from this board. Concerns about delivery logistics were brought up. They have been addressed. Wilbert has acquired a refrigerated truck, which he will keep off-site and will be used for all stored deliveries. He will manage the delivery schedule to prevent any disruptions to parking, traffic, or blockage on Amelia Drive. Additionally, the convenience store will not sell prepared foods or have an active kitchen at 21 Amelia Drive, which will significantly reduce transient activity, particularly during peak traffic hours. Thank you for your attention to this matter. If you have any questions, please contact my office. So that was the supplement that specifically dealt with the 2 parking spaces, the need for deliveries, and then also tying this relief granted specific to the convenience store use.
Yep.
I believe we did submit prior to this hours of operation, things along that line. But again, Sarah's available, Wilbert's available here for any questions. We're happy to have any further discussion the board would like to talk about, or if there's any concerns. I do believe there was, I think on the original application, there was concern regarding parking on Amelia Drive, which we're all well aware of. I think the Artists Association had presented a concern. I believe there may have been one other abutter, and I just did check the packet today, and there was, I think Homer Ray submitted a.
Yeah, I wanted to just make a quick, I had received an email from Homer and Ellen Ray. The attachment was like corrupted or something when I went to do the packet, but their son Chris did send me another copy of it today, which I forwarded to the board.
So, and that was in opposition to the application, so. There was no specifics to it, other than just there was an opposition to the application. So happy to answer any questions that the board may have. Oh, actually, if I can, there was one other thing. I think there was a maybe talk at the last meeting too about kind of a 6-month maybe check-in, or depending upon if the permit was issued, kind of a follow-up to see how things are working.
Yeah.
And obviously, we would agree to that also.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I
sir.
just,
Of course not.
I didn't shut my mic off for the last one, so I just left it on, so I'll talk first. Paul, can you explain that delivery truck thing again? I like
Sure,
that.
I'll just
I'm thinking
you
like
what-
the
how
wood
it's
box
explained
kind of
to me.
thing,
So-
like, you know, somewhere where we don't have to, Cisco doesn't have to park in the street for this place?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
So that's correct. So concerns about delivery is acquired a refrigerated truck, which we will keep off-site and will use for all store deliveries. So
So
I'm
they're
assuming
doing
off-site
a
does not
remote,
mean
they're
on
doing
Amelia
like a
Drive.
remote way to get deliveries to a truck to make that small truck go to the store.
Correct. Is that right,
That's
Wilbur?
like
That's-
unbelievable.
Twice
Yeah.
as much work.
Like, I mean, think about that.
No, I
Do you know
know.
how many times we've talked about stuff like this?
Yeah.
I love this conversation. Something
Yeah.
that is happening without being, having to make a suggestion for that, because that is a great concept. I know that one of the other places does this too, with the little truck. Actually,
Yeah.
I think they go off island,
Yeah.
but
Okay, Wilbert?
Hi, my
Beautiful.
name is Wilbert Garcia.
Jonathan Rodriguez.
So Jonathan explained to Dave.
I'm trying to explain to you, I'll translate a little bit.
Mira, yo con el truck, yo no solamente lo voy a llevar para dejar la comida allá en el almacén y el truck yo lo voy a llevar a mi casa porque ya nunca va a estar ahí.
So he's stating that the truck is actually, will be coming from his actual house, full of all the items that need to go to the grocery store or the market, and is going to, from his house to the market, he's gonna deliver everything that has to be delivered, and then from there it's going right back to the house.
So I never parking in
Yeah.
that store.
He's
And
never parking there for good, or he's never keeping the truck there overnight at any point.
But-
It's going from the house
Yeah.
there.
But the key to this, John, and I remember you the other day, how you doing? So the key to this though is the Cisco US, the 38-foot pup trailers aren't parked in the street delivering. They're gonna deliver to your truck and you're gonna bring the little truck to the, like, Peapod Stop and Shop, like something smaller,
Yeah.
take the stuff to your place.
Yeah.
This is the first time
what we all do in
anyone has
town.
ever voluntarily figured that out without having to be asked. I can tell you that. This is unbelievable. Because this is the right
benefit to that
thing.
is he controls the delivery time.
This
Yeah,
is really
yeah,
good.
no,
This is
this
what,
is-
and it's a small enough business where this could work. You know, got like 3 different companies coming, that have to go to your business because there's no
There-
choice.
There are gonna be specific items that are gonna be stored there, obviously because of the refrigeration.
Yeah, no,
And
that
then
makes
from there,
sense.
it's going right to the store. And again, that truck is going right back to the house with its main address.
No sighing.
I don't believe that. Thank you.
Any other questions from board? No, okay.
John Kitchener just raised his hand.
Okay. You gotta go to the mic, my friend, but I got one ahead of you. John?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, it's just really a comment that's on my mind, and that is, regardless of the number of parking spots that are approved, the people that are coming to a convenience store is different to the current use. And I'm just concerned that, what is already a very tough traffic situation on Amelia Drive is going to get even worse because of customers just pulling up and running into the store, and Amelia Drive just gets more and more parking issues than we currently have. And it's not really solved by more or less parking spots. It's just the vibe of a convenience store is it is relatively large numbers of people coming in and getting a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and all that means is cars pulling up in an area that's already tough. So I have a concern about that. Thank you.
I agree that the parking is concerning, but I don't think people are gonna pull up and stop on Amelia Drive because they'll block the whole road, because people are parked on the other side of it. So they're gonna have to find someplace to stuff their car. And I'm not gonna deny, that is my only concern about this application is the parking. Sir?
Chairman, Eric Goddard. I really just want to add a personal character attestation for Mr. Garcia. I think that he is a good man and has become a leader in the Latino community at Nantucket. I would encourage everyone on the board to grant this waiver. And as was mentioned earlier, that he does have another business on Amelia Drive, Wilbert's Barber Shop. I see that there may be a couple people on the board that may not have been to Wilbert's Barber Shop. But I can confirm that Mr. Garcia, maybe the best laugh of the night, huh?
That's a good one. That was unexpected.
Mr. Garcia runs a very good business.
Really was it?
A very good business, a very professional business at Wilbert's Barber Shop. So I thank you for your consideration.
We'll remember that. Thank you.
I mean, I was concerned about the parking, but I do think this is something where, I think should come back in 6 months. Look at what's going on. I think you guys, if you could educate people going in and using the facility, this also brings up, we probably should someday sit down and make Amelia Drive one way.
Eventually.
Eventually, we're getting there.
Yeah.
And I think as that neighborhood behind them matures,
Yeah.
there is going to be a lot of walking business.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at first, when I looked at this application, I was like, no way, this is crazy. But the more I see it and the more I think about it, I mean, I think if we bring them back in 6 months and if we have to make adjustments, we have to make adjustments. I am concerned about the parking, but you don't know till you try, I guess.
And it could be just like peak hours or times or whatever, so I think
And
this
people
this
are going
thing
to
should,
stay for long, and it's going to be turnover.
no.
So I think the parking will be fine. So, my
It's
opinion.
all short-term turnover parking.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's not like that people are staying there,
Yeah, and there's a
shopping
lot of,
for an
there's a
hour.
lot of people that bike in that area and that walk in that area. I mean, if it's dysfunctional, then people are gonna have to find a different way to make it work, right? Like, I don't drive down places I know where the traffic's
It's gonna
bad, or if
self-regulate.
the traffic's bad, I'll ride my bike. So I think that, even though the parking is tight, I think it'll work here. My personal opinion.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm gonna go to a store and it's like full, I'd go to the next one, like Cumbies. I'd go to the next one. I go around, it's not that far away. So if they're not gonna go here, they're gonna go to the end of the street, Old South Road. So I think there's ways to do this. I think, I don't know, I would like to see this. I think that they need to communicate with everyone that goes into the stores and shops and,
I got that right.
yeah. But I think coming back in 6 months, how did it go? What's going on? And if something is really bad, then I think we come back and, I
And
think
Wilbert needs to get the Dominicans to come to master planning.
that was my next comment.
Okay. Like, we need your community to come and give us input badly.
We need your voice.
Yes.
And we should have done the same to Andre. I thought about it as he went out. I sent him a text message,
Oh, yeah.
like, we need you.
Yeah.
So, because your voice is important and.
Mr.
and what you
Chair.
do to the
Your
community.
community's voice is important. We need to hear it. So, yeah.
We do have
the
one
word.
hand that raised in the public.
There's a hand up?
Yeah,
Okay. Who is it?
Meg Ruley.
Welcome, Meg.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I just wanted to follow up. I did send a letter that was in the packet at the last meeting. I'm in a butter to to 21 Amelia Drive. I live over on Tom's Way. And I do appreciate, that more people are going to be walking and riding their bikes, but it's very dangerous, the amount of traffic and congestion on Amelia Drive. And essentially what I said in my letter to the planning board is that, until the town starts enforcing parking regulations in this area, because the town has taken over Amelia Drive, Tacoma Way, Waite Drive, and the new parking lot at 2 Fairgrounds that can accommodate up to 200 cars will be opening on April 15th. We should not be giving waivers to businesses. They should have the right amount of parking that they need. And that was sort of the intention back in 2004, as long as I've lived in this area, that these businesses were supposed to be able to support the parking. And I appreciate that Wilbur has parking at his other business for his employees, but somebody else might buy his business or run his business. That can change, and it's difficult to enforce it, even if you go back 6 months later. As far as parking goes, a lot of times people will pull up and park on Amelia Drive. They won't even pull into the parking lot. And when you turn off of Tacoma to get onto Amelia, that's where you have to wait for the people coming off of Old South Road to come out onto Tacoma Way. But more and more people are parking all around those mailboxes, which is where my mailbox is, at the end of Amelia Drive on either side. So you don't have anywhere to even pull your car over. And when you're walking and riding your bike, cars are turning there. There's no sidewalk. So I just would really urge you to reconsider granting the waiver for these parking spots. Thanks.
Thank you, Meg.
side you speak. Of course, come up to the mic and state your name. That's all right. My Spanish is worse, trust me.
My name is Eloisa. We're there before them at 21 Amelia. And Granite City was very nice to us after hours, like they close at 5. And they let us use the whole parking
got a
lot
huge parking lot.
after 5. So the peak hour will be covered by the Granite City too. It's a big space. Also, we're there like with all these kids going back and forth, and was more than I think Wilbert will have, and it was okay. And people used to park in the back, the public park, in the front of the house, Granite City, and all the parkings we have available. So I don't think it will be a problem, as we're there for 6 months. Was nice.
Thank you. Yep. And have you talked to Granite City at all, Wilbert?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Okay, so that's, you have done that, because that was a
That's-
little bit of an issue the last meeting, 2 meetings ago.
And that's super important
Yeah.
to communicate with your neighbors and to, yeah.
I mean, I have to bring up older stuff. You know, I'm gonna go back to Kitty's. I gotta bring up Kitty's. Kitty's doesn't have enough parking in its own little space. And there was tons of parking across the street. No one wanted them to park in those spaces, and that's what they do now, because those businesses are closed at night, right? We have to figure out how to do it. Downtown sharing's a lot different. There is no parking, never has been, never will be. True, it just won't ever happen. Airport's on straight walk. So, but these businesses that are existing, even though that's only, Amelia Drive's what, 88, Paul?
Yeah.
87? Should have been 5 feet wider. Trees are too big, can't cut them down. We kind of screwed it up.
I think there's a deed
I was
restriction that says you
25
can't park
years
on the
old
street there
when
too.
that
but-
happened, so it's not my fault. But anyway, the parking requirements, Paul, are not an exact science. It's kind of a little, it's arbitrary. It doesn't, so you have to have flexibility, especially with existing businesses. This business, you know, I think these guys are gonna educate their customers.
Yeah.
I think that people will figure it out, as Joe was saying. I think there'll be people dropping someone off and circling around and coming back and picking them up, that kind of thing. I also think that it's going to have enough turnover. This isn't like going to the mall, to the store, and you stay there for 3 hours and have lunch. This is going to be grabbing a few things. This is like Cumbies. You're not staying at Cumbies for 2 hours. You know what I mean? Like, I think we have to let it go. I think Joe's right. I don't know if it's 6 months, maybe 8, whatever the number comes out to be from the starting point, Meg, maybe of when they open, and see how it works.
Yep.
And you got to figure it out. Something has to go there. What's the perfect business for this spot? Like, does anyone have an answer to that? No.
Well, the gym was there, but we.
I know. No, that's just what I'm saying.
But I keep following him around.
I mean, something's gonna replace it, and we just got done talking about that with the parking storage.
Yeah.
Something's gonna change, I mean, that's just, it is what it is.
I will say too, I mean, we actually already have the waiver of the 2 spaces. So the original application was 18, we had the waiver of 2.
Yep.
And again, the justification for that was, you've got inclusionary housing, the people are there, they're already, their car is, but we have the waiver of 2, which was just a question of re-ratifying it for the change in use. But we have the waiver of 2 spaces already.
No, listen, I'm familiar with Wilbert's business, original business, where he is, who his landlord is. If he can navigate that with the business he was running in there, I have complete faith that he can navigate this and make the parking work.
I have a 15-year in the Amelia Drive, and my barber shop is too busy. Everybody knows that. I never have a problem with the parking. And the business, the Amelia Drive, busy is in the morning and the afternoon, like at 5 o'clock. Later, everybody go to the job, But 5 o'clock, everybody down to the job, everybody leaving for the house. The street is free. So you can do it that. So my business, I think, is later after job. So the 5 and 9 o'clock, everybody go to the job, to the mini mart or buy the cooking and, and everything. So I think it's no problem, but everybody go to the job and that hour is not too busy.
And this
Mr.
isn't the
Chair.
only store like this or place. I mean, there's other places with the same type of stuff going on. So it's spread out a little bit. Like there's not, if this was like the only place, it would be busy.
Yeah.
More busy, so I think that the issue of no takeout is huge. I mean, that was a game changer.
Yeah, you
From the
can't be
beginning
having
of the,
takeout there.
that, and that, and we, that is important, that is, the case. So I love this delivery thing. I mean, that's unbelievable. You came in here and said all that. Like, wow, this is unbelievable. So, because that's what you need. That was going to be one of the first questions is where's Cisco going to pull over? I mean, they're just going to park in the street. There's no place for them to go. And you got the answer. That's it.
And I think they'll have growing pains. I think the first month it's going to
Yeah.
be some selling, people
No,
will figure it out.
have to
but-
give them
but
some
as they come
time.
in, people will educate them, and then hopefully it's no different than what it
Yep.
is now.
Yep.
Misdirector, sir. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh, no problem. I get used to that at times, If you're not there in person, it's like, oh yeah, the crickets are chirping in the background. But thank you. I think they're going to do fine with this. Yeah, they will have some growing pains with it, but again, as I'm very fond of saying, and the public has to remember at this point, this is an MCD special permit, which means that in time, if things still aren't going well, the application can be reopened and it can be revisited. And it's not always, it doesn't have to be at the behest of the board that MCD is reviewed. It can also be if the public also feels that's not happening either, they could submit a petition to the planning board under which to come back in and revisit the process. But I think they'll do well, and I think we just need to give them a little bit of breathing space to kind of dial things in. But I think they've made great progress, and I think we should support the application. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Barry. If there's no other hands up. no
We have
in the
one more
pub-
hand in the public. Meg Rulli
Oh,
has
okay.
her hand up again.
Okay,
Hi, no, I just wanted to follow up.
welcome back, Meg.
Thank, I had wanted to follow up, but I guess I got muted too quickly. The other thing I wanted to point out is with the traffic backing up, from the Rotary all the way out to the airport in the mornings, especially in the end of the day, more and more people are coming down Young's Way and then down Tacoma Way as a cut through. And just to keep that in mind, because this convenience store is at that end, it sounds like the board is moving in favor of this application and this waiver. But, I guess we'll see how it goes, is what I'm hearing from the planning board. But I'm also asking the planning board to really assess the pressure that this whole entire neighborhood is undergoing. 200 parking spots at 2 Fairgrounds Road. There's going to be another 100 parking spots over at Tacoma Green. You've got cars parked all up and down Amelia Drive all year round, as well as at the end of Tacoma Way, and no enforcement at all. So I just really hope that you consider what residents in this area are having to go through every day to get to and from work out of our neighborhood. It's very, very challenging.
Thank you, Megan, and I appreciate what you're saying, and we hear you. I mean, the hope is that when Lover's Lane gets developed and Orkawa gets finished, that maybe that will relieve some pressure on that neighborhood, but, yeah. They were already, yeah, yeah. No, it's the pain of growth.
Are you on? Okay.
Whatever. You can hear me.
All right. Okay. Is there anyone else? Okay, so a motion to close the public hearing, please? Or
I'll
not?
make a motion to close.
Second.
Motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. As
Make
for the
a-
merits, guys,
Yeah, I'll make a motion. We approve the application at this point with the conditions and findings that have been delineated by staff. And I don't think there was anything else additional we added in tonight, but there you have it.
Well,
a
I think
return at
revisit.
6 months.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Return in 6 months.
And can we, I mean, do we need to put put in the delivery thing as a condition? I mean, I think that might be a little too far,
No.
you know.
I don't think we need to put that as a
But I
condition.
mean,
I think we
some
need
kind
to-
of mention, I don't
If
know
it's
if
a
that's
problem, we
necessary.
address it in 6 months.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
We can include it in the description.
Yeah, something
Yes.
like that, but not a condition. Okay.
All right.
And I know this isn't something we can do, but I think when they advertise a store, like mention parking in their advertisement that they're opening,
Parking's limited.
and limited and in the back and all that, just to, I'm sorry, that came up later, but anyways,
Yeah, no parking on Amelia
but I'll
Drive.
second Barry's motion.
Okay, all right. So motion made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
John,
I still have the parking risks, but aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Congrats, guys. Congrats. We'll see you in 6 months and hopefully we're all smiles. Yep. All righty. Everyone hanging in there. We're on the home stretch.
You need a quick break?
Anyone else need a?
Yeah, take,
Yeah, we're gonna
Do a quick
take
one.
a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Stretch our legs.
no, thank you, I'm good.
You know, there's nothing I like better than a gluten-free snack.
Yeah, I can. Will it cause an issue if I have to drop off? Okay, but she's got the little one now. Then yeah, okay, all right, well, then. No, but I just called Dave to say, look, I am the properties. So, I just have to make sure that I have an alternate, Abby. So she's gonna stay on. Let's go. All day long, it's fucking stupid. Stupid. You ready to go? Yeah.
Okay.
All right, now we're good.
We're going to get back going here. Abby, are you here? Are you on the meeting?
I am here.
Okay. We don't need an alternate for anything else on the agenda. Yeah. Okay. No, but no. I'm just checking because John has to leave. I want to make sure that Abby is on the meeting. If Abby's here. Oh, AR, and we can't.
Right.
Okay. All right. Barry?
Yes.
Thank goodness, Barry.
Aw,
Abby,
aren't you
John?
sweet?
All right, well, we're going to continue on and see what happens. We are at Fairground Roads LLC, Brad Cartwright, manager, 25 and 27 Fairgrounds Road, Paul Santos.
Again, thank you. For the record, Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors. I guess a point of order. Could I find out if so this is an AR subdivision, so my board would be,
You have a 4-member board. John Kitchener had to leave, so you have Joe, Dave, Nat, and Barry.
okay?
Okay,
And I would
and
need,
You need 3 votes
you would need 3 votes.
for an approval.
Okay,
In the event that this is not approved tonight and gets continued, John will have the opportunity to mull it in.
okay, perfect. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, can you plug me in over there? Do you know how? Thank you, sir. All right, Paul.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
For the record, Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors. On behalf of the applicant, Fairgrounds LLC, this is a AR or definitive subdivision application for the property located at 25 and 27 Fairgrounds Road. You all know it is the Fairgrounds Restaurant.
You had to say that, Paul.
Fairgrounds LLC is actually the contract purchaser. The property itself is owned by Suzanne M. Davis as a trustee. She is the owner of 25 Fairgrounds Road, and William F. Puder, trustee, is the other owner. So both of those owners have signed the application. However, the applicant itself is Fairgrounds LLC. As I had mentioned, this is a definitive subdivision. This is based off a preliminary plan that was submitted to this board at last month's meeting, in which the concept was generally approved and a letter was issued for that application, or for the preliminary plan application. This is a 8-lot buildable subdivision with 1 non-buildable or roadway lot. The total area itself is approximately 2 acres or 89,553 square feet. And we are proposing a single access road of approximately 290 feet, which will come off of Fairgrounds Road and into the site. Obviously, under this proposal, the restaurant structure would be raised, and this would be a completely new development. Zoning in this area is R10 residential zone, which requires 10,000 square feet, 75 feet of frontage, allows 25% ground cover with 10-foot side and rear line setbacks and a 20-foot front yard setback. The combined area, as I mentioned, of both 25 and 27 is approximately 89,551 square feet. The parcels are located in a DEP Zone 2 wellhead protection area. They're located within the Nantucket Harbor Watershed Protection Zone B in the Nantucket Public Wellhead Recharge District. HWH Map 2 indicates a northeasterly groundwater flow direction. A certificate of water quality compliance will be required from the Wannacomet Water Company, again, because we're in the public wellhead recharge. The site will be serviced by public sewer. There is a sewer line in Fairgrounds Road. Since the preliminary plan filing, we've had discussions with the sewer department. Specifically, Nat had mentioned on the, I know when the project at 31, I believe it is, was developed, there was some question about the sewer line. The town does experience issues with the sewer line located in Fairgrounds Road. There are a number of town-owned projects, a lot of housing projects that are coming online in this particular area. So our contention with the sewer department is that the restaurant itself is already in the sewer line. We've got flows allocated for the sewer, and that any discussion that revolves around upgrading the sewer, may be better had between the town and the sewer department. But we'll see where that goes. The way we have figured it, we looked at the water flow data in the restaurant for the past over 20 years. Looked at Title V estimated flows. And based on that, the existing daily flow associated with the restaurant is approximately 7,000 gallons per day. With an estimated flow, the proposed subdivision was a similar number. We had around 7,000. So we felt that was the proposed residential use will mimic what's typically been there for the restaurant, and that while there may be some issues with the sewer line, that we're not necessarily contributing anymore. We've already accounted for it based on the development of this particular property. Again, that's a discussion we'll continue to have with David and the sewer department. Lots will be serviced by municipal water. There is water line in Fairgrounds Road. We proposed a water main extension to the subdivision, and we've also proposed a hydrant at the end of the cul-de-sac for the purposes of fire saving operations. Site will be serviced by underground electric, telephone, and cable. Site is not located within a FEMA flood zone. Site is not located with any area regulated by the Nantucket Conservation Commission, and it's not located with any NHESP or Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program areas of estimated habitat or real wildlife or priority habitat. Traffic generated by the development will be minimal, and the proposed roadway will incorporate a cul-de-sac layout. The proposed roadway can accommodate emergency and maintenance vehicles per town regulations. There is also, on the last sheet of the set, there is a swept path analysis that was provided, which shows Nantucket Fire Department's ladder number 1, I believe, coming into the site, traversing around the cul-de-sac, and coming back out of the site. This plan and the entire application, at the same time that we submitted to the planning board, to the town's engineer, Ed Pesci, was also forwarded to the fire department. As of tonight's meeting, though, we had still not received any particular feedback from the fire department. But the few criterias that typically we deal with the fire department, we have the hydrant, we have a clear swept path analysis that shows the trucks can come in and out, and we've also maintained the 20-foot wide paved area, which I know is under the state regulations was a requirement that the fire department has in most cases, requested that we try to maintain. So it does meet all of the criteria that we typically have with the fire department. I don't suspect there'll be any issues when we get their review. Development phasing, there's no phasing proposed for the project itself. To briefly go through the plan, Billy, if we can go maybe back to one of the earlier plans. We'll keep going there, keep going, let's go in. We'll look at that one right there. That's probably the best one. This is the drainage and grading plan. So what we're proposing is 4 lots on either side of the subdivision roadway. What we have is a 20-foot wide paved road with a Cape Cod berm. The cul-de-sac we've expanded for a brick apron, more so decorative in there. That's actually been done to accommodate the fire turning apparatus. We provided a 20-foot layout with a 10-foot roadway easement on either side. So we basically have a 40-foot roadway easement with the 20-foot paved surface. Each lot meets the criteria, R factor, lot area, and frontage for all the particular lots. The site, as I had mentioned, is located within DEP Zone 2. So to that end, we've submitted a full stormwater management report that deals with all the criteria listed within the state's requirements for drainage within the Zone 2. The plan here is to have a roadway with a set of catch basins located within the roadway. You have then a drainage outlet, a perforated pipe drain, which go along this side here, and then a subsurface system along the property line, but we've also incorporated into it a vegetated swale. So you have an above-ground vegetated swale with the honeycomb or beehive type of catch basins located in it. So the roadway itself is a combination of the recharge and then the overland flow and so forth from the lots. We've utilized an above surface vegetated swale. The particular area itself, for the most part, all of the Fairgrounds Road or the restaurant site is, for the most part, impervious between the building and the parking. That occurs within this general area. This particular piece here, the 27 Fairgrounds piece, is a vegetated woodland lot. For the most part, there actually is no drainage currently on this property. Everything drains basically from this side here across into that wetland area and eventually ends up in the area of where these existing dwellings are over in this area. And in fact, over the years, the owners in this area, there's actually a built-up berm that's in this area, and I'm assuming that was probably put in at some point to mitigate the flow that was coming that area. And as you can see right now, when you have a large rainstorm, the parking lot exit, which is in this area here, is where all the water ponds. There is a catch basin within the road layout in this particular area, and again, that's actually a leach pit, which doesn't really actually function too well. But the intent here is we've mitigated the pre and post development. We have put in the subsurface system along with the vegetated swale, and we've also have a storm scepter water quality unit here after the catch basins. All that is set forth in the stormwater report narrative, and then it goes through and details all the compliance with the state's regulation with regard to the drainage. Again, we're servicing it by public water and public sewer, which will be extended into the site. The plan would be for the development of the lots, that each of the dwellings, which aren't particularly shown at this point, the dwellings would all have roof runoff recharge to accommodate the impervious area with each of the structures. There is a NRTA bus stop located at the end of Tacoma. That would be able to be maintained in place. Nothing that we're doing here would change the location of that bus stop. The only thing we don't have there is there's really not a turnout for that bus stop. It's kind of just on the edge of the road. So there's that small little island that occurs in here. So right now the bus just stops and people are getting on and off the bus at that particular point. The subdivision, I do have a waiver list that was submitted with the subdivision. I'll briefly go through what those waivers are. A waiver of section 206E, which is the staking of the subdivision center line and lot line intersections. Again, we all know where this is. This is pretty much open. The road's going to go right down through the center of the existing restaurant. A waiver of section 403, the width of the road layout from 40 to 20 feet. A waiver of section 404B, the turnaround layout radius of 60 feet to 30 foot. Roadway radius of 50 feet to 40 feet. In the center island, the swept path analysis, we still have, even with the reduced size cul-de-sac, we've still been able to accommodate ladder 1, and we've shown that on the prior plan. A waiver of section 4.18 sidewalks, a waiver of section 4.19 bicycle paths, and a waiver of section 4.20 street lights. I did not ask for a waiver of street trees, and I had every intention of having street trees in here. Unfortunately, when I looked at the plans today in prep and beforehand, I don't have any street trees shown on this plan, but the intention would be to have street trees. I'm not asking for a waiver of street trees. With regard to the sidewalk, I believe the house, I think that's 30. What's being developed here is 30 fairgrounds. And noticing as you go out there today, they're actually constructing that sidewalk. There's a sidewalk being constructed in front of that property. Our thought was maybe on the sidewalk issue is if I can go to kind of some of the recommendations, staff recommendations. One of the recommendations was a $2,500 payout per dwelling unit, I believe, that would go towards, I think that's typically for a sidewalk or whatever fund that gets used for, was potentially taking a portion of that money that would have been allocated to that fund and then actually using it, though, to construct a sidewalk out in the front of this area. I don't think necessarily a sidewalk in the subdivision is probably warranted, but the extension of a sidewalk here. But if we're committing the money, $2,500 per dwelling unit, we could maybe incorporate that sidewalk in there, but pull that money that was being contributed and use it to construct the sidewalk and actually construct the sidewalk in front as part of the project. That would extend the sidewalk from 30 along the frontage here. The plan itself has been reviewed by Ed Pesci. I think everything in the letter is pretty straightforward. The stormwater, he agreed with the stormwater with really nothing in there that would require us to make any design changes. His letter is in the packet, and addressing any particular concerns that he may have as a condition of any type of approval, we have no issue with that. Again, to go through here, it says he recommends that the applicant discuss the justification and explanation of the waivers. We also note that a no landscape plan was provided. He talks about the street trees. We recommend the Nantucket Fire Department review these plans, which they have been submitted. We recommend, he asked about the fire truck apron, but that is depicted as a brick apron on the plan. Recommends a stop sign and painted stop line be added to the plans. Recommend that the existing pedestrian crosswalk on Fairgrounds Road be painted to allow for the safe use by the subdivision residents. Talks about the stormwater management. The project proposes to mitigate post-development runoff for the new subdivision roadway via the use of 2 deep sump catch basins connected to a storm scepter treatment, which would pipe to 2 crushed stone leaching trenches located behind lots 5 through 8 and a 10-foot wide drainage easement. Talks about the vegetated swale to reduce the volume of runoff on the abutting properties. He says the stormwater design does not discuss roof drainage, but it is actually in the original report, and we would be addressing that on a site-by-site basis when the sites are developed. Talks about a homeowners association, all the typical things that you would that you would typically have. And then also some information with regard to having the stormwater report signed by the applicant and ultimately the homeowners association, in which they would agree to, long-term maintenance of the drainage system. Essentially, that's the extent of the proposal. I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Great.
Or the board may have.
Thank you, Paul. Board members? Nat, you awake? Thoughts?
Paul, so what they're doing next door right now is part of the condition from Wiggles Way. I remember this, wasn't it, Megan? Yeah.
Yes, so they are moving forward with a sidewalk connecting
Connecting
to.
to the bus stop or
Yeah,
whatever
is
that
that
is
Trotters?
over there.
Trotters is yes,
Yeah,
that's where it's
Trotters.
connecting.
Yeah.
They were also meant to install a NRTA stop there, but the NRTA evaluated it, and because there's one at Trotters and one at this location,
You don't need it.
they,
I remember that conversation a
requested
little bit.
not to construct it in that specific location. That said, I think it would be appropriate to construct a proper turnoff here where the existing location is and perhaps improve the crosswalk across to Tacoma.
You gotta remember, Tacoma Green's gonna be here at some point before we're all too old to have a 5-hour meeting. And it's true. And
Might already be.
I think, some of the stuff that you mentioned, Paul, this bus stop was there before we had buses. This is just a spot that got used because they can pull in to the parking lot. And people, it's like operates in reverse, which is fine. It's just the way it was. But you're saying you have space to keep it and re-improve it, or keep it in its exact unplanned sort of situation?
If we could go to the existing conditions.
Because I'm trying to figure out how that's all gonna fit, because I was just thinking, if, like Megan was thinking about it, kind of
Yeah,
fixing
right
it.
there, right there. So you can see that, it's right, it's right at that area right there.
Yep.
The sign is right, I think that's the sign for it right there. So where our roadway is coming in over here,
So the road's gonna go in at the first entrance.
yeah, so.
You've got that figured out,
If we go back to the
okay.
design, look
All
at
right.
where Tacoma Way is, that's where the bus stop is, right there.
Okay,
All right, so if we gonna now go back to the actual subdivision layout. So.
all right, now I see what
So
you're
it's- and
saying.
it's in the layout.
Yeah.
It's in the layout of fairgrounds. It's not on the property. It's not on the property.
So it's technically kind of like in the right place,
Yeah, it's in
even
the
though it
perfect-
wasn't
it's
planned
actually in
that
the-
way.
it's in the-
Okay,
What, the only thing
All
you
right.
don't have on that bus stop is, and you don't have it in some cases, like the one on the Muse side of the road doesn't have a pullout. It's just a sign that's there. They stop in the road.
so this is gonna stay a stop on the road?
Yeah, it can, or we can,
See, that's the part that's making me.
I mean, we can
we
potentially,
gotta
maybe
get
instead
something
of
right
putting a
here.
sidewalk there, we do a little bump
You
and the
know.
road gets in. You can probably you're gonna lose the island. So when we lose the island, I'm sure there's something that can be done to regrade and maybe put a bump out there.
If there's a way to make that bus stop be a pullover, because the bike rack things in the front in the summertime, they park there because they have to let the person put the bike on that thing in the front or take
Yeah.
it off, which is like ridiculous, but, they gotta have a place to do it.
Yeah.
And the one down at South Shore, what Dave doesn't want a roundabout, works good to pull into, because it has a little thing there that you can pull in and take the bike off and not block the traffic at the same time. I'm just thinking of that
Yeah,
one
you've probably
issue.
got, I mean, there's the edge of the pavement, there's the street line. You've got at least 20-something feet there to work with.
I had to throw that in.
Put a rotary there, you won't have room for
It'll be beautiful. I don't have to wave to every single car, telling who's going next. So this can get accommodated without affecting, the project, or, I see now what you're saying, the entrance is where the first,
Yeah, so the bus
is
stop is
now.
sitting, the bus stop is right there.
Yeah, so, okay.
And it's
good.
out in the layout, right off the edge of pavement.
Is that the right place for it? Would we have a T, is it,
I was thinking
The
the
whole
same.
gates,
better to pull it
the
back.
whole gates will kill me, but if it's further up on the other side of the access, does that make more sense?
Or
Also,
or
where Billy's
if
cursor
the
is.
sidewalk on 30 on Wiggles is gonna end here, is have it right at that spot.
Can I make a suggestion? It could be conditioned that the applicant agrees to construct the bus stop and seating area for the NRTA along the roadway layout of Fairgrounds Road, abutting the site at applicant's expense. The proposal shall be presented to NRTA and/or the town or county of Nantucket prior to the issuance of certificate of occupancy on the first dwelling. So NRTA is going to decide that. The planning board doesn't need to decide that, where.
And you need to loop in,
You'll need to loop in DPW.
Yeah.
Yep,
and traffic.
yep.
Well, there isn't really.
Well, DPW and NRTA. Yep.
A coordinated, let's just say a coordinated
Coordinated
review
review.
process.
Yep.
I think that kind of covers it. That's,
We don't have an issue with that, but
No.
my question would be, is if we're doing $2,500 per dwelling unit, you know, that's for bike and pedestrian infrastructure, if the waivers, you know, that's typically used for that type of infrastructure.
Yeah.
If we could allocate, let's say that's 2 dwellings per, that's $40,000.
Yeah.
That we allocated the construction, that, whatever the cost of that could come out of that
come out of that
fund.
money, yeah. My biggest concern is, this is to get it right, regardless of anything. You know what I mean? If this was gonna become something else, we'd still be asking the same thing. Because this bus stop being right across from Tacoma, like Joe was saying, it's evolving, it's gonna evolve, there's gonna be more use there, and you couldn't get it to move down or
It'll
put
be a
one.
busier bus stop.
That's what I mean, it's gonna be busier there, so we don't wanna like not address that.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, they're
You know,
intentional.
I mean, in my mind, there's gonna be a sidewalk down Fairground someday on the other side, because it just needs it, but I don't know if there's enough room in layout, or, well, actually there is, but I'm just thinking, getting this done right is wicked important to get that set up to work.
No, I think of it, because you have the bike path on this side.
Yeah,
So what was the purpose of the sidewalk in front of Wiggles?
to connect over to the bus stop in front of, you know,
Trotters.
in front of Tedeschi's
Oh, so for
house.
them to come out of here and go that way?
Yeah,
Okay, all right.
you know, on the corner of.
Yeah, so it
Trotters.
doesn't make sense, there's, like, this is, a sidewalk here is not making sense, it's more sense to get the bus stop right here.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was just talking, you know, another whole conversation, but each piece has got to get done right in a case like this, you know what I mean? You're right, Dave, though, that's gonna be a busy bus
It's
stop.
gonna be a busy bus
They're
stop,
very, you know,
but we want busy bus stops.
so. It's, you know, as far as what you said about the 8-inch line, Paul, I mean, it's popped up in recent conversations with other stuff now. That's gonna have to get replaced, the 16.
I don't-
I'm assuming a 16, you
Yeah,
know?
I don't disagree with you, I just,
It
didn't,
just,
like, all of a
I
sudden, when this project came up, it was
I
it
know,
was the first
nobody
thing that was
heard about it
mentioned, I'm going,
until Art
how much-
brought it up during that project,
Yeah.
I know,
Yeah.
I know,
there's a lot of housing that's been put in and
and approved.
hasn't been addressed, you know?
I'm gonna, Paul, are you done? I was gonna go to Abby, or you got more to say?
No, that's fine. I'm
Okay,
good.
Abby?
Hi. I just had a quick question. So when we were talking about the water usage, how do you equate 8 homes with, I wasn't sure how many bathrooms are assumed to be with the restaurant? It just seems like they're very different water usage comparisons of a bunch of individual homes versus a restaurant. So I wasn't sure how you get to that they would be the same amount of water used. Like, what's the formula used for that?
So on a residential home, if you can, typically, there's two different ways to do it. When you size a system, a septic system or so forth, Title V lists a number of, they figure for each home, each bedroom is 55 gallons per person per day. So 110 gallons per person per day per bedroom is typically how you would look at a residential a residential property. So I think if you took I think we took 8 lots at 7 bedrooms per lot, just as a number, and come up with that number. That's a general use to get an idea of what you got. The restaurant, we also looked at 2 different ways. We looked at the restaurant under how Title V would look at flows, and then we also took the actual water meter readings for over a 20-year period, which you can take those water meter readings and apply a factor to them to come up with what the estimated sewer flow would be for any particular given year. And when we looked at those numbers, you know, the restaurant itself, granted, it's not the same, it's a little bit different dynamic than a residential house, but the flow itself, the amount of flow when you equate it, was coming out around 7,000 gallons. They were very similar. And the only reason I did that is because the contention was, well, we have problems with, you know, downstream with the sewer. And then if you put 8 more homes, that all of a sudden, that seems to be, you know, what's going to trigger some further problem. Our point was, well, the restaurants, this site is already contributing, and we tried to equate how that was. Now, I've got a full graph, diagram, and all the information that we'd be submitting to the sewer department, and that would be part of our discussions with them.
Thank you, Paul. That was helpful. I just wanted to make sure I understood it.
Yeah.
Great, thanks, Abby. Anybody else?
No other hands are raised online.
All righty. So we're still waiting to see a landscape plan, right? Is there one? There's not one in the packet.
There's not one, it was really just street trees. But
Okay.
actually, the architects that are working on the lot developments too, they are actually doing a streetscape plan as part of the HDC approval.
Okay.
That would be ultimately through the HDC under their hardscape proposal. But the only requirement that this board would have, which I think could be conditioned, is really just street trees.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other than that, that's really all we would be putting into street trees.
And you don't have a plan to have sidewalks on the interior?
What's that?
No
No,
plan to
we're
have
not
sidewalks.
proposing sidewalks on the interior. I mean,
Okay.
I would like that.
I mean, it's a
but I don't-
20-foot, I think it's a 20-foot paved roadway. I think it's a pretty good width compared to some of the subdivisions, but, so
Yeah,
and
but-
really, we're looking at 8 lots, you know?
I understand, I'm thinking of the narrower traveled way, Wisconsin Road, 20 feet. I mean, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the
And
narrow
then
road.
having some kind of sidewalk-ish situation, there's gonna be a lot of houses there.
There is.
You know, there's gonna be a lot of movement. I'm just thinking about breaking it up a little bit with that, but I don't have an issue with berm versus curb at all, but having some kind of brick sidewalk to break up the asphalt in a smaller road, if it doesn't take away from the lot sizes, the space.
And,
But-
and for safety, I mean, the kids.
It's,
So it would be one side though, correct? We wouldn't have to loop it.
yeah,
all
some
the way
kind of
around?
one-sided type situation. I'm thinking about how Maple is and just some of this newer stuff that have come through recently, where we're trying to get I see what you're doing, 10,000 exactly. So trying to squeeze in, waving the 40-foot road is obviously
Well, I've still got a
something we do.
10-foot, I've got a 10-foot,
You got a little bit
I've
of
got a
room for
10-foot roadway
utility.
easement that's there for that reason. I mean,
Yeah.
so it's not like it's
There's
gonna be.
no space, yeah.
it's- We can do the 20 in the sidewalk on potentially one side, or we can, you know, look at it and.
I would prefer the sidewalk on both sides, to be honest
Yeah.
with you, but I mean, that's my feeling. If the rest of the board doesn't support it, I get it. But I think.
And
it
what's the
just-
minimum
It
sidewalk
looks
you can
better
go
instead
for?
of having an odd
Be 4
sidewalk
feet.
on one
So I
side.
thought, yeah. You know how that sidewalk looks, Paul, going up York Street, where that building with the red barn-looking building on the right?
Oh, yeah,
That-
going up Mill Hill,
that-
kind of.
Yes, that
Yeah.
sidewalk is brick with the berm in that one spot.
Yeah.
And I look at that all the time and say, that really looks good like that. You know, you don't have to have granite to look good, you know?
Yeah, as it is right now, the cul-de-sac itself has actually already got, if you bring up sheet 4. That's already got a full brick apron around the edge.
Nice.
And that's more so, that was there just in case of ever, if there's ever an emergency, that's, you know, for the fire truck to get around. So you've already got a brick apron completely around the cul-de-sac. So it would just be a question of getting from,
Continuing it.
just continuing.
Continue
But it wouldn't
it
have to
down
be that
both-
wide. I mean, that's,
Narrow it and continue it down
I
both
mean,
sides.
you don't need
I think.
20
Yeah.
feet.
Yeah.
You're not gonna have on-street parking,
yeah.
you know? So.
It'll
no
just-
curbing will help.
And it'll just be a better
Vehicles
look.
are gonna be able to
Yeah, I mean, I
traverse
think
it
you tie
easier.
tie the brick in and just.
Yeah, it'll
Yeah.
be a better look and it'll be safer and I think it'll be a better product in the end. And I'm saying both
Everybody's got
sides.
dogs.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dogs and whatever.
definitely both sides.
Because if not, I mean, all these people are gonna be walking across people's front yards to get down to the road if they're walking or if they're riding, well, not riding a bike, but, yeah.
Sign number 2.
That was,
No, that's fine. So Pesci's all set
two on
with this.
this application.
Oh,
Wow.
it is.
Yeah.
Paul.
Yes, yeah, he was, I think, I was
All right.
pleasantly surprised with his
So,
letter,
so Meg, what do we need here? Do we need more information? Are we?
I don't think that we need more information. I just, while you all were talking, whipped up some conditions for you all to consider that are generally standard in subdivisions. So let me share my screen. So we do want to maybe add a coordinated review to this, but installation of municipal services and ways, so just saying it's completed in compliance with the plan. Recorded copies of legal documents within 6 months of filing the decision, that's standard. The plan itself to be presented for endorsement within 6 months. You can issue extensions on any of that without reopening the public hearing. Need to comply with all of the ground cover setbacks for R10. Maybe we can add, you know, or as otherwise, whatever the map is, because in case that changes over time. That the roadway lot shall be conveyed to the homeowners association prior to the release of the fourth lot. That the applicant agrees to construct the bus stop, working, you know, cooperatively with NRTA. And then, you know, perhaps then continuing just the little patch of sidewalk over to 31 Fairgrounds from wherever they install the bus stop. And also installing a crosswalk to Tacoma. If they're gonna be facilitating all that construction, you may wanna consider waiving the per unit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would say staff can come up with numbers for that, like.
Yeah, and
while
I
this
think,
goes on.
I think it's important that the applicant facilitates construction of this. It just will make the process go quicker.
Faster.
Yeah, that would be the intent that we would
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah. The HOA needs to be funded at $1,000 per lot, submitting proof of funding to the planning board, and we can say prior to the release of the final lot. And that 3 lots in the roadway are eligible for release as soon as you endorse legal documents and the definitive plan. And then no further subdivision, but minor lot line adjustments and the creation of affordable housing units would be permitted.
And, you know, by no means is anyone holding anyone's feet on the fire, but it would be nice if the applicant's willing to think about maybe year-round restriction or buy-down on at least one of the lots, you know, from the Affordable Housing Trust. So listen, I'm not gonna hold you guys, I would like you guys to
Market
discuss
rate
it and think
year-round.
about it.
Market rate year round.
Yeah.
Or market rate year-round.
Abby has a hand up.
To that end, I mean, I know short-term rentals seems to be, would there be the offerings of no short-term rentals, or is that something that's not? You're not really
We
getting
don't
into
do
that.
that.
This is,
We
yeah.
don't- We do that to apartments maybe and stuff, but not necessarily to subdivisions.
Okay, I'm just checking. All right.
Yeah.
Meg, one other thing, I'm gonna need a certificate of water quality compliance from, right, so.
So, yeah, so if the applicant would at least think that over, I think it would be good for the community and be helpful for our housing plight. But just a suggestion and nothing more. Abby?
That was really gonna be my suggestion was that some portion of these lots be for municipal employees. Because we could theoretically, obviously being across from the police station, the fire station in near Plus. I think the thought that, I believe, Meg, what you said is we can't require it, but we can at least ask to see if they would be willing to set aside some portion of them, right?
Yes, that's correct. That cannot be an imposed requirement, but it could always be voluntary.
Yep. Yep, and
Okay.
there are, I can't speak for the Affordable Housing Trust, but I know there are funds for buy downs, so, I mean, I think that's viable.
Could you explain the buy down? What is that?
So if they're willing to restrict it to a certain affordability, then the Affordable Housing Trust would help fund that gap in affordability. That makes sense to you, right?
Okay.
Yeah, listen, again,
Yeah.
thoughts, just adding ideas, you know, we can't hold your feet to the fire, and that's it. All right. So, we're good, everyone is good with the conditions. We don't need to add anything else. We've agreed to sidewalk on both sides of the road, correct? Okay, and then the rest of it's stated, I think, in the conditions. Do we have anyone in the public that would like to speak to this?
Forgot about that.
Yeah, since it's midnight. Anybody online?
No hands are up online.
Asleep.
Okay, jealous. So then I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So move, sir.
Second.
Motion made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and myself is an aye. Right, Abby doesn't sit on this, right? ARs, no. Yep, okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion at this point that we approve the application as submitted with the conditions and findings inclusive of what we've discussed tonight.
Second.
Motion made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, everyone.
Yep.
Thank you.
All righty. David, Kinney, and Jerzan, I apologize, Juma Bay, Babe. Can you pronounce it?
No, I cannot.
Okay.
It's you, thank you.
No, I cannot.
Welcome back, Dan.
Dan Malloy for the applicants. I'll make this very quick. So we've got a property in Boynton Lane, number 7. The property is zoned CN, was formerly RC2. That's just a very quick rundown. The owners had previously been planning on putting in a second dwelling under the mistaken thought that they could. However, when it turned from RC2 to CN, the second dwelling allowance was taken away. So now before you tonight for a special permit application for an apartment building, which is an allowed use under the use chart in this district with a special permit from the planning board. As part of that application, originally we had asked for some relief on some dimensional things with parking. We've since made some changes to the site plan, which was just sent out today, so you may not have even seen it. No longer require the parking relief. The parking requirements are 5 total for the site. You have 1 for the existing dwelling and 4 for the apartment building. So there's 5 total spaces on site. And I know in first review, there was concern about the way the parking was configured and the width of the driveway adjacent to one of the spaces.
Yeah.
So originally, what the plan was, if you've had a chance to look at it, is a bunch of landscaping on the left-hand side of the property in the driveway. The original intent was to keep that. Having the feedback, we've since, basically, we're going to put a solid fence right down the property line, move the driveway over, so we'll have a privacy fence on the line that'll replace the landscaping. That'll allow the driveway to get wider, no longer require any relief. So we'll provide the required parking, the required movement areas for the parking in the driveway. So the relief now is strictly a special permit for an apartment building in the CN district.
What's the use of the building that exists there now?
That's a single-family dwelling.
Just a single family,
It's a
so there's no
single-family dwelling,
commercial
right,
use
greenhouse.
happening on this at all? There's no commercial use happening on this property at all?
No, there is not. There's a big greenhouse in front of it now that'll all come down with the apartment
Yeah.
building.
This reminds me a lot of Marble Way in some ways, without the commercial use. Do you have a plan with the new setup with the landscaping gone? I'm sorry, hold on,
I can describe
you know
it to
what,
you.
I might have it in my email.
It's very straightforward. It's similar to what you're looking at there, with the driveway pulled to the property line and a privacy fence down the side. Building hasn't changed, it's strictly dimensional change in the driveway.
I think I forwarded it. I
think
honestly can't
I
remember.
think you did, I think I remember seeing it.
Gonna change the much. Mm-hmm. It's taking her out of that, but I don't really see it coming. Steve.
The applicant talked to to their adjacent abutter at all, you know?
I don't know if they've spoken. I know there was concern to do with on-street parking and other stuff.
Yes.
I did talk to the applicant for this, and as you'd expect, it's not them parking on the street.
Yeah, no.
That's all I can tell you for that aspect of it.
Okay. And we always encourage,
We did want to keep the landscape,
Is
but
that the way it looks
with
now?
concerns
I don't know.
dimensionally, we'll replace it with the solid board fence.
you know where you are?
Mr. Chair, Barry's hand is raised.
Barry Rector, please.
Hey, thank you. So 2 quick questions through you to staff. Boynton Lane is in relatively good condition to meet this without any things that should be happening, like improvements or anything? Is that a fair assessment? And I see Megan nodding her head, yes. So the second question was, what was up there, the revised site plan for the parking, or was that the old iteration?
The second image was the revised parking.
Yeah, just thank you. Waiting. There it is.
No,
You know, that small bump out of landscape, especially if you're putting up an fence, I honestly think I don't know. It just looks so blessed tight in there.
So what you have here, so this landscaping here is going away.
It's kind of hard for me to see it, so you're gonna have to.
It was 8 feet, I think, and now with that gone, it's 14, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
We had originally, there's different configurations we could have done here. From access maneuverability standpoint, we felt this was the most functional.
Okay.
We could put another space head-on in front of the building here instead of the parallel space. But functionally, space-wise, it works, it just lays out better having somebody come in and access this versus having another car sticking out.
As much as it looks great on the plan, I don't necessarily see your people there following that plan to the letter. I don't, back through you to staff, do you think this is workable? In your honest opinion?
It's tight.
Yeah. So it is tight. Is there anything else we can do to untighten it a bit?
So, Dan, can I ask?
And maybe maybe it's just me being concerned about it. Maybe no one else has that concern.
No, I share that. We all, that's why I said it looks like that Marble Way application where they were jamming it all in.
Yeah.
The existing building's location.
The placement.
So.
It's Canton.
Yeah.
Doesn't know.
Can I ask Dan a question, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah,
If-
of course.
So the greenhouse, Dan, right? I mean, I think about, I like backup, okay? But not everybody can do it. This is a classic place. You gotta know how to back up, okay? And that's what causes all the problems. People just pull in and that's it. But they gotta back out, right? Like, that's the problem. That greenhouse, is there a way that you could make?
It's going away.
I know, Mr. Chairman. I remember him saying that earlier. I think they said it twice. So can we drive in between the buildings? If there was a way we configure it so that.
The way it's configured right now.
Are in the back. And create, I know that sounds crazy, but you're dealing with a piece of property that was built not for this plan, right? I mean, that's just the way it is. I like that spot in front of that balcony, whatever that is, where they turn around, that's a back-end turnaround kind of thing, potentially. And I see, you're gonna get rid of the landscaping, so technically you'll have probably width for two vehicles. Is that the intent?
At the widest point, so with the intent of getting rid of the island is to give more room to maneuver, but also to back up and turn around on the property.
Stacking parking, like this is, I'm looking at this as
Well, we're
like
trying to avoid
an alley
stacking.
now, you know? I'm just wondering if there's a way to sneak parking into where that greenhouse is, either backing in there or pulling in there to be able to back up and turn around and drive out. That was what I'm sort of thinking.
By leaving this open here, everybody can back in, pull out, they can back up here and pull out. There's enough room. The intent was to leave that open so somebody can turn around and leave the site without having to back out in the street.
But how much space is gonna be between the building, the new building and that greenhouse disappearing part?
There's just shy of 11 feet between the two buildings right here.
Okay, so that's
Then
plenty
you've
of
got
for a
the
car.
spaces and you've got the opening.
Yeah, but with that bump out in the apartment, you're not
I
gonna
know.
get a car.
Right.
Could you access this way and then stack these here?
They have shared access.
There's a shared driveway between us and the abutting property.
Yeah,
That's a condition in
that's
that,
the left, yeah.
yeah.
Yes.
We weren't looking to mess with the shared
You
driveway.
definitely want to accommodate the shared situation.
Yeah.
Definitely. We're lucky they even have it. Well, it's good that you do, because it's using up less.
And we can certainly take a look at this and try to come up with other options.
And there's no way to put the apartment building back a little bit, because then you'll run into setback issues.
If we pulled it back, would have a setback problem. If we pulled it back, it would then get closer to the house. It would
And
squeeze tighter and tighter as you slide back in that direction.
And is it 10-foot separation?
There's no
Oh,
zoning
there's no,
separation required here. It's not a
on
second
an
dwelling.
apartment?
It's only a second dwelling. Separation.
So there is a little bit of jiggle room, but if
We
it
can
gets
certainly
closer,
give it a
then you're gonna lose parking spaces. Those
Well, we
parking
have to
spaces.
balance how much can we move it and how does it impact the parking? Is it
Yeah.
really a benefit or is it just squeezing it and not helping?
Yeah, and I think that's what it would do.
It may give us a little more. We can certainly give it a try.
So, where it says gravel driveway, behind that existing, where the stairways is there, what do we got over there? I mean, is that gonna be like
So over
parking
here,
for the other place, or what are we doing?
you're talking over here?
Oh,
No,
up
at the
there,
top.
yeah, right there.
That's They don't use that right now. It's laid out as a driveway, but it's so narrow here with the landscaping. And once we widen this out, it's accessible, but to access it, you'd have to back. I mean, it's
And are those
it's
stairs
a big
going
ask.
up or down the stairs?
Those are up.
Those go up, so it's a secondary access for. Make them all get smart cars.
So,
Barry, do you,
yeah, it's just, boy, I hate to bring this up, but Dan, the way that building, the new building's being configured, it's, yeah, it especially along the left-hand side where it bumps out like that and then pulls back in, especially with all the space on the back end of the property. I don't know if there's something else that would maybe make this work. And help me out here. Hold on. I'm seeing this there's also an 80-foot shed in the front. Or is that just an artifact of what's about to be eliminated? Help me to understand that.
yeah,
There's 2 sheds.
I'm not sure if I'm following where you're
All right,
going.
so where it says proposed apartment building, yeah, right there. Right there.
There's a
It says
greenhouse.
shed 80 feet.
oh, that's gonna go away.
That's probably 180 square feet. There's a shed there with a big greenhouse attached to it.
But that's going to go bye-bye, right?
Yes, that goes away.
All right, now.
Well, why don't we do this in the interest of time? I think I'm hearing that you have obvious concerns about the parking.
Yeah.
Why don't,
Functionality.
why don't we ask for a continuance tonight? We'll go back, revisit this, see what else can be adjusted, maneuvered, changed, what, and so on, and come back to you at the May meeting.
I think that's a capital idea.
I think that's gonna be the best. I mean, it's.
Yeah.
This is a little,
It's a tight property the way it's configured, so
Yeah.
we'll take
Trying
another
to
stab
make-
at it.
You're trying to make an existing property work with what you have.
Right.
As Nat always says, they built the house in the wrong
They
place.
build things in the wrong place for the next
Yeah.
time. That's just how it is, but sometimes
Oh.
it doesn't work. Not, you know what I mean?
Well, I understand. I think I'm hearing everybody's
The
comments.
best part
We'll go
about this
back.
is all walkable, blah, 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 and that's all good, but everybody's got a car. So you can't say that it's not gonna be a parking issue just because it's all walkable. And those days are over to talk about that. I still got it.
Who does? All right, is
So-
anyone in the public before we continue this? No, Barry, do you want to say something before we continue this? Or do you want to make?
That's exactly what I was gonna do.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So I'd make a motion, we continue to 512 for this.
5-3?
512, I believe.
5-12, okay, perfect.
Second.
Motion made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Ann Larson, 91 Old South Road, Representative Art Gasparo. Is Art on?
I'm moving Art over, and
Okay.
I have to apologize to Art. I didn't realize he got tucked down. I was trying to group everyone together, and
All good. Welcome back, Art.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm before you tonight with a AR subdivision whose purpose is solely to serve as a proof plan for a rear lot subdivision of the equal amount of lots. So we are proposing to divide this property into 3 lots, one of which would be the roadway. So it's a 2-lot subdivision. The roadway conforms with the subdivision rules and regulations. It's 40-foot layout. We're asking for any relief there. We did ask for sort of the standard suite of waivers with respect to being a proof plan and not doing, a lot of unnecessary design and engineering work for a roadway that's not intended at all to be built. and where you have read the staff report and are completely amenable to the typical conditions that this couldn't actually be built without coming back to you with all of that information, if that was ever going to be the plan. But I've actually even filed today the next application with hope that that this gets approved, and understanding that might have to wait until some final documents are finished. But we wanted to be sure that the staff had also seen what the rear lot configuration would look like. So again, approved plan. Happy to address any questions or concerns that you may have.
Great, thank you, Art. Board members? Seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Piece of dirt.
I think that was his first sign on this application.
Piece of dirt.
Any hands up from board members, anyone online?
No, no hands were raised.
Alrighty.
Oh, hang on. Rachel Devine.
Okay,
That's right. I remember that now.
welcome, Rachel.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I just want to make sure this is the right concept plan from Art real quick. We had two, and I believe this is not, unless what we're doing right here is different from the rear lot subdivision that would come next. I just want to clarify.
Rachel, this is
It's
an
much
approved
different.
plan to show that you can
Yeah.
subdivide this property this way, and it's a necessary step in the rear lot process. So
Okay.
Art, spot on, and most likely when this gets approved, then you'll come back next month with the rear lot, which is the plan that you're probably thinking of.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Sorry. Thank
Yep,
you.
no, not a problem. Yep.
I couldn't have said it better.
All right. Okay, good. All right, nobody in the public.
No.
All right, I would entertain a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
What do
There he goes again.
motion to
We need
close?
a motion first.
Oh, sorry. I'll make a motion to close. I thought, never mind.
Second.
Jesus. You guys are killing me.
Falling apart.
This is how,
killing who
and by
here?
the way, when's the last time you were at a meeting?
When was the last time I chaired a
I'm
meeting?
gonna start over.
All right, let's
You
keep
know?
going.
I'm just back to novice here. All
On
right,
his motion.
motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
who do I have above me?
Barry.
Barry.
Oh, the hour is late. Aye.
All right, and I'm an aye as well. As to the merits? Hurry up and say something before Nat seconds it.
Yeah. Barry's the motioner.
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Is that a second, Barry?
I'll second it. Yes.
Thank you.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Barry. Joe,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Nathaniel,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. We'll
Thank
see
you.
you back next month for the rear lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, winding down now. Sketch plan? You sure that's right?
I'm sure that's
Really?
right.
So there's a sketch plan that it's important
Oh,
for
I
you
know
to
about
take a look at.
Oh, that's right.
This
You
is
know,
the-
to require some potential infrastructure improvements on the actual subdivision amendment to incorporate a new lot. So that's why we have the sketch plan here on the agenda.
And this is
This is,
Rupert's Way?
Yep.
no,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
it's Rupert's Way?
Rupert's
Okay.
Way.
I thought this was,
I'm gonna get both of them pulled up just so we can
Okay.
see both applications. Problem is I can't share two screens, so.
Oh, well.
I mean, I think that the concern we had when we saw this in the agenda meeting was really the amount of traffic this was gonna generate out to Old South Road, right? Was our biggest concern.
Um, There's limited ways to mitigate that, clearly. But I think that was our biggest concern when we first saw it. And I don't know, Nat or Barry or Abby, how you guys feel about that.
This is where we get into what's allowed, the zoning, the location.
Well, they're asking, there's a, well,
Do
they're
you want me to
asking.
give a quick rundown of?
Yeah, please do.
Let me just, I'll make it very brief. So
Yep.
it's Rupert's Way, there's there's an application and a sketch plan in front of you. They're to a degree intertwined, but not necessarily. So the amendment for the subdivision is strictly to bring 27 Old South Road into the Rupert's Way subdivision so it can have access and use the road.
Yep.
The intent, so that's one thing before you. And then you have the sketch plan in front of you, which is the intent to show you we're considering something like this.
Yep.
And I'll run through the few generalities of what it is and really just get your feedback on what everybody's concerns and thoughts are so they can come back, we can come back, make changes, come back with an application to do something similar to what you're seeing. So you have Rupert's Way, that's a gravel road, approved several years ago. It varies 16, 18 feet wide. It was approved at 16, it's actually about 18 now with the gravel. Functions very well. It does need some maintenance because it's a gravel road in certain places, but it's functioning well for the purpose it was put in for. So we're asking to bring the abutting lot across the street into it. This was specifically in the approval for Rupert's Way not to allow any other properties to use it without coming back before you. So it was contemplated as part of that, specifically conditioned to require it to come back if that ever was to take place. So now you have the sketch plan. So under CN zoning, apartment buildings are allowed under a special permit issued by the planning board. They can have up to 5 units with a commercial mixed-use type of development. So a couple of things that'll happen here, what they're proposing to do. When I say them, if anybody knows Dreamline Modular, the applicants are Dreamline. What they're looking to do is the very front building up by Old South Road to be a mixed-use building. They're planning on putting their office right up front in this building here. And then everything else going back would be apartment buildings. So we're looking at 6 buildings. Again, this is just a sketch to throw out there what we'd like to try to do. They can put in 5 apartments under a special permit issued by the board, and the board also under the special permit would have the ability to issue 2 additional dwelling units based on the lot size and the number of lots that could be developed here. That's something, depending on tonight and the feedback, we may be asking for that relief. You don't have to grant it, obviously. We're just trying to get this out in front of you to get your feedback. So some configurations, similar to what you're looking at. The parking scenario would be similar to what's approved directly across the street in Rupert's Way. All of those lots, except for the front building, share basically wider driveway openings, and the street essentially acts as the roadway aisle. It's almost to the point where you could look at Rupert's Way as more of a parking lot, and the road is the aisle instead of an actual road, where everybody's using this to back out. So that's the big picture. If we come back with a special permit, we're not looking for parking relief other than dimensionally speaking on driveways. We have adequate parking. The service was proposed in terms of zoning requirements. So we're really looking to we'd like to do residential housing here. We'd like to do apartments. Some of it will be for their employees. Some will just be other employees or whoever wants to rent an apartment. We are certainly planning on putting on restrictions, so this isn't going to be a summer rental, seasonal apartment complex. This is intended for year-round housing. In terms of improvements, we expect to have to fix Rupert's Way, expand upon it. I know Ed Pesci took a look at this. We fully expect to come back to you with a full engineered design of what we're going to do, so we'll certainly take care of all those types of comments. There's also talk about improving Rupert's Way. Does it get widened? Does it get paved? Something else we wanted to have a quick discussion with you. And to do with traffic, access and whatnot, there's been discussion on our end. I haven't talked to Mike Burns about this yet, but I know it's a question about extending the sidewalk that's currently ends in front of the meat and fish market and bringing it down. So I think there's been a long-term plan, I think, to eventually bring the sidewalk down this direction. We had considered a crosswalk connection to the bike path across the street, but there's already one right by the fish market, so there's not, another one is too close. So we are looking at things we can do to help improve the situation. That's really that's the big picture. Without going too far down in details, it's just a sketch plan. But we wanted you to see what our thoughts were, would like to try to do here. And then once we have that discussion, there'll be a question, what if any of those comments should transcribe over to the definitive amendment, or if these conditions will only apply if and when the special permit comes to you. So that's something we can talk about in the next round, but really just want to listen to what you have to say, take notes, and come back to you based on that.
Thank you. Board members?
This is year round. You know?
I mean, yeah, like the Dreamland guys, I have faith they're doing this all for the right reasons. But that's 40 more, how many bedrooms we got?
Yeah.
20 bedrooms?
There'll be, what's it, about 20-ish bedrooms spinning
Yeah.
out, it's permitted out.
I'm just concerned, I mean, that equals probably 40 more cars. I'm just worried about, I'm just worried about adding 40 more cars. I mean, I guess the way Old South Road now is, I mean, what's 40 more cars? But it's a considerable amount of cars. And that's my biggest concern with this. Other than that, I applaud the effort. Much needed housing. I have no problem with Rupert's Way. I'm just concerned about the cars.
I'm concerned about the cars, but then again, the waiver and the extra structure, and would rather see than more separation in the buildings and some habitable space in the yard. I mean, there's just none of that. I mean, there's just, everything's just on top of each other, and I just really feel like it's gonna be problematic.
Industrial housing.
Yeah, this is gonna be, too many people on top of each other. Like you said, 25 parking spaces, which is gonna be 40 plus the 16 or 18 across the street. That's just a lot of density in this one little area.
On a road that is backed up regularly,
Right.
well beyond,
There's nothing. And there's gonna be development behind it, the whole young.
well, we got the whole Young's Way thing coming too.
Yeah.
So that's the problem with the extra dwelling units. And, yeah, so I'm not sure you can fix those problems, right? Barry?
Very, yeah.
Yeah. No, I concur with you all. This is a little more dense than I'd like to see. My first wish would be to be able to connect it into Tom's Way and have, at least that way you can shunt traffic. But just looking at a GIS map, that's, I don't even think there'll be an opportunity for doing that. I wish there was. Second thing we may want to do is ask Mike Burns just to look at Old South Road at that juncture. Or if we're going to be doing something with Young's Way as well, too, have him look at that as well and see if there's something we can do for an improvement to Old South Road, kind of like what we've done with turnouts before. Just to try to make it easier, especially if traffic is, leaving out of this facility. And trying to take left-hand turns, which just messes up all Old South Road altogether. So I think we should ask Mike to take a look at it in conjunction with some of the other stuff that's going on. to see if maybe it's something we can do with Old South that we haven't thought of yet to make it happen.
A flyover?
Yeah, I mean, you could do that, I guess. We could make a little mini bridge to run between that and Tom's Way, you know? How's that? That way you can shut your traffic back out onto Tacoma and stuff.
It's just tough. It's a tough one.
It is tough. There's no
And
question.
we are gonna suffer some serious abuse from the public.
It's not like this is gonna slowly roll out. This is gonna be like,
Boom.
2 years later, there's 50 extra cars on this
Yeah.
road.
So, I mean, those cars can
Come
come
and
from
go.
anywhere though, but yeah.
No, but they're here, not anywhere, they're here. And we're not even talking about forests across the road, but like, we've got a lot of stuff going on this road.
Yeah. We do.
Dan, can you just explain the bonus? What's allowed by right? Again, I know
So-
you already said it, but.
No, that's right. So,
It's
well, technically,
10:09, so.
the apartment buildings are a special permit. No?
They're apartments, not apartment buildings.
Apartments.
They're allowed by right 5 units with a commercial use, and the bonus is 2 additional units to get to 7. That's what requires the special permit. Sorry.
Yeah.
So he can build those 5
So we could come in
by
with,
right.
we could come in with 5 apartments tomorrow by right
Well, that ends the traffic
with
discussion now,
commercial.
doesn't it?
and not, I mean, we're
No.
trying,
Yeah.
the intention here is we want to build the apartments. They want to put their office here. We know we need to clean up and improve Rupert's Way. We need to have a quick discussion about that. So we're well aware of all the things we think we need to do. The traffic is one thing we can look at. There's definitely a question as to what extent we can help with that issue. I don't think we're gonna come back with you have some special fix for that, other than maybe helping to extend the sidewalk. I mean, it's limited as to what we'll be able to do.
And that's been in the plans for a while, to go all the way to Young's Way from.
Right, to
2
bring it
FG,
down bit by bit. So we may
essentially.
be able to help in certain aspects, but I don't expect to come back and say that we've got the fix.
No, I mean, I don't think we expect you to fix it.
No.
We just need to wrap
So
our heads around it.
there's definitely, they can do a lot by right. So they come back and, like I said, this is still a sketch plan. We still have to really design the buildings and look at how everything lays out. So things might get, this isn't meant to be a dimensionally perfect plan you're looking at, but, so things are going to get tweaked, going to get adjusted. We're going to try to have small landscape separation in between the parking spaces and the buildings. We'll try to get more open space and some more outdoor space. One of the questions I'll get this out there now, there's lots of discussion about, all right, what do we do with Rupert's Way? There's been talk of it staying gravel, there's been talk of it getting wide, there's been talking about it getting paved, not here tonight, but I know we're gonna have those discussions, so I'd rather get that out there now so we can come back with something that is closer to what I think you're gonna be looking for.
I mean, maybe. So the mixed-use building in the back is the office?
No, building in the front, all the way to the right end of the screen, so Old South Road is on your right.
Oh.
Got it.
So that would be their office, and it isn't that big because they
Yeah,
don't
I'm
require a
switching
massive
my-
office. The
okay.
buildings here, Old South is on the right.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Got it.
So these are, you've got the 5 single-unit apartments, and then you've got a 2-unit apartment in the back.
So what would go away if you didn't have the bonus? You'd have 5 apartments, the small ones and the big one in the
If
back?
we don't, so when we come back and ask for the special permit for the 2 more units, if we don't get them, then likely a building somewhere, either a building will disappear or commercial use could get bigger. But something, you would likely see one less building.
One less of the 3-bedroom apartments? I mean, I'm just saying.
Well, yeah, they've got to go back.
So
and look at the
to
numbers
get
there.
back to what Joe was
You're
talking
likely to see
about,
something less. It'll be
to
still-
get back to what Joe was talking about, having like some living space,
Outdoor living
something.
space.
It's more
yeah.
outdoor space.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that would really help.
that's something that I think, I mean, is pretty important.
It's the quality of life.
People have have to have a life outside,
Yeah.
you know?
And if for nothing else, maybe you could also have a shed so they could store their stuff, because at this point, people collect stuff, it's not gonna fit, these apartments aren't giant, right? So they need storage of some sort.
Or patio
I don't know,
areas, people
are they gonna
gathering.
be full basements on these, do you know?
There was gonna be some basements in some of them, not all of them. We weren't looking to do the big exterior stairwells. But if we revisit things, we may come back with some stairwells if the building configuration were to change. That's,
Is that what those little bump outs are on the side of these two
yeah, I
buildings?
think we're showing, we've got a couple of
Yeah,
bump outs
okay.
on there as
Yeah.
examples. Those would be stairwells.
I mean, everybody's got them now. I mean, it's so good, the way it works for moving things, good for people
We
servicing
do them on all the
stuff.
buildings now,
It
but in
works.
this one, we're
Should've
looking
been
more
doing
of
it
a
50 years ago.
economy of scale, trying to get
Didn't
the
have Ford
apartments in it.
Foundation.
Yeah.
I'm not looking to have full built-out basements, because we don't have the capacity to somebody having, finishing out more basements and
No,
expanding.
but storage, doesn't have to be living space. People have stuff, like Dave said. I mean, just looking at, Dan, looking at this as, like, what's it gonna look like 10 years from now? The other places that are there now, they all have little outdoor, grill stuff, whatever. I mean, we want it to be like real living a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's what Joe is saying, and I agree with that.
No, and I 100% agree with that. And I know it's tough with the price of dirt around here that you want to maximize it, but I think that, if we lost a building here, had more green space,
I mean,
the
CN is
availability
helping.
to have a shed so they could store stuff, I think would just be a better looking project, at least, and more livable more livable development than just everyone packed in with really slim areas in the back and the sides to be outside. I mean, inevitably, these people probably will have children. Where are they gonna play in Rupert's Way? So I think that if we could make some adjustments.
I mean, this was all RC too.
Yes.
And picking the ZN, I think, was the best thing, because it allows the apartments. It has a little more use that this area needs than C-Tech. I mean, that's just my opinion, but this is where we're getting down to where nobody really knows what used to be there. I always have to bring that up because I'm the oldest person up here with that thinking. So it's just, I think this is a good, but to take that district to its maximum just because you can do it, doesn't make it the right thing. That's kind of how I'm looking at this particular situation. This is the final development that's gonna happen in here, right? I mean, this is it.
Well,
There isn't
got
anything
Young's
left.
Way.
No, I'm talking about the Rupert's Way thing. I'm not
Oh,
talking
okay,
about,
yes.
no, I know, we already know what that's gonna look like. But I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
Trying to find a way to not go to the complete maximum.
I'm hearing what everybody's saying.
You know what I mean, Dan? I mean, we gotta,
I'm hearing it it's pretty clear. Everybody's going in the same
we
general
don't have to
direction.
back the bus up. We just gotta stop the bus just a little.
Oh, you can back
Mr.
it.
Chairman,
Maybe a little bit of reverse. You
And maybe
know?
the plan's not helping, because right now I'm like, this reads like Quinn Village. It's like very boom, boom, boom,
Pre-zoning.
boom. Yeah, I just.
Mr. Chairman,
Let's
Anybody-
work within the
Barry?
zoning that we created,
You just have Barry.
Barry?
yeah, I'm sorry, trying to break in for a minute. So I
please.
just have a few thoughts for you. How much parking is this the required parking that I'm looking at on this site plan? What
This
you're
plan, I
proposing?
think we have one or two extra spaces, but
All right.
essentially, it's the required spaces.
All right, so just a little food for thought. Yes, it should, there's no question about whether this should be asphalt or whatever. It should be asphalt, just given the density of what you're looking at. At the very extreme left, you've got four parking spaces, two of which are stacked to each other. I mean, I for one would be almost willing to waive those two And now you've just got a string of parking spaces. And the other thing I'd probably do too is building one on the extreme right. Try to move that as close to Old South Road as possible. Take the rest of these buildings and try to reduce setbacks as much as possible and see if you can gain some more green space in there by doing some reconfiguration. I think that's possible. I mean, right now this is fine, but this is cookie cutter. So let's throw the cutter away for a minute and think about we could probably gain some more green space by doing that. By again, you're going to have to get to the idea of waiving, the setback requirements and stuff, but I think that would be good. You could also utilize that green space into something nice like a playground or something, which wouldn't be a half bad idea. And then the final thing is, which doesn't show on this plan, but straight up from the subdivision where you see those three buildings, there's a roadway in there of some type that I'm looking at. I am totally confused by what I'm seeing on the GIS map.
So on the abutting property on the top of the page, that's their driveway. That's a driveway that comes back and services the three abutting buildings.
So that's just one elaborate driveway that's servicing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 5 buildings, correct? With 3 separate lots. You got to see this on the GIS map. I mean, unless the GIS map's incorrect.
Bill, is there any chance you could pull that up?
Oh, because
Yeah.
so it's the bike shops and then it does service 2, looks like dwellings farther back behind the bike shop.
So is that really a roadway? What am I looking at with
I think
that?
so. Next to us is the bike shop.
But the meat and fish parking lot, then the bike shop, and then Rupert's Way.
All right.
And that driveway goes to the bike shop, and then it looks like there's some single-family dwellings past.
Yeah,
that.
I'm
Pretty narrow, like a driveway.
I'm picking up on that because if you're worried, the other thing too is that if there were an opportunity, I can't say it would happen, but if there was an opportunity to connect into that, all of a sudden you've just established a circular traffic pattern that would help. Be like one massive cul-de-sac, but that may help move things a little bit more efficiently through that site. Just thinking out loud, food for thought. But again, I don't, I'm just looking at it for its first time, and I'm not sure I understand all the dynamics of it or who owns what or what rights we'd have to be able to do something with it. But I think it should be explored.
I can tell you we definitely don't own or have rights to the abutting property, but we can certainly inquire about it.
That would be helpful. I think that would be helpful. I don't know how the other board members feel, but I think there's an opportunity that we should at least explore.
I think he has enough
Yep,
on this,
I do.
enough information, Dan.
Do you?
I think I've heard a lot. I think we definitely.
Okay.
It's not your first time
In a good
standing
way.
there.
I think you were
You've
very
been here a
gentle.
while,
This
not
is
just
good.
tonight.
So all we're given, we're done, all right? All right, so what do we need to do here? Nothing, right?
We're gonna-
There's no
yeah, so
vote or anything?
sketch plan.
Okay,
Oh,
so then we move on to the next one, which is the road?
The next one is a subdivision amendment, a Rupert's Way subdivision amendment to include
To allow-
27 Old South Road into the subdivision.
Yeah,
So
to
they'll
allow
have-
the use of the road.
Yeah, they'll have
that's-
rights to the road.
That's fine.
That's a no-brainer.
No digging your heels in like the old days, that stuff.
You can't use that road.
Exactly, it's bad.
All right. Okay, so there's a public hearing for 27 Old South Road LLC, Act 31 Old South Road LLC, MVC Property 8 LLC, Kane LLC, 27 plus 31 Old South Road, 648 Rupert's Way. Action deadline 07/13/25.
You do have, Mr. Chair, you do have some hands in the, you have a hand in the public, and I don't know if Barry's hand is still up from the last go around.
For this one, okay, well, so Dan, we all know, but will you just describe what this is about one more time?
So,
Thank you.
27 Old South Road, public hearing requesting an amendment to the Rupert's Way subdivision. So 27 Old South Road can be part of the Rupert's Way subdivision, so it can use the road for access, frontage, everything that a subdivision would entail this road to do. Under this application, we're not asking or looking to make any roadway improvements at this time. There isn't an application in front of you technically for the abutting property yet, so would ask to, any roadway improvements that might need to be done would ask that those be continued, made part of some other application if, if and when it ever comes to light.
Yep.
So that is what we're looking to do.
Okay.
That's it.
I
There's
think,
really
no,
nothing
that's
else to
fair.
it.
I mean, any road improvements would be included in the approval of the subdivision or of your next plan, so.
Right.
Board members. Nat, you're all good with
Yeah.
this? Yeah. Barry? Do I need that?
Share.
Yep, all set to
One
go.
thing, I think there needs to be a condition where the board can come back and review roadway improvements, because what if you see a by right development here that maybe
Okay.
should require some
we can't do
significant
anything.
improvements and pavement and things like that, you won't be able
Okay.
to retroactively go back and deal with that.
No, that's a great idea. So we need to add,
Some sort of language to protect that hypothetical situation.
yes, that even, no matter what happens on the lot next door, we have a right to condition road improvements. Okay. Thank you. Barry?
I agree with that. That was a good catch, Megan.
Any other questions? I don't have to bring Abby over on this. No, okay, yeah.
You,
that's right.
you do have a hand raised, though.
Yeah, Julie Reinemo has her hand raised, and technically she had her hand raised in the discussion on the sketch plan, but we
But
kind of
that
just
wasn't-
moved over.
And that
So,
wasn't really a public.
no, it wasn't a public hearing, but Julie, you are please unmute.
Welcome, Julie.
Hello, I was up in the back row for quite a while, but I finally came home.
I don't blame you.
I own 25 Old South Road, those three buildings that Barry was just looking at.
Yep,
The reason that very elaborate parking lot is there is because that is what was required when I built those buildings 20 plus years ago. We had to have that many parking spaces. So compare that to the plan in front of you, and there's quite a difference. But I know zoning has changed. So the thing that really stuck in my mind is after we saw the plans for Fairgrounds Road, for the Fairgrounds subdivision, with that nice circle at the end so the fire truck could make the turn. Rupert's Way doesn't have any of that, and that's a concern with this density. I know there's lots more planning to go before this goes anywhere, so you'll probably hear from me again, but I am following it. And if anybody wants to talk to me about my property, I've offered before, but I've never really heard from anybody. So we can talk. I don't know that I want to do anything with it, but I'm open for suggestions. That's all.
great. Thank you, Julie, and thank you for your input. Please stay engaged. All right. Any other hands up? I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Before Nat seconds it.
Motion to close the public comment.
Second.
What?
Go ahead.
No, he's
What
got
we
his
gotta
mic
do,
off.
Nudge?
He already
We gotta-
seconded.
Oh, he had his mic off, so he loses.
Oh.
Motion
I
made
thought-
by Joe, seconded by Barry. Joe.
Aye.
Barry.
I thought you had to hit the Nat snooze alarm there.
Nat.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. As for the merits,
Good, Nat.
Good, Nat.
Motion to approve the subdivision amendment. And what was with the caveat, the condition, was that a condition?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I don't know the exact mechanism or how to phrase it, but
It's
the
a
point is that you
mechanism
want to
to
be able to
revisit.
capture roadway improvements
Yeah.
if there's by right development
Yeah.
that pursues
Okay,
Yep,
perfect.
roadway improvements and drainage.
yep.
I'll second that. I was waiting for Megan to finish. Don't
All
be
right.
rude.
I'm not,
Go ahead.
don't get punchy, Topple. All right, motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well.
Thank you.
We'll talk more about this, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, other business. Barrett Planning Group LLC, request for additional expense reimbursement and engagement costs.
Yes, so we have a contract amendment with Barrett Planning Group for the master plan. It includes some increase in public engagement. It also captures some reimbursables for Barrett Planning, such as hotel stays and meals for their trips that were inadvertently left out of the prior version. So we ask that you would approve those amendments.
Dollar amount?
Okay.
Hold
Nothing to
on,
say.
I have it in an email.
I just think we should have it.
It was in the realm of 35,000.
Okay.
Hold on.
I'm sorry to make you dig.
That's
I
okay.
just think that
Um,
if we approve it without knowing the amount and people
Right.
reading, they're gonna be
yep.
not too happy with us.
So travel was 2160, on island transport 450, accommodations 1800, and estimating 5,000. Meals just over 1,200, production materials 500, engagement with the schools 3840, word stories 4480, on-site engagement activities 7,200. And implementation focus groups, 9,450. So the total requested amount for direct cost reimbursables and public engagement is $35,114.
Yeah.
Okay,
Great. Discussion, board members?
What was the 2160? First number.
travel, cost of ferry transport. So up to 2160 for all of their back and forth for Judy and the
There's a
staff.
bunch of them.
And, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Barry.
Yeah, that's okay. That was also for the public engagement sessions at the high school, as well as the one with the other one we did as well too at the Nantucket Inn. Is that
Strong Town.
correct?
Yep.
Or was that covered under a separate?
I believe Strong Towns was covered under a separate. This is more focus group related and the public engagement with Dodson and Flinker at the high school for the visioning event.
Thank you.
All right.
Do we have to approve this?
Yes.
Yes.
Make a motion to approve the request for the reimbursement,
Contract amendment.
contract amendment, okay.
Yeah, I'll second that.
All right, motion made by Nat, seconded by Barry. Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Wow, guys, brutal one.
Yep.
We did it though. Thank
Remember when
you,
the doors
staff.
used
You
to
guys
start
are the
locking?
They are
best.
locked.
Okay.
Did they lock? Oh,
Planning board, annual town meeting, May 3rd, 8 AM. Joe's bringing coffee and donuts.
Awesome.
Our next regular meeting is May 12th at 4 PM. It's a hybrid.
You will also have a meeting on May 1st at 3 PM with Madam Moderator. So
Yes.
please mark your calendar.
Yes.
for that.
You should get an invitation to that. Staff, you guys are the best. Thank you very much. And I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
second,
Got it right.
all right. Okay.
A motion made by Barry, seconded by Nathaniel. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
See the 10 I
and I'm an aye as well.
Yes.
Yep.
Aye.
We're
Bye, Barry.
signing off. Have a good night, Barry.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Barry.
you'll have to share that tomorrow.